Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Lord, taken away from inheritance at the beginning. Chapter 31. The sudden reminder made Ronan notice the bearded professional knight kneeling next to Prince. The opponent's strength is not strong, and his fighting quality should not be high, otherwise he would not be defeated in one blow. But now this man actually opened his mouth to remind Prince, an intermediate knight, and there was a hint of warning in his tone. In this world of nobility, where strength determines status, how can a junior knight threaten an intermediate knight? This made Luo Ning very curious. Who are you? The man raised his head with great disdain. His expression was like a big cock about to fight. Baron Luo Ning, I advise you to let me go, it will be good for you, otherwise. This prisoner seems to have not yet understood his situation. Luo Ning pulled out the long sword from his waist and shot it towards the ground. The sharp sword tip directly penetrated the opponent's palm that was on the ground, and then plunged into the soil. The intense pain made the opponent scream and cry. As a defeated traitor, you have no right to hold your head high in front of me. Luo Ning said coldly, and then looked at the other knight who was intercepted by him with murderous intent. You tell me. Perhaps the murderous intent in these words was too strong, or perhaps the attitude shown by Luo Ning just now made the knight feel too desperate. With a groan, he fainted and fell to the ground, with liquid leaking from his crotch. This left Luo Ning speechless. He spoke so loudly and angrily. Is it really that scary? He is still a professional knight, and he only has this kind of psychological quality. The smell that hit his nostrils made Luo Ning pinch his nose and move away, standing upwind. You tell me. Ronan pointed to the last knight who fought David and surrendered. My patience is limited. If you pretend to be dead and faint, then I guarantee you won't have a chance to wake up. No, sir, I am extremely awake now. Obviously, the professional knight who fought with David and surrendered was already ready to explain. When Luo Ning asked, he fell directly to the ground. This sentence directly made Prince's face become even more ugly. He knew that he might not be able to keep his secret. Luo Ning smiled. People who know the current affairs are always so pleasant. Great, what's your name? The knight lying on the ground responded. My lord, my name is Mart Ray. Luo Ning was a little surprised. Look up, are you a descendant of a noble family? Malta raised his head, revealing his square face. His skin was not very good, and his brown hair looked messy and a bit sloppy. Yes, sir, my father was once a knight following your father, Lord Wiggins. However, he unfortunately died in battle after driving the rebels into the Wubei woodland. My mother has been living here since she gave birth to me. Bah, Prince mocked, an illegitimate child, and he claims to be a descendant of a noble family. Ronan glanced at Prince. This guy didn't seem to like Malta very much. Your father was a loyal and heroic knight. He first acknowledged the other party's identity and background, and then changed the subject. However, if he knew that his son had betrayed his lord, he probably wouldn't be too happy. I'm sorry, sir. Malta lowered his head, his voice choked with sobs, but please believe that I have no choice. This sentence may be true. In such an environment, Malta would probably have a very difficult life if he did not comply with Prince's wishes. Luo Ning decided not to pursue these matters for the time being. Okay, now I allow you to make up for your mistakes and tell me about them without reservation. It's my pleasure, my lord. Malta began to answer Ronan's questions, and immediately gave him a surprising answer. Sir, this man's name is Dyson. He is the defense officer of Hillwood Town, and he is also a knight of Thane territory. Luo Ning thought he heard wrongly. What? Did you mean Thane Ridge? Thane territory is the territory closest to Hillwood Town, and it is ruled by Baron Raisin Thane. Before entering the mountains, Luo Ning planned to take time to visit this neighbor, but he did not expect that the knights in his territory were actually connected to the Thane territory. Yes, sir, Malta continued. Except for Dyson, the unconscious Kate, and the professional knight Vitro who was just killed by you, the three of them are from the Thane territory and are loyal to Baron Lyson. Lyson's people not only appear in Shanline Town, but also serve as the defense officers of Shanline Town. This is interesting. Luo Ning stared at Prince thoughtfully. Administrative officer, do you want to explain it to me? There's nothing to explain. Prince endured the pain. Without the support of outsiders, how can I deal with the savage tribe by myself? Baron Lyson just arranged for a few people to protect my safety and help me defend against the enemy. Luo Ning sneered. How could a noble have such good intentions? Since Lyson chose to help, he would definitely be rewarded, and the reward would be very considerable. Forget it, Malta, go ahead and tell me everything you know. Next, under Mart's narration, Shanline Town completely changed its image in Luoning's mind. Rulin said that the population of Hillwood Town was less than 1,000 people, but Malta said that there were at least more than 1,000 people here. Prince said that the annual tax of 10 gold coins paid by Shanline Town to Wushanbao was already the limit, but Malta said that every year, the Sign Council sent people to Shanline Town to transport several carriages of grain and various items. Prince said that he needed to fight against the Savage tribe, but Malta said that there had not been many conflicts between the Savage tribe and Hillwood Town in recent years, and even if there had been, it was only an isolated phenomenon. Malta also said that Prince was both the political officer of Hillwood Town and a knight loyal to Baron Lyson. Baron Lyson only needs to spend 10 gold coins every year to bring Shanline Town into the name of his Thane family. Luo Ning gave Prince a thumbs up. This move is awesome. Every once in a while, Shanline Town will report to Wushan Fort how many people here have been killed by monsters and how many people in the territory have been killed by savage tribes, shaping Shanline Town into a place where even the pioneer knights dare not set foot. As Wushanbao ignored this land, it was very likely that it would be forgotten in the end. Over time, Lyson became like an uncrowned king, the actual owner of Shanline Town. The land, population, and wealth here will all flow into the pockets of the Thane family. Luo Ning also understood why the remote forest array on the edge of Wushan territory could know so quickly what happened in Wushan Fort. Needless to say, it must have been Baron Lyson who sent the message and gave the instructions to Prince. Baron Lyson is really courageous. He even dared to kill members of the Wushan family for the sake of Shanline Town. On the one hand, Luo Ning admired Lyson's courage, but on the other hand, he also lamented that Wushan Fort's deterrent effect on the families in Wushan territory was really getting weaker and weaker. In the future, when the disease-ridden old man Lulans dies, these restless lords will definitely redefine their territory. I underestimated the threat of Hillwood Town, but Lyson also misjudged my strength. Luo Ning thought that becoming the Lord of Hillwood Town might encounter some obstacles, but he did not expect that his opponent would actually have mid-level knights and minions of other nobles. Lyson also made corresponding arrangements, but underestimated Luo Ning's strength. Fortunately, Luo Ning is stronger. The Thane family of Swamp Town, since you have set your sights on me, don't blame me for dealing with you in the future. Who said that population expansion can only be achieved by absorbing people from the Savage tribe? The Thane territory is also optional. The interrogation lasted for a long time until Malta confessed everything he knew. In addition to the information that Prince, Dyson, and others were loyal to Baron Lyson, the second most important piece of information was the defense force of Thane territory. Baron Lyson Thane himself is a high-level peak knight, and it is said that he is one step away from advancing to bronze. In addition, he owns a squad of knights, and the captain, Fadin Henry, is also a senior knight. In addition to the 3 people who performed the mission in Shanline Town, the knight team in Thaneland also had 2 intermediate knights and 6 junior knights. Luo Ning found a stone on the side of the road and sat down. Even if Malta, who had just surrendered to him, was included in his side, there were only 5 transcendents in total. There are 10 extraordinary people in the Thane territory, and there are 2 high-level knights. From the intermediate level to the advanced level, the amount of fighting spirit increases greatly. Even if McCann has rich fighting experience, he may not be an opponent. After some comparison, Luo Ning felt that if he started a war with Thane now, he would have almost no chance of winning. But he knew very well that the other party had already regarded Shanline Town as his own. Luo Ning was now the master of Shanline Town, and Lyson could not give up easily. This evil neighbor is difficult to deal with. Sir, the statistics of the wounded have been compiled. At this time, the magician Elrin came over and said, although the battle just ended relatively quickly, 7 people on our side were slightly injured and 3 were seriously injured. Luo Ning's face tightened. Although these people were ordinary people, they were equivalent to his confidants. He was not willing to lose any of them. How about the seriously injured one? I have almost treated the 2 seriously injured ones, so they should be fine after 2 weeks of rest. The remaining one is more serious. His arm was almost cut off and his bones were damaged. I'm afraid he will need to rest for a month. Take me to see it. Under the leadership of Elrond, Ronan came to the seriously injured guard. At this time, Shahar had bandaged the guard and cut off the blood-stained sleeves. How do you feel? Luo Ning asked with concern. When the Lord personally leaned over to express condolences, the guard immediately showed a flattered expression, and his pale face flushed with excitement. Sir, the magician has already treated me. It only takes a month for me to carry my sword and fight for you again. Luo Ning patted the other party's shoulder and said, take good care of your injuries. Then he ordered Shahar, take good care of the wounded in this battle, and do not let the guards bleed and suffer. Yes, sir. Also, Elrond, after you refine your mana, you can treat the seriously injured guards a few more times depending on the situation so that they can recover faster. Okay, sir. Luo Ning visited the other injured people and praised the guards for their heroic performance in this battle. Although it was just an appearance to express concern, the effect was very good. The guards' recognition and respect for Luo Ning was greatly deepened. Returning to the original place, Luo Ning asked, how are the casualties of those in Shanline Town? I counted them too. Elrond shook his head. When I checked, all 3 archers were dead, and only 5 of the 20 infantrymen survived, and they were all seriously injured. My mana was limited and I did not treat them. Compared to Luo Ning's side, the infantrymen who followed Prince suffered heavy casualties. It can only be said that Luo Ning's guards fought too bravely. Sir, what should we do with the 3 princes? Elrond asked. Luo Ning rubbed his eyebrows and said, Disin and the one named Kate are from the Thane territory. Naturally, I can't keep them. As for Prince, I think this person can be of some use if he stays. He stood up and walked toward his prisoner. Ronan waved his hand, indicating to McCann to take back the sword and no longer put it on Prince's neck. Prince looked at Ronan with an inexplicable look in his eyes. You have been very calm from the beginning to now, and your style of handling things is completely different from Count Wiggins. Luo Ning chuckled. Tell me, what is Earl Wiggins' style of doing things? Casual, willful, mindless, impatient. Prince sarcastically said, this is not my evaluation of him, but that is how many people evaluate him. Luo Ning thought about it. He didn't have much contact with Wiggins when he traveled back in time, but the other party's performance seemed to be like this. Needless to say, external evaluations are sometimes quite accurate. How about giving you a chance and surrendering to me? Luo Ning asked. It's not that he really wants to take Prince for his own use, but it will take a lot of time and energy for him to figure out the personnel situation, production situation, surrounding environment, etc. in Shanline Town. If Prince can speak, Chrysostom, and cooperate with Luo Ning to understand and master these things, it will save him a lot of time. As for how to deal with Prince after understanding it, we can only wait and see at that time. Prince changed his previous state of silence and said, I can surrender to you, but I ask that you canonize me as your knight in front of all the people of Shanline Town. Luo Ning did not agree immediately, but thought about the other party's purpose of making this request. Did Prince want to use this method to completely save his life? After all, Luo Ning canonized Prince in public, so he couldn't attack him later without a legitimate reason. Listening to what you said before, it seems that you disdain the nobility, but now you want me to canonize you. Luo Ning did not continue, but agreed categorically, yes, I promise you, the future Sir Prince. Please accept my allegiance, Lord Luo Ning. Prince endured the pain and knelt down on one knee. This scene gave Mart, who was about to surrender, a sudden surprise. He did not expect that Prince would survive. After dealing with Prince, Ronan came to Disin and Kate, both of whom belonged to Baron Lyson. Mart, being suddenly called by name, Malta was shocked, his heart was beating rapidly, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't know if Luo Ning would let him go because he was the first to surrender and tell the information. My lord, your command. He responded respectfully. Pick up your sword and end the lives of Disin and Kate. Ronan ordered. Malta was stunned for a moment, not expecting that the Baron in front of him would let him end the life of his former teammate. But he quickly came to his senses and drew out his sword. I am willing to serve you. No, you can't kill me. Kate was frightened and fainted again, leaving only Dyson pleading and threatening. I am the knight of Baron Lyson. If you kill me, the Baron will never let you go. Luo Ning was silent about this, just silently watching Mart pick up the sword. No, you can't kill me. Dissen showed a look of fear. Lord Fadin is on the way. If you kill me, he will definitely avenge me. Slow. Luo Ning was startled by these words and broke into a cold sweat, and quickly stopped Mart from continuing to attack. What are you talking about? Fadin is coming to Hillwood Town. Dissen seemed to have grasped the life-saving straw. Princet had already used carrier pigeons to convey your message when you passed the 2 mountains in front, and Lord Fadin was already on his way here. Luo Ning's expression changed drastically. His team had been resting here for at least 3 hours. Including the time to climb 2 mountains, it would be at least 5 hours. You must know that homing pigeons are very fast and fly in a straight line. It probably only takes 20 or 30 minutes at most to get from Shanline Town to Sion Ridge. In other words, Fadin had already set off for about 4.5 hours. Ronan looked at Malta. Why didn't you tell me about this? Malta immediately panicked, dropped his sword, and knelt on the ground to defend himself hurriedly. Sir, I don't know this news. Prince hates aristocrats, and he also hates me as a nobleman. There are many things that I can't touch. Ronan looked at Prince. The person who had just chosen to surrender was staring at Dissen with cold eyes. Trash. At this moment, Luo Ning understood that the other party was not surrendering, but was stalling for time. As long as Fadin can come, he has a chance of survival. The only thing he didn't expect was that Ronan insisted on killing Dissen, and Dissen revealed important information. For a moment, Luo Ning's heart became panicked. Fadin, that's a high-ranking knight from the Thane territory, and he's definitely not alone when he comes here. What to do? I drew a version of the map. If you are interested, you can check it out in the comment area. I just want to identify the approximate locations of the major cities in the early stage. I can't draw it well due to my limited ability. In addition, those who have not invested can consider investing. I saw that there are not many people investing at the moment, but you can still earn some starting coins. Luo Ning considered many situations on the road to Shanline Town, but a wise man will make mistakes after careful consideration. Sometimes. Co. Without enough information, there were some things that Luo Ning couldn't take into account. Thinking about it now, since Baron Lyson decided to use dangerous tactics to get rid of Luo Ning, he had to make sure nothing went wrong. Perhaps in the eyes of the opponent, Prince and others are enough to deal with Luo Ning and his guards. But in order to prevent accidents from happening, Baron Lyson asked Knight Fadin to lead men and horses to attack from behind, which was enough to ensure that Ronan had no way to escape. Just imagine, if Luo Ning loses to Prince and chooses to escape, he will inevitably face a situation of being double-teamed. At that time, there will be no way to the sky and no way to the earth. This was all Baron Lyson's plan to kill Ronan. Luo Ning was a little confused. Shanline Town was so close, but he didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Enter. He knew nothing about the situation in the town, and he could not summon the men to fight against Baron Thane. Retreat. The way back is blocked. There is no good way to retreat. What to do? He must think of a way to deal with it as soon as possible, otherwise as time goes by and the opponent comes from behind, his situation will become more dangerous. Luo Ning looked up at the stretching mountains and forests on both sides of the road. Perhaps he could save his life by escaping into the forest with McCann and others. But by choosing this path, he was destined to be unable to escape with the 29 guards. Although this group of people are ordinary people, Luo Ning has invested a lot in them, and he also hopes that there will be 2 more potential young men like David who awaken the seeds of fighting spirit among this group of people. He was not willing to abandon this group of people just like that. What's more, even if he survives in the mountains and forests, he can only return to Wushanbao. At that time, could he ask Wushanbao to send troops on the grounds that the Thane territory wanted to kill him? It's probably difficult. No. It's not that Wushanbao doesn't care about his life or death, but even if he accuses him, it will take a long time, and it may not be able to bring down Baron Lyson. After all, at that time, he was still just a baron from Hillwood Town who had nothing, was deprived of his inheritance rights, and only had a name. The other party was a baron who actually controlled a team of knights, had been running it for decades, and had personal connections. What does Luo Ning rely on? Just relying on the blood of the Wushan family to accuse a nobleman, and then Wushanbao went to kill that nobleman. This is obviously unlikely. It is estimated that in the end, at most, Thane will be sentenced to compensate for the tax revenue he embezzled from Shanline Town for so many years. But at that time, if Luo Ning still wanted to come to Mountain Forest Town and continue to be the Lord of Mountain Forest, the situation he would face would be basically the same as now. It is impossible for the other party to let go of this territory that they regard as their own. I need to establish myself in Shanline Town as soon as possible. Luo Ning looked tense, frowned, and fell into deep thought. It would be best for him to come up with a way to delay the conflict with the Thane territory without escaping into the mountains and forests. But at this moment, Elrond approached Ronan and reminded him in a low voice, "Sir, I heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance." As he spoke, Elrond pointed to the way they had come. Luo Ning was shocked, and his face became more and more ugly. "Come so fast." "Haha, more than 4 hours of running at full speed from Seinling to Shanline Town is enough." Prince's voice was full of schadenfreude. "You have been very calm since I saw you, but now I finally see fear on your face, ha ha ha." He began to become arrogant, as if he had escaped his prisoner status. "Now, you can only hand us over to Knight Fadin, so that we can get a chance to live." Yeah." Luo Ning's voice was cold and he glanced at McCann, slap his mouth to bits and knock out his teeth. I don't want to hear him say a complete sentence again. "Understood, sir." McCann went up and kicked him, and then punched Prince twice in the mouth. All the teeth in the opponent's mouth were knocked out, and blood foam mixed with saliva flowed out from the corners of the mouth. Luo Ning looked up at the way he came, and now even he could hear the sound of horse hooves. What to do? The more nervous and critical the moment, Luo Ning suddenly became calmer. When facing Fadin, he must ensure that he is calm enough, so calm that the other party will not dare to act rashly. Fear is an emotion that everyone has. If I am afraid, then Baron Lyson will be afraid too. Luo Ning's thoughts began to change. What would Baron Lyson be afraid of? Nothing more than 2 things. First, the other party was afraid that Wushanbao would know about the tax revenue of Shanline Town. Second, the other party was afraid that Wushanbao would know about the murder of Luo Ning. If you misappropriate resources, you may be able to find an excuse to cover it up, and then make up for it through compensation. But as a vassal of Wushanbao, he in turn killed the bloodline of Wushanbao. This was not as simple as making up for it with a fine. Nowadays, the deterrence of Wushan Fort is weakening, but it does not mean that the deterrence is gone. The old Marquis is just seriously ill, not dead. In order to maintain the dignity of Wushan Castle, both Rulans and Wiggins would send troops to Thane to frighten those who were ready to take action in the name of revenge for Ronan. I believe that the Hyde family will not stop this matter. So in comparison, Baron Lyson was more afraid of the second thing. Therefore, as long as there is a slight possibility that Luo Ning cannot be taken down, the opponent will put away the murderous intention shown. Luo Ning only needs to shock the other party, make the other party misjudge the strength of both sides, and make the other party think that even if they take action, they will not be able to annihilate everyone in Luo Ning. As long as there is a slight risk of transmitting information, the other party will take action. If Luo Ning wants to complete the shock, he must put on a show to make the opponent misjudge his own strength. The most critical part of this scene is to shut up Prince and others completely, so that the other party has no chance of knowing their true strength. Everyone obeys the order. After thinking about it, Luo Ning shouted loudly, "Kill all the prisoners." The guards were stunned for a moment. They thought that the few infantrymen who were lucky enough to survive would be forgiven by the Lord, but they did not expect that they would still end up dead. There was only a blink of an eye, and then the guards raised their swords and ended the prisoner's life. Luo Ning looked at Prince, who stared wide-eyed, completely unexpected that Luo Ning would make such a choice. "I see fear on your face." Luo Ning repeated what the other party had just said, and then gave McCann a look. McCann barely gave Prince any time to react, and cut off the opponent's head with one sword. You guys. Dyson was stunned. His companion Kate had just woken up and fainted again when she saw this scene. In their stunned moment, McCann and David took their lives. Since then, 99% of all the people Prince brought out were killed in the battle, leaving only the last person. Ronan looked at Malta. Mart met Ronan's cold, seemingly emotionless gaze, and immediately sweated like rain, and fell to his knees in fear. Sir, please believe in my loyalty. Even if you ask me to challenge Fadin, I will not hesitate. Malta was really scared. He didn't expect such a young baron to kill prisoners just as he said. Luo Ning squinted his eyes, but in the end he didn't kill him. You should be lucky, you have the value of living. Mart is grateful to Master for not killing me. The sound of horse hooves became clearer and clearer, and Luo Ning took a deep breath. In fact, when Elrond informed him, he had no time to escape. From that moment on, Luo Ning had no choice but to give it a go. Now, you lie on the ground and hold a corpse. Luo Ning ordered. Remember to pretend to look like you. If you don't look like it, then I will make you look like him. Okay. Malta lay on the ground in a panic. Perhaps considering that it was not like pretending to be dead, he quickly got up and wiped the blood on the ground on his neck and body, and then lay down again. Perhaps considering that this still didn't look like it, Malta became cruel, picked up the sword and slashed his left arm twice. Suddenly, his clothes tore open and blood flowed out. After doing this, he lay face down on the ground and never moved again. Luo Ning couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This guy pretended to look like him. Fortunately, the wound on his arm was not deep, otherwise he would have bled to death. However, be careful and say, David, you will stand next to Malta later. If he makes any movement, you will know what to do. David understands. Luo Ning raised his sword and shouted loudly, everyone, show your energy and spirit, line up to meet the enemy. On the mountain road, 5 horses galloped at high speed. Even over mountains and ridges, their endurance and strength were amazing. This is the running ability of high-quality war horses. Compared with them, ordinary horses are as different as clouds and mud. Shanline town is ahead, and there is a faint smell of blood in the air. It seems that Prince and Luo Ning are fighting. The leading knight was tall, and the narrow eyes on Guozi's face were particularly unnatural, and the slanted scar made him exude an evil aura. This is the captain of the Thane Knights Squadron, Fadin Henry, the captain of the Thane Knights Squadron. I wonder what the outcome will be. Fadin was a little worried. But his deputy, Unai, had a relaxed expression. Boss, you don't have to worry too much. With just the few people Luoning brought, Prince can easily handle it, so why do we need to do anything? Fadin didn't respond, but just slapped the horse's butt to increase its speed. After twists and turns, they finally arrived at the top of the hill where the landmark of Shanline town was located. The scene they saw stunned everyone. The expression on the face of the deputy who had been joking easily just now froze, and he didn't know what words to use to describe the shock at this moment. Except for him, no one including Fadin expected the scene in front of them. I saw dozens of corpses lying on the ground not far away, and at the front were their familiar figures, Prince, Dissen, Kate, and Malta. What shocked them most was the group of people standing on top of the blood and between the corpses. 1 or 2 of them held bloody long swords in their hands, silently but murderously looking at the sudden arrival of the uninvited guests. How is it possible? Prince and the other 5 extraordinary beings are all dead. The deputy knight Unai said the first sentence in shock. He is an intermediate knight, and his strength is not lower than mine. Fadin's eyes swept across the battlefield and reminded, look, Ronan and the others not only killed Prince, but their losses were very small. It can be said that this battle was almost a crushing victory. His eyes shone with wisdom. The intelligence is wrong, there are experts around Luo Ning. Then what should we do? Can't we get there? Unai asked in a low voice. Fadin frowned. It was inconvenient for the Baron to come over, and many matters were left to him to decide. Let's explore the reality first. Over there, Luo Ning felt very uneasy when he saw the other party coming. What he fears most is that the other party will rush forward regardless of him, leaving no room for buffering. Fortunately, the situation is very good. When Luo Ning saw Fadin and others on horseback standing there for a long time, he knew that his formation had frightened the other side and made them doubtful. So he has to act more confident. Ronan was seen holding his sword and slowly walking forward for a certain distance, with McCann and Elrond following closely behind him. Who are you and what are you doing in our Shanline town? Fadin and Unai looked at each other. It looks like they were really crushed. Prince and the others almost died before they even revealed Baron Lyson's plan. Only a few people knew about the siege and killing of Luo Ning. According to the plan, once Prince and others succeeded, even the infantry involved in the incident would be killed. As long as they are dead, Luo Ning will have no way to know their plans. Fadin quickly turned over and dismounted, with a smile on his face. This is Fadin Henry, captain of the knights. I have met Lord Ronan. Luo Ning's heart moved. Something was going on. Sir Fadin, do you know me? When Luo Ning asked, he looked at the other person up and down with suspicious and scrutinizing eyes, making the other person feel that he was on guard. Why did the knights from Thane appear in my mountain town? Fadin was also observing Luo Ning's every move, and he became more and more convinced that the other party did not know that he was coming. So, he said the excuse he had already thought of. Sir, I was just hunting in the mountains with the members of the night team. I happened to hear the sound of fighting here, so I rode over to see what was going on. As Fadin spoke, his eyes skipped over Luo Ning and focused on the corpse behind him. He asked, pretending to be confused, Sir, what's behind you? Luo Ning looked back at the corpse lying on the ground and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Just killed a few traitors. He shrugged. It made you laugh. Traitor. Fadin was surprised and looked at the corpse on the ground. I have seen that person before. Isn't he Prince, the political officer of Hillwood Town? He betrayed you. Yeah, Ronan said, walked back, kicked Prince in the head and stood up facing Fadin, and then continued. This guy has been the administrative officer of Shanline Town for several years, and he thinks he is the master of Shanline Town. Luo Ning's tone was full of disdain. It's a pity that he overestimated his own strength and misestimated mine, and his head was dismembered in just one encounter. He kicked his head down. You dare to challenge the majesty of the Wushan family with this little strength, you are overestimating your own capabilities. The doubts in Fadin's heart disappeared at this moment, and he was already convinced that there must be a master around Luo Ning. He cut off Prince's head in one confrontation. This man definitely has advanced strength. And in this situation, looking at Luo Ning's arrogant attitude, it was obvious that he didn't take Fadin seriously. That is to say, he is not worried at all that the five of us will take action. Fadin took a deep breath and couldn't help but glance at the two people next to Luo Ning. He didn't recognize these two faces, but they both looked like extraordinary beings. In particular, McCann, who is as strong as a mountain and has a calm demeanor, gives him an unfathomable look. I didn't expect that Prince would betray you. Fadin shook his head in disbelief. I remember he is an intermediate knight. You can easily win. It seems that the Marquis and the Earl must have arranged experts to protect you secretly. There's no protection at all. Luo Ning said calmly. On the surface, we have arranged for a high-level peak knight. I guess he is not as strong as you. Fadin's pupils shrank. It's probably not easy for a senior peak knight to win easily. If he takes action here, even if he kills Luo Ning, the knight will most likely escape. If Wushanbao is informed of what he has done, then the good days of the Thane territory will be over. Moreover, this is only on the surface. Fadin kept in mind Baron Lyson's instructions, telling him not to take action if he was not absolutely sure. As for Prince and the others, even if they confessed to the Thane territory, Lyson could still forcefully accuse the other party of slander. Captain, do we want it? Unai asked in a low voice. Fadin shook his head slightly and gave a knightly salute to Luo Ning. The majesty of the Wushan family cannot be violated. Dear Lord Baron, do you need my service for you? Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Sir Fadin. Luo Ning spread his hands, looking down on the other party, but I have already solved it. The next thing is just to collect the corpses. I really want to keep you overnight, but unfortunately, I don't even know which room I will stay in tonight. This is the meaning of the expulsion order. Fadin was not angry, he was very respectful. Then I wish you a good night, sir. Thank you for your blessing, Sergeant. Luo Ning waved to the other party. Please also tell Baron Lyson for me that as a neighbor, I am looking forward to visiting him. Must. Fadin remounted his horse and prepared to leave with his team of knights. Luo Ning turned around and shouted in a deep voice. Everyone is here, clean up the battlefield now, search their pockets clean, don't leave a single copper coin. Yes, the guards shouted in response. The rushing sounds echoed, startling Fadin and others who were about to leave. They couldn't help but turn around and look over, only to see that the energy of the guards was so high. Walk, Fadin shouted in a low voice and drove off on his horse. Looking at the other person's leaving figure, Luo Ning's back was soaked with sweat. Sure enough, the other party was unwilling to take risks. He got it right. Keep lying down. He came to Malta and whispered, others start cleaning up the battlefield. On the other hand, Fadin and others walked down the hillside, and their speed slowed down when the figure disappeared from Luo Ning's sight. Captain, are we really going back like this? Knight Unai asked in disbelief. Fadin frowned, pondered for a while, and looked back in the direction of Shanline town. You guys wait for me here. With that said, he got off his horse and ran quickly towards the battlefield. This time he did not take the main road, but used the mountains and trees to cover his body. Sir, someone is approaching. Elrond reminded in a low voice. Luo Ning smiled inwardly. The other party would indeed come back to confirm. Fortunately, he had just told Mart to continue lying down. If Fadin came back and saw Malta standing up, he would definitely tell at a glance that he was acting. Fadin, who had hidden his figure in the forest, watched silently. He saw that the guards were really rummaging for copper coins on the corpses, and even McCann and Elrond next to Ronan were rummaging for something on Prince and others. It's really not pretending. The last trace of suspicion in Fadin's heart disappeared. It seems that Lord Baron's plan has failed. He sighed and returned to the team. Let's go back and report the situation to the Baron. Luo Ning stayed on the hillside for a long time. After confirming that the people led by Thane had left, he prepared to set off as a team. Although he successfully passed the immediate crisis, Luo Ning did not take Thane Ling lightly at all. He knew that the Thane leader's desire to covet Shanline town would not disappear. Now the other party just chose not to have a direct conflict. That was due to Baron license consideration. When the other party doesn't take this into account one day, they will definitely encroach on it on a large scale. And before this consideration is given, the other party may not target Luo Ning openly, but it is uncertain whether they will make some small moves secretly. Mart, from today on, put on a mask for yourself and change your name. Malta, who was following Luo Ning, was in a very complicated mood at the moment. He was in awe of Luo Ning, but also fearful. In the situation just now, lying on the ground pretending to be a corpse, he couldn't understand how brave the Baron in front of him was to dare to perform that wonderful bluffing scene. Malta has learned a lot today. While tearing a piece of cloth from the corpse behind and covering his face, he bowed and asked, Sir, if you can, I would like to ask you to give me a name. Luo Ning raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect this guy to ask him to name him. Then your name is Tom. Malta knelt down on one knee respectfully. Thank you for giving me the name. Malta is a thing of the past. From now on, I am just your follower Tom. Luo Ning nodded, got on his horse, and then the team slowly started walking towards the town. McCann led several infantrymen on horseback in front. Ronan, Elrond, David and others walked in the middle, followed by carriages dragging food and corpses. He did not bury this group of people in Shanline town. After all, most of these people had relatives in Shanline town. It was Luo Ning's kindness to hand over the bodies to their relatives. In addition, he will tell everyone in Shanline town that Administrative Officer Princet took the lead in betraying Wushanbao and was eliminated by him. He will no longer pursue the crimes of other people. This can also act as a deterrent. After all, Prince has been operating here for 9 years. Who knows if there are any followers or subordinates in Hillwood town? Tom, is there anyone else in your family? Ronan asked. My mother is still alive. Malta, who transformed into Tom, immediately became nervous. In his eyes, Ronan was the one who would kill at will. He was afraid that Ronan would kill his mother like a prisoner, but he didn't dare to let her lie. What does she do? Luo Ning asked. Sir, my mother Leah opened a tailor shop in the town with a little money left by her father, and raised me with a little income. Luo Ning nodded and said to Shahar. After arriving in Shanline town, Shahar, let Tom's mother come to the castle to work. Okay, sir. Shaharjong, the male servant, wrote down the incident. Tom secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay. The team didn't move very fast, but it didn't take long before they arrived at the town. Luo Ning finally saw his subjects. Regardless of whether they are men or women, their faces are very vicissitudes of life, they seem to have suffered a lot, and their expressions are dull. Perhaps, only the children chasing and playing around the dilapidated longhouse still retained a little vitality, allowing Luo Ning to laugh. However, when this group of people saw that the last few cars were full of corpses, and when they saw the blood dripping and leaving long lines of blood on the ground, their faces were full of fear, and they quickly pulled their children. He knelt on the roadside, not even daring to run. As Luo Ning walked toward the center of the town, more and more people fell on their knees. Finally, on the smelly street, he reined in the reins and stopped. Let me introduce myself. I am from Wushan Castle. I am the eldest grandson of Marquis Rulins, the owner of Wushan territory. From today on, I am the Baron of Shanline Town and your lord. Ronan cleared his throat. Remember your lord's name, Ronan Firestorm. The kneeling citizens couldn't help but look up at Luo Ning. They felt that the person sitting on the horse seemed to be glowing all over, making people afraid to look directly at him. Some of the more knowledgeable free people saw the coat of arms of the Wushan family on the carriage and knew that Luo Ning was not telling lies. They couldn't help but sigh that after so many years, the Wushan territory finally had a real master, and this time it was not a pioneer knight or a newly promoted baron, but a direct bloodline of the Wushan family. Luo Ning pulled the reins and came to the last few carriages. His tone changed from the calm tone before. Princet, the former political officer of Shanline Town, betrayed Wushanbao, betrayed Shanline Town, and betrayed his lord. They have all been executed by my knights. The person who dared to look up at Luo Ning just now glanced at the body and quickly lowered his head. I am never merciful to betrayers. Luo Ning chuckled. His voice sounded cold to the ears of his subjects. My kindness will only be to those who are loyal to me. The sound of horse hooves could be heard loudly, and there were so many people kneeling on the street that they didn't dare to express their anger, but some people couldn't help but cry. Luo Ning looked over. They should be the betrayers' family members. When they saw Luo Ning's eyes, they lowered their heads in panic, not knowing what to do. I believe the betrayal was only their personal behavior and did not involve their families. Luo Ning didn't want to continue talking in such an environment. Whoever is their family member can come up and take away their bodies. As long as you are loyal to Shanline Town and loyal to me, I will not hold you accountable for anything. After speaking, Luo Ning ordered his entourage. David, bring 2 guards here to guard the carriage and let their families take away the bodies. At the same time, he whispered, remember to follow the orders and prohibitions. I have already explained to you what happened on the mountain. You know what to do. Understood, sir. David picked 2 guards and shouted loudly, Lord, please be kind, you can come up and take away the bodies of your family. Of all the people present, no one dared to move. Ronan knew he was here, and they didn't have the courage. Let's go, Tom, take me to the castle in Hillwood Town. Okay, sir. The castle of Shanline Town is located on the hill in the northeast corner of the town. It was built by the first Baron more than 10 years ago and was renovated and rebuilt by Prince in the past few years. Luo Ning originally thought that the castle would be very simple, but when he walked outside the castle, he found that was not the case. Except that the area is a bit small, structurally it has all the features of inner and outer forts, city walls, gate towers, and sentry towers. Prince showed that he hated aristocrats very much, but his life was no different from that of aristocrats. At this moment, the guards of the castle came out in full force, and Luo Ning and his party walked in without any obstacles. After entering Shanline Castle, the guards, led by Tom, arrested all the housekeepers and servants of the castle. Luo Ning walked straight to the fortress, which was made of discarded stones and looked very solid, and sat on the throne above. He thought of Rulins who was at Wushan Fortress that day. The other party sat quietly on the high seat without saying a word, but whether it was Wiggins or the Golden Lion of the Hyde family, they all surrendered to Rulins. The weak speak loudly, but no one cares. The strong speak softly, but they are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Seeing the servants of Shanline Fort being captured one after another and kneeling below, Luo Ning felt the pleasure of becoming a strong man for a moment. It feels so mesmerizing. In the forest fortress, the servants in the castle were arrested one by one under the search of the guards. At this time, they were trembling on the ground, despair enveloped their hearts. They already knew what Prince had done, and they also knew that the man in front of them was the real master of Hillwood Town. As servants of the betrayer, perhaps the only thing they are waiting for is death. Sir, everyone has been arrested. Shahar finished the statistics and reported. There are 15 people in total, including 1 housekeeper, 4 in the kitchen, 3 maids, 5 male servants, and 2 are Prince's lovers. Shahar paused and added, according to Tom, Prince's wife and son are in signed territory, not in Hillwood town. Luo Ning raised his eyebrows. Good guy, this prince is really a good guy. While his wife was away, he kept 2 lovers in Shanline town. Luo Ning glanced around, and he could tell which 2 were the guy's lovers without Shahar's introduction. She has a curvy figure and fair and tender skin, which is more than 1 level higher than the maids and cooks next to her. Shahar noticed that Luo Ning's eyes fell on these 2 women, and immediately thought of the reputation he had in the past. He thought that during this period of time, he had not been close to women, and he couldn't help it. So, he bowed and asked, Master, are these 2 staying with you? Luo Ning's eyes turned to Shahar, the corners of his mouth raised, do you think I can do either? Although he was smiling, even though he was asking in the same tone as usual, all Shahar felt from it was rejection and scrutiny of him. Sorry, sir, I'm too talkative. Shahar lowered his head. In fact, he already regretted it when he said these words. The eldest grandson of a marquis was in the past, but now he is an extraordinary person who has enough confidence, courage, and decisiveness to deal with the enemy. He warned himself that he must forget all his past impressions of the Baron. Luo Ning withdrew his gaze and said to the person below in a calm tone. Although you are the lover or servant of the betrayer, I should have killed you, but I am merciful and want to believe that you have nothing to do with this matter, so I am ready to give you a chance to live. The 15 people kneeling all breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Luo Ning in varying degrees. Although I won't kill you, I won't use you either. Not killing them was because Luo Ning felt that it didn't matter whether they were killed or not. If they stayed, they could increase the population of Shanline town. And using them involves security issues. If they are too loyal to Prince, it will not be appropriate to continue to stay in the castle. Shahar, let this steward take you to count the food, tools, etc. in the castle, and make a list for me. McKen, please arrange 2 guards to monitor these chefs and prepare a dinner for us. Other male servants and maids, go tidy up a few empty rooms, remember to replace everything. As for these 2 lovers, please leave the castle now. Remember, I only asked you to leave the castle, and I did not allow you to leave Hillwood town. Luo Ning waved his hand, signaling for them to go their separate ways. Heart. For the servants, leaving the castle means leaving a superior life, but compared to saving a life, a superior life does not matter. After all the guards and servants in the hall left, only Macon, Elrond and Tom were left here. Sir, McCann said respectfully, I will arrange for the guards to stand guard. Luo Ning nodded. The security of the castle was very important. He didn't want anyone to be able to enter and exit the gate. Let the uninjured guards be in charge of defense, and the injured guards have the servants clean up the house as soon as possible to give them a rest. Luo Ning looked at Tom. You are familiar with this place. Please show McCann the way. Yes, sir. Tom followed McCann out of the fort. Come on, Elrond, take a nice tour of this castle with me. It's my pleasure. In this way, Ronan and the magician Elrond took a good tour of his base. After a while, he came to the tower and looked at the small mountain town. In the afterglow of the setting sun, this small town looked very simple and barren. Except for the main road leading from the castle to the outside world, which can be regarded as a street, there seems to be no decent main road in other places. Prince should not bother to improve the environment of other people in the territory. For him, it is enough for him to live in peace and live comfortably. And what about Luo Ning? He hopes that the environment in which he lives can be close to the countryside on Earth, so that he will be comfortable. Improving the living environment of the people in the territory seems to be a thankless task for many nobles in this world. After all, there are castles and extraordinary beings. Ordinary people can live peacefully and peacefully as laborers. How about living a hard and comfortable life? What does it have to do with the nobles? But Luo Ning didn't think so. If extraordinary beings are a lord's hard power, then the lord's subjects are his soft power. Soft power is easily invisible, intangible, and intangible, but it is very important in supporting the territory. If nothing else, just improve the living standards of the generals and the people and let them have enough to eat. Will there be more ordinary people like David who can awaken the seeds of fighting spirit? In the absence of enough knight families to follow, these people are the foundation of Ronin. But he also knows that the meal must be eaten one bite at a time and the road must be walked step by step. Luo Ning didn't foolishly think of any measures to divide the land. This was not in line with the situation here, nor was it in line with what his status and class should do. It is suitable for him to adapt to the status of a noble, enjoy the rights and responsibilities that this class should have, and then make slight changes according to his own wishes. Perhaps when one day he is strong enough that any decision he makes can be supported and followed by others, then it will not be too late to make bigger changes. Ronan covered his eyes with his hands and looked at the setting sun. Elrond, what did you see? Elrond looked up at the setting sun and smiled. I saw that the light will always be with you, my lord. Under your leadership, this town will embark on an unprecedented bright road. I believe that one day in the future, under your brilliance, this town will become a city of miracles. Ha ha ha. Luo Ning laughed loudly. Sure enough, you can still speak, unlike that stupid big guy like McCann who can only say yes, okay, as you wish. Elrond smiled and said, Knight McCann's loyalty and calmness are worth learning from me. People who love reading speak really well. Come on, it's time to work, magician. Luo Ning took the lead and walked down the tower. The role of the guards is to protect and fight. Their daily tasks are to train and patrol, not to complete things like cleaning. Elrond followed Ronan. You were right. So, write me a recruitment brochure. The castle has expelled the original male servants, maids and chefs. We need to recruit a new group of people to complete the daily chores. Elrond echoed. You were right. Besides, I just visited the castle today and I have to take some time to inspect the entire territory so that I can make follow-up arrangements. You were right, Elrond added, but I think it is better to publicize your becoming the Lord of Hillwood Town first. The deterrent effect on the streets today made the residents fearful. Although you said a simple word of comfort, I feel that your comfort may not reach everyone's ears. You were right, Elrond. Luo Ning nodded and said, then let Tom take David to each place to promote it later. Find a place tomorrow morning and let all the people in the territory meet me there. Shanline Castle was as lively as ever, but in just half a day, the owner of the castle changed. Luo Ning had dinner with the guards from Shanline Town. This was their staged victory. Although the broth, side dishes, and bread made by the chef were much worse than those of Wushan Fort, Luo Ning, who had been eating dried meat and dry bread these days, still happily ate several bowls. This is even more true for the guards below. The food on the road was enough for them, let alone the soup at the dinner. The dinner lasted for about an hour. After it got completely dark, Luo Ning took a quick shower and moved into the small building that he had prepared. This small building is entirely made of wood and has 3 floors. The top floor is the attic, where unused clothes or tools are usually stored. The middle is the luxurious bedroom, and the bottom is the living room and a place for servants to rest. Luo Ning lived in the largest room on the 2nd floor, which was relatively clean after being cleaned by the servants. At this moment, he was sitting in the study outside his bedroom, with lit candles lighting up the entire room. Although this light was not as soft as the incandescent lamp on Earth, it was enough to enable him to see every word on the book clearly. In front of him were 2 books, or rather fighting skill secrets, Flame Slash and Fire Fist Bombing. Luo Ning took a quick look and found that they were all fighting skills suitable for intermediate knights to practice. Among them, Flame Slash should be the flame attack used by Prince. Because fire bombing is a little more difficult to learn, Prince probably hasn't mastered it. Of course, it's possible that he has mastered it but hasn't had the chance to use it. These 2 fighting skills secret books are very useful to Luo Ning. After all, one of his attributes is fire. Dong dong dong, the door was knocked. Please come in. The valet Shahar came in and said, Good evening, sir. He came to the table and reported his work respectfully. I have done what you asked me to do. Heart. As he spoke, he took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it over. It's very fast. The parchment paper feels delicate and smooth, but there is also a faint fishy smell that hits your nose. Luo Ning frowned slightly. Although the smell was not pleasant, he had read a lot of books in these days and was used to it. Luo Ning didn't seem to have any trouble writing the words of another world. It was recorded on it. Money, 58 gold coins, 34 coins. Grain, 1885 gins of barley, 1000 gins of flour, 500 gins of air-dried meat, 30 gins of fine salt, 13 gins of coarse salt, 280 gins of butter. Beer, 2 premium beers, 5 barrels of sour beer. Horses, 1 fine war horse, 3 ordinary war horses, 1 ordinary horse, 5 carriages. Cattle and sheep, 4 cows, 1 male cow, 1 calf, 10 female black buffalo, 1 male black buffalo, 3 calves, 126 goats. Weapons, full set of armor 3, iron spear 23, knight sword, longbow 8, arrows 356. Fur, sheepskin 5, fabrics, 87 rolls of linen, 54 rolls of woolen fabric. Luo Ning carefully read the items listed on the parchment, and the smile on his face became wider and wider as he read. No wonder many people dream of capturing a castle. This reward is really exciting. Princet is loyal to Lyson of Thane territory, and many things must have been handed over to Thane territory. I didn't expect that there are so many things in Shanlimbao. Yes, sir, this food is enough for us to eat for a year. Not to mention how excited Shahar was when he counted his belongings, he felt as if he had made a fortune. And September is coming soon. I heard that Shanline town still has a batch of barley that needs to be harvested. By then we will have a lot of fresh barley. Although Luo Ning usually eats more wheat flour, barley is also an important food. It can not only be used as rations, but also an important material for brewing beer, making maltose, and barley tea. In addition, brown bread made from its bran is also a guarantee of survival for many people. You don't have to worry about food for the castle. Luo Ning was planning to go out to buy food, but now it seems that there is more than enough. As for money, including the money seized in the castle, Luo Ning already had 585 magic crystals on his body, and he still had a deposit of more than 80 gold coins. Now he can consider a lavish first deposit gift, but magic crystals are not available in Shanline town. If he wants to buy it, he may have to go to the nearest Muma city. Shanline town has not yet established a firm foothold, so it is not suitable for going out. Luo Ning had been stationed in the castle for less than 5 hours. He had not done many things and was completely unable to get away. As for letting others do it for you, that's even more impossible. The only warrior, McCann, must stay with him. The others were not strong enough and were robbed when they went out. Luo Ning didn't know who to cry to. In addition to money, he is more concerned about horses, cattle, sheep and weapons. Their value is much more expensive than food. These 3 war horses were ridden by Prince and Thane. They were included after they were captured. Shahar introduced. The whole body armor is basically the same. Luo Ning nodded. He basically had a certain understanding of the wealth of Shanline Castle. At this time, he also understood how attractive so much wealth was to a political officer. It was no wonder that the other party was reluctant to let go. You made very detailed statistics and did this very beautifully. Luo Ning put the parchment in his hand on the table and gave Shahar an appreciative smile. Thank you for your hard work. Shahar waved his hand quickly and said very humbly, Sir, please don't do this. It is my honor to serve you. Well, there should be warehouses and cellars in the castle, and you will be responsible for keeping all these supplies. Luo Ning began to make the first step of personnel arrangements. Do a good job, Shahar. From now on, you will be the steward of Shanline Fort. Shahar was stunned for a moment after hearing this. His dream is to become a great butler like Halwater. Now, he has finally taken the first step in his life, from valet to housekeeper. Although he is only the steward of the remote mountain forest castle, he has discovered during this time that following the master in front of him, he will definitely have a world in the future. Shahar immediately knelt on one knee and said, The 7 gods testify that Shahar will definitely live up to your trust in me. Haha, get up. Luo Ning raised his hand and handed over a piece of parchment on the table. Those servants of Prince can no longer be used. I will leave the recruitment of new servants to you. This is the salary range table I have drawn up. You should implement it according to this standard. Okay, sir. Shahar took the parchment and read it carefully. The above classifies the types of servants, such as trainee servants, rough servants, kitchen chefs, kitchen busboys, valets, butlers, housekeepers, etc., and gives a brief description, and also divides the salary range. The highest paid person is the butler, who is responsible for all management affairs in the castle, but must be clearly separated from the maid's living area, life, etc. The salary is 8 copper coins per day. The salary of housekeepers and chefs is at the second level, with 6 copper coins per day. The lowest is the trainee servant, who only has 1 copper coin per day. Our castle is not big now and we don't have many people. We are in the early stages. The salary I offer you is 8 copper coins per day. Luo Ning smiled and said, when our castle expands and there are more people and things under our control, I will give you a salary increase. A butler in a baron's castle received a salary of 8 copper coins per day, which was only 2 gold coins a year, but it was still normal. But Shahar obviously did not expect that he would receive such treatment. Master, you are so generous. I thank you on behalf of the servants who will join the castle and myself. Do a good job, Shahar, and improve your management skills in all aspects. You will be the great steward of the Firestorm family in the future. Luo Ning didn't mind drawing the pie himself, since everyone was comfortable listening to it anyway. You can control the number and level of servants, but I have a few requirements in other aspects. Sir, please tell me. Luo Ning said, first of all, you have to find out their family background. If you have followed Prince, especially those who participated in today's betrayal, that will definitely not work. Secondly, after being selected, you have to observe their words and deeds. Don't hire those who are irresponsible, lazy, or restless. Lastly, and most importantly, be loyal to me. Shahar kept these 3 points in mind. Sir, I remember it. Luo Ning waved his hand. Okay, let's go down. When I meet my subjects tomorrow, you can recruit servants. Watching Shahar leave his study, Luo Ning stretched. After a busy day, he could finally take a quiet rest alone. However, some people are destined to never rest. For example, David, should be searching with Tom at the home of the 3 professional knights led by Thane in Hillwood Town. I don't know how much property these people can leave to Luo Ning. The night is quiet. While waiting for 12 o'clock in the morning, Luo Ning was thinking about how to deal with the Thane territory. It is always not safe to fabricate the idea that McCann is a high-level peak knight. In this location of Shanline Town, if you want to go out, you will pass by the edge of Thane. Once the opponent intercepts, it will be like trying to catch a turtle in a urn, very passive. As analyzed before, Baron Lyson is afraid of 2 things. One is that he is afraid that Wushanbao will know about his embezzlement of Shanline Town's tax revenue, and the other is that he is afraid that Wushanbao will know about killing me. Luo Ning lay on the bed with his hands on his hands. After thinking about it, he still felt that he needed to use Wushanbao's power to intimidate the other party. First let Wushanbao know about the other party's embezzlement of tax revenue, and then take the second matter into hand. The reason why Luo Ning didn't want to tell Wushanbao about Lyson's plot to kill him was because he wanted to keep the Thane territory and poke it out when the time was right. As for when the time is right, that was naturally the time when he had the ability to kill Baron Lyson and bring the Thane territory into his own name. Once Wushanbao learns that the Thane territory has done such a thing, it will definitely send someone to investigate. At that time, Baron Lyson should be too tired to deal with this matter and have no time to take care of Hillwood Town. This will give Luo Ning a long buffer time. You have to send someone out tomorrow to deliver the message. The professional knights needed to stay with Luo Ning and obviously could not be sent out. Luo Ning could only choose 2 guards to deliver the message. Paired with ordinary war horses, the danger should not be great if we set off quickly through the forest during the day. If we let them go to Heshang Town to borrow the Green family's messenger bird to send a letter to Wushan Castle, Baron Herman will not refuse it, right? Messenger birds are tools for conveying messages in this world, somewhat similar to homing pigeons. It is about 50 centimeters long, fast and has high endurance. It is said that it can fly 1,000 miles a day. By using it to deliver letters, things from Shanline Town can be brought to Wushanbao in one day. Luo Ning also wanted to get a few messenger birds, but this thing requires specialized people to train. It cannot be used just by catching it. The messenger birds must remember the locations of the 2 ends. Time passed slowly while thinking, and soon reached 0 o'clock. Unknowingly, it has been 14 days since Luo Ning came to this world, and he received the second heartwarming gift box by signing in. Attribute points plus 25. Energy essence plus 25. Compared with the last time, this heartwarming gift box has 5 more attribute points and energy essence. It's actually more heartwarming. Luo Ning spent all his attribute points on the magician level with ease, and now the progress has reached 101 150ths. With the current amount of mental power and mana, he can perform the Qingfeng technique many times. It's a pity that this first level magic seems to have no other effect besides blowing up a woman's skirt. Oh, by the way, it can be used to blow away dust during general cleaning. In just over a week, I will be able to complete the magician's progress, and by then I will be able to break through to the intermediate level. As long as he breaks through to the intermediate level, Luo Ning can learn the Wind Blade spell. That day, Pedro relied on a sneak attack to directly kill the Lake Town Knight Captain with the Wind Blade spell. Learning this spell greatly improved Luo Ning's overall strength. When all the energy essence is invested in Macan tomorrow, his knight level will be halfway to the point of becoming a true senior. Newx.com. As long as he can hold back the Thane leader and prevent him from paying attention to Hillwood Town for a period of time, Luo Ning still has a lot of room for maneuver. Meanwhile, Thane leads Baron Leeson's hall. The magic crystal lamp shines brightly, illuminating the hall. If Luo Ning were here, he might think he was back on Earth. Magicians are rare, and magicians who can make magic creations are even rarer. Therefore, this makes magic items expensive. For example, Baron Leeson's magic crystal lamp requires at least hundreds of gold coins to purchase. This is just the purchase of a lamp shell, which uses magic crystals and magic cores as energy, and this also requires a lot of gold coins. Therefore, those who can use magic crystal lamps are often nobles, and they are relatively wealthy nobles who are willing to spend such presents money. Leeson is such a seen person. Showing off his magnificence and showing off his wealth all the time is one of the things he likes to do. Sir, our intelligence is wrong. Luo Ning is protected by a high-level peak knight. We cannot guarantee that we can definitely kill him, so we did not take action. Knight Fadin was making a report, and the guards under him don't seem to be ordinary soldiers. I guess Lord Rulans still values his bloodline very much. Baron Leeson, who was sitting above, turned the huge dark blue emerald ring on his finger, digesting the results brought back by the knights. To be honest, he didn't expect it. You were right, that guy Wiggins obviously hates Ronan, but Lord Rulans values bloodline very much. He couldn't help but laugh when he said this. Lord Rulans was so heroic when he was young. Who would have thought that he would have no successor when he gets old? Even a useless grandson like Luo Ning would not hesitate to arrange a high-level knight to protect him. Fadin echoed. After all, Luo Ning has Wushan's blood flowing in his body. Maybe he has a chance to give birth to a powerful extraordinary person. Haha, then he should treat Luo Ning as a stud, let him hang out in bed every day and have more children. Deputy Unai smiled and said, isn't Luo Ning just that kind of person? But I wonder if he has slept with so many women but never given birth to a child. Will he be useless like his father? Ha 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 ha. In the hall, Leeson and several knights laughed together. When the laughter gradually subsided, Fadin put on a more worried face. Sir, although Luo Ning did not learn from Prince and others that we were planning to murder him, after he moves into Hillwood Town, he will definitely know that we have received many benefits from Hillwood Town over the years. He paused and continued. If he informs Wushanbao about this matter, it may not be a good thing for you. I have thought about this and have a way to deal with it. Baron Leeson did not panic at all, as if this matter could be easily solved. Fadin, you will leave for Shanline Town early tomorrow morning to negotiate with Luo Ning. Just say that we are willing to compensate him for the things we have taken from Shanline Town over the years, and ask him not to inform Wushanbao about this matter. Compensate. Fadin thought about this method, and then nodded slowly. My lord, your method is okay, but I don't know if Luo Ning will agree to it. Only a fool would disagree. Leeson laughed. If he chooses to inform Wushanbao about this matter, then I will find connections and ask the nobles to help talk to him, and then I will pay some money to compensate Wushanbao and the matter will be settled. Quote. But in this way, it is Shanbao who gets the money, not Shanline Town. But if Na Luoning agrees to resolve this matter with me privately, it is him, Luoning, who gets the money, not Shanbao. After speaking, he looked around at the knights present and asked with a smile, do you think Luoning would be stupid enough to not want this compensation? Everyone nodded in agreement. Luoning shouldn't be that stupid, right? In Luoning's eyes, the relationship between us and them is not life or death. Instead of letting Shanbao take the money, it would be better for him to take the money himself. Knight Fadin praised, this method of your excellency is very exquisite. The reason why they judged that there was no mortal grudge between the two sides was mainly because they had been getting along peacefully for a while in the afternoon. If there is a deadly feud, with Luoning's character and the protection of a senior knight, there will definitely be a conflict. Okay, I'll leave the matters in Shanline Town to you. I'll talk about the follow-up matters when I get back. For Baron Lyson, Hillwood Town will eventually belong to him. It used to be managed by Prince, but now it's just in Luoning's hands for a while. He stood up and ordered, Lord Orson's birthday is coming soon. I will leave for Black Python City tomorrow. This time, I will take 2 knights with me. Fadin, you and the others people stay in the territory. The Lord Orson he was talking about was Orson Hyde, the Earl of the Border. Black Python City was the central city of the Hyde family and was quite a ways away from Thane territory. Lyson went to attend the Earl's birthday party. On the one hand, he was invited, and on the other hand, he also wanted to take this opportunity to meet friends, make connections, and communicate with certain people. Things in Hillwood Town are not on the same level of importance as attending a birthday party. Okay, let's break up. Fadin, come with me and get the agreement. Baron Lyson strode out of the hall. The air on the mountain road in the early morning was very humid, and 2 fast horses were galloping on the mountain road. The strong guards on horseback were selected by Luoning to deliver the message. They were going to Lake Town to seek help from the Green family. If Baron Herman is willing to borrow the messenger bird, the 2 guards will return. Instead, the 2 of them would return to Shanbao along the way they came and deliver the letter. At this moment, they have traveled dozens of miles and will be leaving the mountainous area in 2 hours. But at this moment, opposite them, 2 fast horses ran towards them. It's the knight from yesterday. Sane took it, what is he doing here? The 2 couriers felt their hearts pounding, and couldn't help but pull the reins and stop, making way for each other. The person who came was none other than Fadin Henry, the knight captain of Thane territory. He did not expect to meet someone from Hillwood Town here. Fadin also stopped and asked, where are you going? The aura of the senior knight made the 2 guards nervous, but thinking that behind them was Baron Ronan, the lord of Hillwood Town, the 2 messengers calmed down. Although ordinary people have no power to fight back in front of knights, if the other party kills them at will, they will have to pay a huge price if it is known, and a large amount of money will be indispensable. Dear Sir Knight, we are delivering a message for Lord Ronan. One of the messengers replied. Fadin's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. Could it be that he was delivering a message to Shanbao? And it's also about Saneland and Hillwood Town. Do you know what letter Lord Luoning asked you to send? He asked quickly. Sorry, Sir Knight, we don't know the content of the letter either. Fadin frowned slightly. He came here today just to solve the trouble in the Thane territory. If Luoning's letter was really about this matter and he asked the messenger to send it out, it would be troublesome. Don't send your letters for the time being, Fadin said, 69shucks.com. After hearing this, the 2 messengers were startled and their heartbeats accelerated. This knight would not really want to cause trouble for them, right? Sorry, this is something our lord has specially told us. Without Lord Ronan's approval, we must deliver the letter. Lord Fadin, you won't stop us, right? The 2 messengers were nervous but neither humble nor overbearing. They experienced what happened yesterday, and before leaving, Luoning told them that they must stay calm enough. Haha, don't be nervous. Fadin became gentle. I am now preparing to go see your lord, Baron Ronan. The matter to be discussed may be related to the content of the letter in your hand. If you send it out, it may cause harm to your lord. A loss of hundreds of gold coins. He was very good at picking out the key points in his speech. If Lord Luoning knew that you didn't listen to my advice and caused him to lose so much, do you think he would blame him? This The two messengers looked at each other, but now they couldn't. Seeing the situation, Fadin continued, "Let's go back with me to see your master. Then I will tell him that I asked you to come back. I think he won't blame me. Also, if you need to deliver a message later, I can borrow the messenger bird from Thane territory for you to use. It will be much faster than your horse running." The two messengers were still a little hesitant, but thinking that this matter might be related to the master's wealth plan, they finally chose to compromise. "Haha, okay, let's go then. I'll ask you to inform me later." Fadin laughed, pulled the reins and prepared to continue on his way. "By the way, Master Luo-Ning said yesterday that there is a high-level professional knight among you. Is he that majestic big man?" The two messengers turned their horses' heads and said in amusement, "That's Lord McCann. Lord McCann is so powerful. It is said that if 2 or 3 high-level peak knights besiege him at the same time, he can remain invincible." A serious light flashed in Fadin's eyes. This McCann is a difficult opponent and must be taken seriously in the future. In fact, he didn't know that the reason why the two messengers said this was because Luo-Ning specifically told them during training in the morning. Regardless of whether they are people from Shanline Town or others, anyone who asks about the strength of the guard officer will always answer in this way. On the other side, Luo-Ning was taking McCann, Shahar and others to the pasture west of the town. David and Tom had already informed the Lord that they were going to meet the people last night, and agreed to meet at the western pasture at 10 o'clock this morning. There are not many people around Luo-Ning now. 10 injured guards are recuperating. 2 of them were sent out by him as messengers. There are still 5 left in the castle, and there are only 12 guards who can accompany him. Ordinary guards didn't have much fighting power in front of extraordinary beings. Luo-Ning brought them purely for show. At this moment, the western grassland is crowded with people, and the residents have been waiting here early. The scene of the new lord entering the town yesterday has been spread among the people. Although Prince is a traitor, this lord killed so many people in one breath, and he is a vicious person at first glance. How dare they let the lord wait here? At this moment, basically all the residents have come over. Even those who are seriously ill and unable to walk, their families will carry them here. When Luo-Ning came outside the pasture, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. His first feeling was, "God, why are there so many people?" The second feeling is joy from the heart. It's better to have more people. With more people, the difficulty of completing the prosperous population achievement will be greatly reduced. With the appearance of Luo-Ning, the originally bustling crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone focused their attention on Luo-Ning, fearing that making any noise would make the lord unhappy. This was the first time for Luo-Ning to be looked at by so many people, and it was impossible not to feel nervous at all. But now that he is a lord, he cannot lose face in front of his subjects. He took a deep breath and stepped towards the higher ground. There was no specially built platform, just a small raised soil slope on the grass. Well, there is nothing pompous about such a meeting. But there was no way. This matter was arranged hastily, and Luo-Ning did not have a political officer. Thinking of this, Luo-Ning really had a headache. Administrative officers are not like servants who can be recruited casually. If you want to take on the role of a political officer, you must at least learn to read, write. Ronan looked at his men. 30 guards, including David, were not enough. In addition, there were only McCann, Elrond, Shahar and Tom. Shahar is the steward of the castle, and the others are extraordinary beings, none of whom are suitable to serve as political officers. After a brief moment of wandering thoughts, Ronan's attention returned to the present. He glanced at Elrond beside him. The other party understood, and immediately stepped forward and said loudly, "Residents of Shanline Town, the bloodline of the great Wushan family, Lord of Shanline Town, Baron Luo-Ning, are standing in front of you at this moment. No matter what your status is, now, salute to the Lord and offer your loyalty." Elrond has read a lot of books during this period, including 2 knightly novels. The lines in them are like this. He used them vividly. As his words fell, everyone began to salute. The serfs knelt on the ground one after another, while the free people bowed deeply to show respect. Luo-Ning looked over and saw that most of the people were kneeling on the ground. But no matter who it was, they all shouted loudly, "Greetings to the Lord." More than 1,000 people shouted at the same time, converging into a huge sound stream, which made people feel excited. Luo Ning looked at this group of leaders and felt very excited. This was his foundation. I accept your loyalty, fellow citizens. He responded loudly, starting from today, we will clarify our respective rights and obligations. Luo Ning didn't need to say too much about the scene, especially when facing his own subjects. As my subjects, your first rule is to be loyal to Hillwood Town and to me, Ronan Firestorm. You need to work hard for me and work to build Hillwood Town. As your lord, I will use my rights and fulfill my obligations. I will give you strong protection, stable security and a better life. After saying these words, Ronan glanced at Elrond. The other party understood and immediately said, the light from Lord will protect you all forever. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hands, shining brightly. This scene directly shocked the people below. At this time, a beam of light emitted from Elrond's hand and went straight to a wounded man in the crowd with a bandage on his arm. Everyone followed the direction of the light and stared at the wounded man. The wounded man was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted in surprise, my injury is healed. With an excited look on his face, he tore off the bandage on his arm. People were surprised to find that the wound on his arm that still had blood had healed. 7 gods above, what kind of magical ability is this? The man looked up at Elrond, with awe in his eyes. At this time, Elrond used the flash technique on Ronan. At the same time, he shouted, this is the light from Lord Luo Ning. He allows me to give this light to you and protect you. The glowing Luo Ning now gave rise to endless mysterious images in the hearts of these serfs and free people. They opened their mouths and widened their eyes, as if they had seen gods at this moment. McCann pulled out his long sword, his fighting spirit rose, and a ray of light shot straight into the sky, majestic. Let us shout, long live Lord Luo Ning. The citizens were stunned for a moment, and then many people reacted and started shouting. The voices were sparse and not very unified at first, but as more and more people chanted, the voices became louder and more unified. Long live Lord Luo Ning. Long live Lord Luo Ning. Long live Lord Luo Ning. Magicians with light attributes do have a unique advantage in winning over people's hearts, because a healing spell can give an immediate effect to the injured person. When pain is relieved and treated, who doesn't have a good impression of the healer? Of course, the person who was just treated by Elrond was arranged by Ronan in advance and was pretended to be a guard who was injured in yesterday's battle and has not yet recovered. This meeting, according to the script arranged by Luo Ning, was very successful, and his positive image as a lord was initially established. Next, Luo Ning will let Elrond serve as a country doctor for a period of time, visiting every household in Shanline Town to provide rescue for those who have suffered trauma. Although Elrond will definitely be favored by the people of the realm, the magician will trumpet Ronan's kindness during the treatment process, turning this charity campaign into the policy of the Lord. Amidst the cheers of the people, Luo Ning left the grassland. Next, this place is handed over to Elrond and Shahar. The newly promoted butler initially plans to recruit 20 servants. These 20 servants include 1 valet, 1 maid, 4 people in the kitchen, 5 people doing chores, and 9 people in charge of livestock. Luo Ning was shocked when he heard Shahar give this list in the morning. Why does one castle require so many people? But after the butler's analysis, he realized that the castle was like this, and so many servants were relatively few. In the end, he approved the plan. After this round of recruitment, Luo Ning did a simple calculation and found out that he had to pay 21 gold coins a year just for servants. In addition, his guards and the extraordinary beings around him also need to be paid. Even though McCann and Elrond were summoned by him, they still have their own lives. They can't buy bread and have to borrow money from him as a lord, right? Moreover, as Ronan's right-hand men, McCann and Elrond gave them reasonable salaries, which also helped them establish their own prestige. Combined with the salary standards provided by Halward, Luo Ning set a standard of 30 days for junior high school and senior knights. Tom was still in the inspection period, and Luo Ning only gave him 20 copper coins per day, and promised that as long as he passed the inspection, he would immediately return to the same level as David. As for magicians, for this rare and special extraordinary profession, the salary standard is much higher than that of knights of the same level. Junior, middle and senior levels are respectively set at 50, 100, and 500 copper coins per day. After this calculation, the guards and the extraordinary people under their command need to spend 103 gold coins a year. Luo Ning now confiscated the property of the 3 knights of Thane and completed the first deposit, so his deposit was only over 100. Only enough for 1 year's labor expenses. As for how to squeeze. In fact, it is not difficult to see that the bulk of this expense lies in the extraordinary people and guards. The latter was worth 2 copper coins a day, so there was little room for exploitation, while the former was not easy to exploit. Just imagine, if there is a high-level knight outside who wants to defect to Luoning, but when asked about McCann's salary, it is actually 10 copper coins per day. Do you think that high-level knight will defect to Luo Ning? Therefore, Luo Ning should consider how to make money. He tapped his forehead, feeling sad. First of all, we should have a comprehensive understanding of the territory's resources, and we need to patrol the territory. But before that, political officers need to be recruited. When Ronan thought of the political officer, he thought of Prince. If he hadn't killed this guy yesterday, maybe he could have gotten some useful information out of his mouth. Prince, Thaneland, da. A fast horse galloped over from a distance, attracting Luo Ning's attention. When he saw the other person's face clearly, he was surprised. Bob. Didn't I ask him and Marseille to deliver the letter? Why are you back? His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something unexpected happened on the road? McCann shouted. Bob, why are you back? Bob came to Ronan and quickly dismounted. My lord, is the knight Fadin led by Thane coming here with his retinue? Luo Ning was shocked and his face changed slightly. Tell me clearly, what's going on? Bob then told how he met Fadin on the road and how he persuaded him and Marseille to return. My lord, Marseille is accompanying Fadin outside the castle right now. Ronan glanced behind him. At this time, David and Tom were maintaining order there, and McCann was the only one beside him. However, Fadin only brought 1 retinue of knights, so he probably wasn't looking for trouble. If Luo Ning asked more people to accompany him, it would actually look like he was afraid. Let's go and see what this Fadin is going to do. Ronan asked McCann to go with him, and at the same time told Bob, stop sending letters to Marseille when you return later, and wait for my notification. In addition, don't mention this matter to other guards, and keep it confidential. Yes, sir, Bob responded seriously. This time to send the letter, he and Marseille were selected by McCann. Although after the age of 18, it is unlikely to awaken to the extraordinary, but they can still be reused because of their flexible mind and strong body. Given the opportunity to perform in front of the Lord, they would naturally seize it. Not long after, Luo Ning quickly returned to the outside of the castle. From afar, he saw Fadin and his retinue standing outside. Next to him were Marseille and 2 guards at the castle gate. Haha, Sir Fadin, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Luo Ning walked over with a smile and spoke very naturally. Fadin saluted Luo Ning seriously. Good day, Lord Baron. I have taken the liberty of coming to disturb you again. He did not beat around the bush and directly explained his purpose. Today I brought Lord Lyson's letter and wanted to negotiate a deal with you and the Lord of Shanline Town. Trade, is there still a deal between Hillwood Town and Saneland? Luo Ning's expression remained unchanged, and he said with a smile, then please invite Sir to enter the castle with me. Gladly, Fadin spoke in a calm manner, but before that, please forgive me for stopping your messenger, because I think this may affect our cooperation. Oh, Luo Ning's expression changed. Isn't this deal related to the Thane territory's embezzlement of Mountain Forest Town's tax revenue? It's all little things. Luo Ning didn't seem to mind at all, but he knew in his heart that the way out of Shanline Town was at risk of being cut off by the Thane territory. Come on, sir, welcome to my castle. Fadin followed, smiling on his face but disapproving in his heart. What is my castle? Many buildings in this castle were built and repaired by Prince. Before yesterday, he didn't need to wait or notify if he wanted to enter this castle. In less than a day, the place changed its owner. However, Fadin believed in Lyson. When the Baron returned from Black Python City, he would probably start planning how to deal with Luo Ning. I believe that sooner or later, Shanline Town will fall into the Thane territory. By then, he, Fadin, would probably have a large manor of his own here. Chapter 41. Luo Ning brought Fadin to the fortress hall of Hillwood Castle. This was actually a more formal attitude. I'm sorry, Sir Fadin. Due to Prince's betrayal, my castle temporarily does not have enough manpower to provide you with drinks or other services. Luo Ning was the first to take a seat. While talking about the situation, he motioned for the other party to sit down as well. The Shanline Fort fortress is very simple. The huge stone hall has small windows on the surrounding walls. Even if the sun shines in, the brightness is not great. McCann could only instruct the guards to light the candles in the hall. Fadin had some objections to Ronan's lack of etiquette in receiving him, but naturally he would not say it out loud. He just complimented, "The Baron is really efficient in doing things, very similar to your father's style." Luo Ning raised his eyebrows. Is the other person's words praising him or hurting him? I wonder what important matters you have here today. Luo Ning didn't want to go around the bush and chose to directly ask the other party's purpose. Fadin did not answer immediately, but asked, "Lord Luo Ning, I wonder what the purpose of the letter you asked the guards to send to Wushan Fort was." He is still trying to find out the contents of the letter sent by Bob and Marseille. Nobles care about face very much. Even if there are conflicts between the two parties, they will still laugh and smile when they meet on ordinary occasions, and will keep the stabbing behind their backs. Therefore, during the time when Luo Ning met Fadin, he also paid attention to maintaining the protagonist's hospitable attitude. But when he heard Fadin's question, after 2 seconds of thinking, his face turned cold. You should know what the Thane territory has obtained from our mountain forest town over the years. If he were only submissive at this time, he would be living up to yesterday's wonderful performance. Luo Ning must show that he is not afraid of offending Thane leader. The expression on Fadin's face became more solemn. At the same time, he was glad that he stopped the 2 messengers on the road, otherwise, Thane would be in trouble this time. He was also complaining in his heart about why Luo Ning was so hasty in doing things, without giving both parties some room to relax. Sure enough, as the rumors said, Wiggins and Luo Ning are indeed similar father and sons to Wushanbao. I know a little bit about what the adults said. Fadin came up with the lines he had thought of. Your Excellency may not know that the security situation in Shanline town is not good. To the west are the Wushan Warcraft Mountains that are harassing the town, and to the north and east are the remnants of the savage tribe in the woods. Poulin if Saint, the political officer, wants to maintain law and order here and ensure that he can serve Wushanbao. He can only seek help from the Thane territory, which is closest to Shanline town. Luo Ning deliberately asked, "So, you have grabbed so much wealth from Shanline town? For this kind of embezzlement, I will report it to Wushan Castle and let my father and my grandfather judge Baron Lyson." "My lord, what you said is incorrect." Fadin stood up, performed a knight's salute, and began to defend. "Sir, my master, Baron Lyson, has fulfilled his responsibility as a vassal of Wushan Castle and sent troops to protect Shanline town for Wushan Castle. Prince, those special things are just remuneration to us. How can this be called embezzling the wealth of Wushanbao?" Luo Ning mocked. "As a vassal, it is your duty to help the lord suppress the rebellion. Baron Lyson still wants reward." "You are right, but that was also when Wushanbao ordered that Thane leader take action." Fadin defended again, "And our action was based on Prince's request and promise. Wushanbao did not give the order. If this matter is to be investigated, the biggest criminal is also Prince. Whose fault is bigger and whose fault is smaller, I don't want to know, and I don't want to ask. Luo Ning didn't care. I just need to tell my father about you. I think, with his character, Baron Lyson will definitely pay the price." Fadin knew that it would not make sense to talk to Ronan like this, so he stopped talking and began to reveal Baron Lyson's plan. "Sir, if you report this matter to Wushanbao, in the end, Thaneland may compensate Wushanbao with a certain amount of money or resources." He said, sitting down again, with a hint of confusion in his tone, "That money was given to Wushanbao, and you won't get a cent." Luo Ning's heart moved. Here comes the other party's true intention. He waved his hand and sat down on the chair. "I'm not interested in money. I just hope that Wushanbao can teach Baron Lyson a certain lesson and let him know not to stretch his hands too long." Knight Fadin scolded Ronan 100 times in his heart. He felt that the other person had no sense at all. He just said this. "Don't you understand? My lord, Baron Lyson wishes to compensate you. He stopped talking nonsense and directly showed his cards. As long as you no longer pursue the mistakes made by Thane territory due to stepping into Prince's trap over the years, Lord Lyson is willing to compensate you. Perhaps because he was worried that Luo Ning still couldn't understand, Fadin continued to explain, you report it to Wushanbao and Thane territory will compensate Wushanbao. But if you don't pursue it, our compensation will fall into your pocket. Luo Ning felt very happy. Just now she was thinking that she didn't have enough money to spend, but she didn't expect that Thane would understand and come to give money. Compensate me. He pretended to be very interested. How does Baron Lyson say he wants to compensate? Fadin raised 2 fingers. Lord Lyson is willing to pay Shanline Town 200 gold coins at a time. Just want to send someone away with 200 gold coins. Luo Ning shook his head repeatedly. I am a bloodline of the Wushan family, how could I deceive Wushan Castle with him? He looked disdainful. Sir Fadin, please go back, and please don't block my messenger again. Otherwise, I don't mind letting Knight McCann keep you in Hillwood Castle for a long time. Fadin was disgusted by Luo Ning's words. He had just looked at Luo Ning with an attitude that was clearly interested. Now he refused so decisively, which was nothing more than disgust with Qian Shao. At such a young age, he actually looks like a greedy businessman. 300. Fadin raised 3 fingers and said, 300 gold coins, I hope you can change your mind. Luo Ning asked coldly, fairness and justice are my creeds. Lord Lyson is testing me. 400, sir, 400 is enough, right? Fadin felt like he was negotiating business with a disgusting businessman. Shanline Town only provides some food to the Thane territory every year. After so many years, the total is probably less than 400 gold coins. Luo Ning chuckled. Although he didn't know how much Prince gave Thane, it was definitely more than 400 gold coins. Sir Fadin, you must know that Baron Lyson is committing a crime. Once Wushan Castle finds out, the punishment will be huge. While cursing Luo Ning for pretending to be upright despite being too little, Fadin looked embarrassed and said, Sir, 400 gold coins is really a lot. Luo Ning held out a finger, I won't embarrass you. 1,000 gold coins. As long as Baron Lyson compensates me 1,000 gold coins, I can pretend that I haven't discovered anything about Prince and you. Fadin opened his mouth, as if he thought he heard something wrong. Good guy, asking for 1,000 gold coins directly is really greedy. Does the other party know what 1,000 gold coins is? Fadin calmed down his fluctuating breathing. If he hadn't seen the tall McCann standing nearby, he would have really wanted to rush up and strangle this greedy guy. Sir, even though Baron Lyson has some savings, it is impossible for you to ask him to take out 1,000 gold coins at once. Fadin shook his head. Even if you want to report it to Wushanbao, the final verdict of the Marquis will probably not be this amount, so you might as well report it. Is it really impossible to get 1,000 gold coins? Luo Ning smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you don't have 1,000 gold coins. Baron Lyson can pay for it with cattle. I heard that there are a lot of black buffaloes in Marsh Town. I like to eat beef. Just give me 30 or 40. Fadin twitched his lips. Yes, there are many swamps in Thane territory, which is suitable for black buffalo to survive. Over the years, Baron Lyson has made a lot of money by taming black buffaloes, but Luo Ning said there were 30 or 40 of them. This is complete nonsense. To be honest, if Master Lyson hadn't repeatedly requested to ease the situation first, he would probably have gotten up and left immediately. But the negotiation will continue. Sir, there really aren't that many. When negotiating the price, be patient. Luo Ning is very patient. After all, he has the bargaining chip now and the advantage lies with me. However, he also knew that the asking price of 1,000 gold coins was indeed too high, and the other party was unwilling to pay even if he had an estimate. So it will also slowly decrease. After going back and forth and consuming 2 glasses of cold water, both parties finally reached an agreement. 1 male black buffalo and 10 female black buffalo. Ronan took the pen and signed his name on the parchment, with a lingering smile on his face. Please also ask Sir to go back and tell Baron Lyson, I guarantee that no one else will know about this matter. Fadin put away the signed parchment, and at the same time took out the bag containing gold coins from his arms and handed it to Luo Ning. Sir, there are 600 gold coins in it. Obviously, the most Baron Lyson gave was 600 gold coins. As he spoke, Fadin took out 8 more gold coins from his pocket and added them in. This was his own private money and had been paid in advance. The moment he took the money bag, long-lost words appeared in front of Luo Ning's eyes. Prosperous wealth, achievement achieved, attribute points plus 20, energy essence plus 40. Sir, count them. Luo Ning chuckled and put the money bag aside. No need to count, I have never doubted your credibility, sir. Fadin could not laugh at all. Not only did he give away all the 600 gold coins prepared by Baron Lyson, he also took out 8 gold coins himself. I will send 2 of my retinues to deliver those cows you just talked about tomorrow. Fadin cursed in his heart, but maintained his posture and bowed. Then, Fadin bids farewell to your lord. No, Luo Ning bared his teeth and smiled, I'll have someone prepare a lunch right now. Sir, you must stay. Lord Lyson is about to leave for Black Python City to celebrate Count Orson Hyde's birthday. I have to rush back to recover. Please don't blame Lord Luo Ning. In fact, Lyson left in the morning. He just found a reasonable reason to leave. However, this reason made Luo Ning wary. Is there any connection between this Baron Lyson and the Hyde family of Earls of the Border? Then he will have to be more vigilant in the future. Luo Ning no longer tried to persuade you to stay. If that's the case, then I won't force you to stay. Please say hello to Baron Lyson for me. With his warm farewell, Fadin and his knights left the castle, got on their horses and galloped away. Luo Ning also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After going through this incident, it can be guaranteed that at least for a period of time, the Thane leader will not come to trouble him. Moreover, Baron Lyson went to Black Python City to celebrate his birthday, and he might not be back for 10 days and a half. Even if we want to deal with him, we have to wait until Lyson returns. After all, Fadin is just a canonized knight and cannot make the decision to attack the nobles. Congratulations, sir, for raising such a large amount of gold coins. McCann congratulated with a smile. Haha, thanks to us having a good place to live. Luo Ning was very happy. Let someone notify Bob and Marseille so that they don't have to deliver the letter. By the way, remember to burn the letter. Okay, sir, I'll inform you right away. Wait a minute. Luo Ning shouted. He called up McCann's attribute interface, consumed all the 40 points of energy essence, and the opponent's knight level progress increased to 135 200s. The feeling of getting stronger made McCann feel comfortable all over. He didn't expect that after a wave of strength in the morning, he would improve again within a few hours. Thank you for the gift, sir. Luo Ning patted the opponent on the shoulder. Go ahead and train me a few more professional knights like David. He can add points to McCann and Elrond, but he cannot add points to David. If these people want to become extraordinary professionals, they need to work hard on their own, and the same is true if they want to improve their strength level. Therefore, David and the others need to train, compete and fight in order to become stronger and stronger. McCann could fill this role very well. McCann must go all out. The guard officer solemnly performed a knight's salute, and then left with enthusiasm. Luo Ning called up the attribute panel, added some points to himself, and walked towards the study. After feeling the pleasure brought by the surge in mental power, Luo Ning's magician progress reached 126 150ths. I only need to get 24 more attribute points, and I can break through and become an intermediate professional. After receiving the gold coins from the Thane territory, Luo Ning now has 3 channels to obtain attribute points. Sign in every month, receive generous first deposit gifts, and become a master of achievement. In the next 6 days, through monthly sign-in, he can only obtain 6 attribute points. After completing the first deposit, in addition to allowing him to summon professional knights with Blazing Sun qualifications, there was also a luxurious gift bag, which Luo Ning estimated would contain attribute points. In addition to these 2, the last is the Achievement Master interface. Luo Ning looked over. At this time, the Prosperous Wealth achievement is the same as the previous Killing Master achievement. It has also advanced to a new stage after completing the first stage. Prosperous Wealth. Get 1000 gold coins at one time. Reward, attribute points plus 50, energy essence plus 100. Compared with the first stage, this time Luo Ning needs to obtain 1000 gold coins at one time. Although Luo Ning's current savings have exceeded 1,000 gold coins, this does not mean that making money is so easy. More than 900 of his gold coins were given away by Wushanbao, Heshang Town, and Fadin. The rest were all taken from people who killed people, such as Pedro the Magician, Prince, and so on. What he really earned? Sorry, not a single point. No matter where you go in the world, you have to make money. This is really a headache. Luo Ning currently only knows one source of wealth in Shanline Town, and that is selling food. According to Fadin, a lot of food has been sent to Thane territory in recent years. Luo Ning now does not need to pay tribute to Thane, so he can naturally sell the food he produces every year. But food is not as profitable as the horses from Muma City and the black buffalo from Thane. If you sell 10,000 kilograms of barley, you can earn 30 gold coins. If he wants to earn 1,000 gold at a time by selling big items, he needs to prepare 330,000 barley. How can there be so much barley for sale in Shanline Town? Obviously, this road is not easy to pass. I don't know if Shanline Town has any specialties. Arriving at the study, Luo Ning sat on a chair and rummaged through the books on the desk. Actually there were not many, but unfortunately, Prince did not leave any introduction text about the products of Hillwood Town. I need to inspect the territory. Luo Ning has made up his mind to inspect the territory in the past 2 days. At the same time, he is also preparing to recruit political officers from Shanline Town. At this stage, his requirements for the administrative officer can be lowered. He does not need the other party to have any governance capabilities. He only needs the other party to be able to convey his meaning and complete the things he tells him seriously and responsibly. Whether you are a serf or a free citizen, as long as you can read and have a little bit of logic, you can sign up. Luo Ning planned to wait for Shahar to recruit the castle servants and then let the other party issue a notice to recruit political officers. In addition to these two things, he also needs to go to Muma City to buy the magic crystal before Baron Lyson comes back to celebrate his birthday. For ordinary people, it is a very fortunate thing to be able to enter the castle and become the servants of lords and nobles. First of all, as long as you join the castle, it means that in most cases you don't need to worry about going hungry or freezing, and you can also have a stable income. Secondly, when you enter the castle, you will have the opportunity to get close to the nobles. If you are lucky, you will have the opportunity to receive rewards, and you may even have the opportunity to change your destiny and improve your class. So when Shahar on the grassland announced that Shanline Fort was recruiting 20 servants, the people who had not dispersed became excited, and many people volunteered to rush forward. If it weren't for the extraordinary knights David and Tom maintaining order at the scene, it is estimated that the young butler would have been completely surrounded by the surging crowd. The competition for the job was very intense, but with Shahar's words, many people immediately stopped. The reason is that Shanlimbao, except for chefs, only needs people in the age range of 18 to 35 years old. Those who are above this age will have no chance. Next is the big screening. When it comes to selecting people, Shahar first abides by the 3 requirements put forward by Luo Ning, and secondly follows some of the standards he set himself. For example, the servants who are responsible for picking and moving things in the castle are required to look strong and powerful. For example, for someone who works as Luo Ning's personal servant, he requires that he looks good, is smart, and reacts quickly. Another example is the personal maid. Although the master seems not to be interested in women, Shahar feels that the personal maid should be as beautiful as possible. After all, when Luo Ning goes out to visit other nobles in the future, valets and maids will have to accompany him. If he looks weird, it will be detrimental to the reputation of the Baron of Hillwood Town. Shahar will never allow such things to happen. Therefore, he spent a short time selecting other servants, but spent a long time on the 2 positions of valet and valet. It wasn't until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Shahar gathered 20 servants and brought them to the castle to meet Luo Ning. On the grass outside the main building of the inner castle, Luo Ning looked at the servants standing in several rows in front of him and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Shahar, things went well." Shahar bowed and said, "Thank you, sir, for your compliment." As he spoke, he began to introduce. The 3 people standing at the front are Galen, the valet, Bella, the valet, and Bandel, the kitchen chef. Galen is a 1. There are 4 people in total. His father was a guard who came here with the Earl in the early years to be in charge of logistics. Bella is also a free citizen on level 1, farming some fields. Mrs. Bandel is 38 years old. Although she is older, I personally went to her shabby bakery and ate the food she made. Compared with others, it is the best. When he introduced them, these new and somewhat nervous servants saluted and said hello to Luo Ning. 1 and 2 of them were very reserved. After all, the Lord's name killing was outside the scope of the matter. Ronan looked at them. These people all wore clothes made of linen, and the styles were relatively similar. The difference was that some people's clothes were newer, and some people's clothes had several patches on them. The living environment was not good at first glance. Diamond suit are. This is normal. After all, they are civilians in mountainous areas. It is good if they can grow strong and wear clothes. The requirements cannot be too high. But this maid made Luo Ning take a second look. She was quite beautiful. With a little dressing up, she might be even prettier than Prince's 2 lovers. Shahar is worthy of being someone who learned from Wushanbao, and he still has some vision. Behind these 3 people are the ordinary servants in the castle, the servants responsible for livestock and so on. Luo Ning didn't put much effort into remembering their names. After all, the first 3 people were probably the only ones who had more contact with him in daily life. Very well, you are welcome to join us. After Shahar finished his introduction, Luo Ning said a few words of welcome. Shahar, there should be some uniforms for the servants in the castle. You can distribute them later. In addition, teach them basic etiquette, especially Galen and Bella. They may follow me out later, and some habits in their behavior need to be changed. Shahar felt relieved. Before he came, he thought that the master would find fault with 2 people and ask him to recruit again. Unexpectedly, all 20 people passed. Don't worry, sir, I will teach them basic etiquette after we go down. I will pay special attention to Galen and Bella. Luo Ning did not continue to express any more opinions on the servant issue. Shahar was educated and could just leave these matters to him. First release the second recruitment information to Shanline Town. He had to arrange the affairs of the political officer first, and said, I need to recruit a political officer. All the citizens of Shanline Town can come to the castle to apply for the job at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Of course, not everyone can. He emphasized. In addition to the points mentioned yesterday, the age can be relaxed, including 40 years old and below. In addition, you must be able to read and write most words, and your mobility cannot be restricted. I am afraid that just knowing most of the text will filter out a large number of people. Because in this world, knowledge is expensive. A book with dozens of pages bound in parchment usually sells for a few silver coins. It's pretty good if ordinary people can provide their family with 3 meals a day. How can they have the extra energy and money to study and buy books? After Luo Ning waited for Shahar to go down with his servants, he began to think about the questions he would ask the interviewers tomorrow. After all, if there were too many applicants, he still needed to screen them. After a while, Luo Ning finalized the question, then came to the window and cast the breeze technique outside. This spell is not very difficult for a wind attribute magician to learn for beginners. In addition, Luo Ning's attribute affinity has reached super level. After learning it that night, he can quickly cast it with 100% success. The reason why he continues to practice is mainly to improve his proficiency and stability in carving spell patterns with his mental power, and to prepare for making spell scrolls later. The magician Pedro said that making a spell scroll requires the magician's mental power and mana output to be extremely stable in order to carve spell lines on the skin of the monster. If this condition is not met, the spell scroll cannot be made, just like Pedro tried many times, but in the end it was just a waste. Luo Ning obviously meets this condition. His mental strength and mana are very stable, so making spell scrolls should not be a problem in the future. He also asked Elrond in private, and the other party seemed to meet this condition. In other words, in the future Shanline Town, 2 magicians can make spell scrolls. Luo Ning thought carefully. If there were no special products in Shanline Town, he could sell the spell scrolls as resources. Moreover, once their magician level becomes higher and they can create powerful spell scrolls, they can then be used as a strategic resource. If there is a magic that can destroy a city in an instant, and Luo Ning can make it into a spell scroll, then this scroll is equivalent to a nuclear weapon. Of course, this was just his imagination. He didn't know whether there was any heaven-defying magic in this world. These are all things for later. At this stage, a second-level healing spell scroll can definitely sell well. In this way, Luo Ning can also complete a certain amount of money accumulation. In addition to the spell scrolls, Luo Ning is also planning to rely on the memories of his past life to see if he can develop some industries. Like liquor, people in this world like to drink very much. From the nobles to ordinary people, they all have the habit of drinking. There are many people who are addicted to alcohol. However, all they drank were beer and wine. The former nobles had never been exposed to liquor, so they obviously did not have liquor. This gave Luo Ning a very clear market. However, Luo Ning has not actually practiced how to make liquor. It is estimated that it will take a long time of exploration and experimentation. Fortunately, he already had the theoretical knowledge, but what he lacked was practical practice. Luo Ning was very confident in himself. With the addition of more than 20 servants, Shanlim Castle began normal operations. Luo Ning's daily life was temporarily freed from the rush and anxiety, and he began to spend more time practicing swordsmanship and magic. Early the next morning, under the service of Maid Bella, Luo Ning put on the formal clothes brought from Wushan Fort. The maid Bella acted very reserved, not even daring to raise her head. Although she had been trained by Shahar, this was her first time practicing on a lord, so she was a little confused. Luo Ning didn't show anything strange on the surface, but he still felt strange in his heart when a woman was dressing her so intimately. He wanted to do it himself, but it was a pity that he was not very good at doing this kind of palace collar clothing. "Don't worry, Bella, you can just relax," Luo Ning reminded. "We have plenty of time." Yes, sir," Bella responded in a low voice. Her face turned red, her fingers became a little unruly when working with the palace collar, and her body seemed to be getting weaker and weaker due to nervousness. Fortunately, the clothes were almost worn, and after smoothing out a few clothes corners, the maid Bella could finally breathe. She completed her first service successfully. Luo Ning lowered his head and looked at his outfit. With his gorgeous service and tall figure, he looked quite handsome. "Well done, Bella." The maid blushed and lowered her head. "Thank you for the compliment, sir. Bella can do better next time. I look forward to it," Luo Ning said and walked out of the locker room. Outside, the valet Galen was waiting there. "Sir, Shahar has already brought the people who came to apply for political affairs officers to the lobby of the fort." "Then let's go there," Luo Ning asked as he walked. "How many people are here in total?" Galen replied, 3 in total." "Only 3. Hearing this number, Luo Ning didn't know what to say for a while. Galen explained. "At dawn, more than a dozen people came outside the castle, and they all wanted to be your administrative officers. However, after the screening by Shahar's housekeeper, some of the less capable ones were eliminated, and in the end only 3. After leaving the inner fort, Luo Ning came to the outer fort hall, which was a relatively open wooden room usually only used by Shahar or Makan. For example, it was here that the housekeeper taught the newlyweds etiquette last night. Luo Ning entered the room, and Shahar greeted him. "Sir, these are the 3 people I selected after preliminary screening." When the 3 people saw Luo Ning coming, they immediately bowed and said hello to the Lord. Looking at their salutes, Luo Ning could tell that these 3 people were free men and not serfs. After all, the latter had to kneel down when they saw their lord. "We're glad you guys responded to Hillwood's recruitment." Luo Ning walked up to sit down and went directly to the topic. "But I only need 1 political officer, so I need to choose one from the 3 of you." The 3 of them were a little nervous, but they were all ready to run. "Let's start with you." Luo Ning pointed to the middle-aged man on the far left. "The remaining 2 will go out first, one by one." The man named to stay became nervous. He knew that the real exam had begun. Now there is a dispute between 2 territorial residents over a fat duck. They both say that the duck is theirs, and both sides gathered a few friends, and a small conflict broke out between a dozen people. Luo Ning asked the question he had thought about. "If you were the administrative officer of Shanline Town, how would you handle this matter?" Well, the man was stunned. He didn't seem to expect that Luo Ning would ask such a question. His mind was buzzing for a while, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He kept shouting in his heart to quickly wake up and answer the question, but he just didn't know how to answer it. As the silence lengthened, his palms, forehead, and back were covered in sweat, and his breathing became rapid. After waiting for dozens of seconds without getting a response, Luo Ning couldn't help but ask again, "Tell me, how would you handle it?" I don't know." The man sat down on the ground, his voice trembling. "Heart." Luo Ning was speechless. Even if this person can't answer, he doesn't have to sit on the ground in fear. Is his psychological quality so poor? Next, he waved his hand. Shahar quickly ran over and pulled up the applicant who was lying on the ground, and helped him out of the hall. Faced with the same problem, the second person behaved calmly. "Sir, you are the lord of Shanline Town. Everything here belongs to you, including the property of the people, and even themselves. So I think it is unreasonable for them to snatch the ownership of a duck, because this duck is yours." The man replied sonorously, "So, I will capture the duck they snatched and send it to the castle, so that I can resolve their dispute and properly resolve this matter." Luo Ning rubbed his chin and thought for a while, "What you said makes some sense. Let's go down and wait for the notification. Shahar, let the third person in." Faced with the same problem, the third person behaved relatively calmly. After a brief thought, the man gave his answer, "Sir, if I were a political officer, I would resolve this matter in several steps." Luo Ning motioned for the other party to continue. "The first step is to notify the castle guards and arrest all the troublemakers. In the second step, I will try to put them on trial to determine who this duck really belongs to. In the third step, I will punish this group of people. The person who pretends to be a person will be sentenced to a felony, whipped and fined, and his accomplices will be punished with coolies and fines. As for the other party, I will impose a penalty ranging from a warning or coolies to a fine depending on the cause and severity of the conflict." After the call was finished, even Shahar, who was standing aside, cast an admiring look at the other party. Unsurprisingly, this was the administrative officer. Luo Ning was obviously very satisfied with this answer. "Tell me how you will judge them and determine the ownership of this duck." The man pondered again and said, "The pretender is obviously a pariah, and we do not need mercy for such people. I will use verbal warnings and whipping warnings in exchange for the other party's honest explanation." Luo Ning was not very satisfied with this answer. In this case, the real owner of the duck may be accidentally injured. "But I cleared his name," the man said very firmly. "I believe he will be grateful to me in the end." Luo Ning shook his head. "I agree with your previous answer, but I don't agree with your trial method. If the duck's owner is forced to admit because he is afraid of your threat, it means you have indulged the pretender." Upon hearing such a comment, the applicant's face paled. "Being denied by Lord Baron, there should be no chance, right? I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir." He bowed slightly and said, "Maybe there is a better way, but please forgive me for not thinking of it. Then I'll have time to think about it later." Luo Ning raised the corners of his mouth slightly and stood up slowly. "Tell me your name." The people below were stunned for a moment, then showed surprise. 1 second he thought he was eliminated, but he didn't expect that the next second he would pass. "My lord, this is Wilson." "Congratulations, Wilson. From now on you will be the administrative officer of Hillwood Town. I will give you a salary of 10 copper coins per day. I hope you will serve me well." Although not all of the other party's answers were in line with Luo Ning's ideas, being able to answer the first few steps showed that he had certain logic and organization. And in front of 2 people. Needless to say, the first one is that my psychological quality is too poor. If something big happens, I may not have any opinion. Secondly, the other party's answer seems to be taking advantage of a loophole. What's more, will Luo Ning snatch someone else's duck because of this matter? That would only weaken his positive image. So when there were only 3 people to choose from, Luo Ning chose the third one. "Thank you for your approval, sir." Wilson knelt down on one knee and said excitedly, "Wilson will do his best to help you manage Shanline Town." Wilson couldn't even imagine getting a salary of 10 copper coins a day in this remote place. Applying for a job as a political officer this time was the most important choice in his life. Luo Ning raised his hand and motioned for the other party to stand up. Then, the first task I give you is to conduct a census of Shanline Town. Luo Ning began to assign the first task. I want you to count each person's gender, age, occupation, and specialties as a family unit, and register them in the register. Also, craftsmen, you need to pay special attention to me. Understanding the population structure of Shanline Town can not only help Luoning carry out subsequent construction, but it is also a key step in completing the achievement of population prosperity. To complete this achievement, the population of the territory needs to reach 3,000 and must be registered. Even if there are not so many people in Shanline Town now, a census is imperative. Master, Shahar hesitated beside him. If you have anything to say, just say it, Shahar. The new butler expressed his worries. Sir, there are only 83 pieces of parchment in the castle. Isn't it a waste to use them to register the information of the subjects? Parchment paper is not cheap. A page of 40 lines of parchment costs about 10 copper coins. If you buy it in large quantities, it will cost a lot of money. As the new steward, Shahar can think of the issue of parchment consumption immediately, which can be regarded as officially entering the role of steward, which is good. Your concerns are justified. Luo Ning nodded slightly, but he had to do the population registration. There are not many people in the town. Even if we count them all, they probably won't consume much. And I will go to Muma City in 2 days, and I will just do some shopping then. The parchment thing made Luo Ning think of a technology, papermaking. Only by producing cheap paper can information be disseminated more conveniently, which will enrich the various design talents in the territory. In addition to liquor, it seems that papermaking technology can also be applied to Shanline Town. But we can't rush this matter. We can figure out the production method first, and then promote it when the time is right. Things that are invented must also be protected by the ability. With the administrative officer, Luo Ning no longer has to manage some things in the territory personally. But this does not mean that he completely gives up and becomes an aristocratic gentleman who only wants to enjoy himself, although this is his ultimate goal. On the contrary, he wants to build the territory into his own utopia, and he has to deal with many things. Therefore, Luo Ning made a request to Wilson for weekly reports and monthly summaries, which could not only deepen his grasp of territorial government affairs but also understand Wilson's level. After these 2 busy days, the personnel arrangements for Shanlimbao have basically been completed. You just need to make appropriate adjustments later according to the situation. After the lunch break, Ronan, escorted by McCann, David and Tom, began to patrol the territory on horseback. As a lord, he was full of enthusiasm for this inspection and looked forward to every production and operation area in the territory. This kind of feeling is like falling in love online. I have imagined so many beautiful things in my mind and envisioned many pictures. Only when it really happens can I have the most intuitive understanding. The town center of Shanline Town is very small, and the surrounding houses only extend for 400 to 500 meters. They are mainly composed of free people's houses and various shops. Although the street is short, there should be a lot of people coming and going here every day, otherwise the street would not be so dirty. Luo Ning did not stay on this street for long, and turned eastward under the leadership of Tom. If the street is compared to an urban area, then after you turn out, you will find the suburbs. Luo Ning could see many low houses built of mud, thatch, or wood. They were simple and unstable, and could be blown down by a strong wind. Compared to living in the city, the only advantage here may be that the air is fresher, right? Sir, the wheat fields in the town are mainly distributed in the east and southeast. The northeast area has orchards and vegetable fields, the northwest area is mainly grassland, suitable for grazing, and the southwest area is mainly flax land. Although Tom's family is a tailor, when he was a guard and professional knight in Hillwood Town, he was often responsible for patrolling agricultural areas, so he knew more about this area. As we follow this dirt road to the east, we reach the barley and wheat farms. Luo Ning raised his head and looked forward. He could indeed see a little yellow, which seemed to be wheat swaying. Do you know how big the wheat field is? Tom considered it for a moment. Sir, I have heard people talk about it, but the specific number cannot be determined. Luo Ning looked at the opponent. The surrendered professional knight's actions in the past 2 days were either followed by David or McCann. There was nothing unusual. For him, as long as he really wants to surrender to himself and work for himself, he can treat everyone equally. As he had said to Tom before, as long as he performed well within the 3-month inspection period, Ronan agreed to restore Tom's salary from 20 copper coins per day to the same 30 copper coins per day as David. It's okay, tell me what you know. Tom then replied, I have heard many farmers talk about nearly 30,000 acres of cultivated land in Shanline Town. Although half of the area is fallow every year, there are still more than 9,000 acres of barley fields cultivated. There are also nearly 7,000 acres of wheat fields. Luo Ning had heard the word fallow, which meant that the land was planted this year and would not be planted next year. It would take a year off to gain some fertility. However, even if they were left fallow, the wheat fields planted in Shanline Town each year totaled more than 16,000 acres, which completely exceeded Luo Ning's expectations. You must know that Shanline Town was once a wasteland, and everything needed to be reclaimed. Without the leadership of a lord, it is not easy for people to cultivate so much farmland with just this. Luo Ning frowned slightly, thinking of the cooperation between Thane and Prince. With such a large area of cultivated land, a large amount of the food produced every year can be digested in Shanline Town and sold abroad. I don't know how much of it ended up going to the swamp town in Thane territory. Luo Ning became interested and asked, do you know how many kilograms of barley and wheat are produced per unit of land? Tom replied, Sir, I don't know the exact number, but I heard farmers mention it during the busy farming period. They said that the yield of barley per mu is about 100 kilograms, and the yield per mu is over 100 kilograms, about 105 kilograms. After hearing these two numbers, Luo Ning was stunned for a moment. He had already expected that crop yields in this world would be low. After all, the cultivation level here was not comparable to that of flour growers. But he never expected that the barley yield per mu here would be as low as 90 kilograms. Why is it so low? He couldn't believe it. Tom subconsciously believed that the Baron was from a privileged background and had never been exposed to agriculture, so he did not know the output of the operation, so he explained. Actually, this yield is pretty good, sir. It is said that the barley yield in Swamp Town in Thane territory is less than 50 kilograms per acre. 50 pounds. Luo Ning was completely shocked by this number. Excluding the seeds, the barley harvest in Thane land is estimated to be only 1-2. I'm afraid it can't even feed itself, right? To be honest, why grow it with this little yield? Luo Ning suddenly understood why Thane wanted to include Shanline Town. Baron Lyson may have regarded Shanline Town as his family's granary, specializing in the production of grain. During the conversation, several people quickly arrived at the wheat field, but the closer they got, the tighter Luo Ning's brows became. Calculating the time, today is already the 15th day of the 8th month in the imperial calendar, and in half a month it will be time to harvest the barley. In Luo Ning's impression, the wheat fields should be neat and golden, but the land in front of him was not like that. First of all, the wheat here is not neat and tidy. Their straws are high and low, very inconsistent. Secondly, Luo Ning discovered that some wheat had begun to mature, while some wheat was still a bit underheated. The same wheat field was sown at the same time, but the maturity time was actually different. Finally, what puzzled Luo Ning was that there were many weeds in the wheat field, and it looked like no one had ever taken care of it. Luo Ning just sat on the horse and looked at the wheat field carefully. He found that there was not a single farmer here. Tom, where's the farmer? He finally couldn't help but ask, why don't you see a farmer here? Tom replied, perhaps they are reclaiming wasteland, my lord. This answer once again exceeded Luo Ning's expectations. He left the wheat fields here alone and devoted himself to reclaiming the wasteland. How could he still do this? Is this arranged by Prince? Tom nodded. At the beginning of every year, Prince will issue a task to each family to reclaim wasteland, which must be completed within the year. I also reclaimed land before I became a professional knight. All right. Luo Ning really didn't understand the reason for only pursuing wasteland reclamation without taking care of the food planted. He dismounted, came to the edge of the wheat field, reached out and pulled out a well-growing weed. You said you have cultivated wasteland, but how much do you know about farming? He handed the weed to Tom and asked, why don't you weed it? That's too much trouble. Tom took the weeds and replied matter-of-factly, weeds do not affect the growth of wheat, and as you can see, the wheat grows densely. If we walk into the wheat field casually, we will damage them. Indeed, the growth of wheat is not neat. To be precise, it is disorderly. It seems that the seeds are scattered on the ground casually and allowed to grow on their own. In this case, it may be difficult to fertilize and water. How do you sow seeds? Luo Ning couldn't help but ask. Tom began to make gestures with his hands. Sir, we usually burn the grass on the wasteland first, then turn the ground twice, and then sprinkle the seeds evenly on it. Seeing that the other party did not continue speaking, Luo Ning couldn't help but ask, what then? Nope, Tom smiled and said, then we just wait for the harvest. Then, if we feel that the yield here has dropped, we will leave it fallow for a year or two and graze here. After 2 years, we will plant food again, and the yield will be magical. The height has increased, this must be a blessing from the 7 gods. Luo Ning suddenly felt that with such an operation, the yield per mu could be very good. Without fertilizing or weeding, just waiting for harvest, this is probably only a little better than slash and burn farming. Why is there such a situation? Luo Ning didn't know much about the history of this world. He only knew that records began from the founding of the Orland Empire. Although the empire is now destroyed, both the Kingdom of Alduin and the Kingdom of Trisha claim to be the bloodline of the empire and have legal inheritance rights. Because of this, both kingdoms followed the imperial calendar. It is now the year 968 of the imperial calendar. In nearly 1,000 years, the level of farming is still so low. Or is it that the level of farming was once high, but it took hundreds of years of continuous war to reduce the level of agriculture to an almost primitive state? Without the help of good agricultural technology, when the lords saw that the grain yield per acre was too low, they might have no choice but to let farmers cultivate more land. Use the expansion of cultivated land area in exchange for an increase in total food production. Luo Ning couldn't help but sigh for the farmers here. This method of farming will inevitably lead to low yields. In order to increase the total amount of food, they can only expand the planting area, which requires them to cultivate more land. In this cycle, most of their energy is spent on reclamation. Where can they find the time and energy to study how to increase the yield of a piece of land? Agriculture must be optimized and the food output per acre of land must be increased. Only in this way can more people be freed to develop other areas. Only with sufficient food can I feed more people. Agriculture is the foundation. Only when the problem of food and clothing is solved can we talk about development. Let's go and check out the next place. Luo Ning patted the dirt in his hands, mounted his horse and walked towards the next area. The area of Shanline town is not small. Luo Ning inspected it all afternoon and barely finished inspecting the wheat fields and vegetable fields in the east. If he wanted to walk around his territory, it would probably take him 2 or 3 days. When he set out in the afternoon, he was full of expectations, hoping to make a surprising discovery, but when he came back, it was just the opposite, and he felt disappointed. Not only did he not get any surprises, but he discovered a series of problems, especially focusing on the cultivation of food. Luo Ning took a sip of barley tea and sat at his desk. He began to recall what he had seen and heard in the wheat field, thinking about solutions to the problem. The uneven growth of wheat should be due to being too dense. The sowing method of randomly scattering seeds makes the wheat seedlings disorganized, and the distance between the wheat seedlings is too close, which not only affects their light, but also affects their growth. In addition, this tight situation will also prevent farmers from going to the fields to weed, fertilize, and water during the growth process. When mature, part of the wheat ears will also rot for this reason. After thinking about it, the fundamental reason for this situation should be the way of sowing. A word from the history books came to Luo Ning's mind: ridge farming method. Ridge tillage is a farming method. The specific operation is to divide the cultivated land into ridges and furrows, and then plant crops on the ridges. This type of farming has many benefits. For example, when planting on ridges higher than the ground, because there are ditches between the 2 ridges, the distance between crops can be ensured, allowing photosynthesis to be more complete, and at the same time, it can also avoid poor root development caused by too dense crops. The height difference between the ridge platform and the furrow is large, which is conducive to drainage and waterlogging prevention, and also facilitates irrigation along the ditch. In the afternoon, Luo Ning also asked many locals that there was still plenty of rain in Shanline town. Ditching was conducive to drainage and could greatly reduce the possibility of wheat seedlings dying from waterlogging. In addition, there are ditches between ridges, which gives farmers space to weed and fertilize, unlike now where they have nowhere to go. Of course, it is also very important to use ridge farming to maintain the fertility of the land. This year's ridges will be next year's furrows, and this year's furrows will be next year's ridges. This is a disguised form of fallow. This method is worth promoting. He took out a quill and parchment and began to write down the ridge farming method on the paper, while drawing a simple farming diagram. The night gradually deepened, and the valet Galen had already lit candles in the study early. The candlelight illuminated Luo Ning's serious face, making the maid who was waiting aside look a little fascinated. She heard that nobles loved to enjoy themselves, either eating, drinking or having fun. Many nobles would even call their maids to their beds. But the baron in front of him was completely different. At the end of the day, Bella found that except for his lunch break, the baron was busy almost all the time. There seemed to be endless things to do and endless words to write. Master. Shahar came in with a glass of milk. Galen and Bella bowed their heads and exited the room when they saw it, standing outside the door. Although the housekeeper in the castle is not a noble, he still has some status. Moreover, Shahar is Luo Ning's old teammate. Therefore, these new servants in the castle are respectful and obedient to Shahar. Shahar also experienced the feeling of being a butler. However, his respect for Luo Ning never diminished, but instead increased greatly. It's Shahar. Luo Ning glanced up, then continued writing with his head down. He has finished describing the ridge tillage method, and now he is planning how to apply fertilizer. Along the way, Luo Ning discovered that whether it was Wushan City, Hesheng Town, or his Shanline Town, feces was always indispensable in the scenery on the streets. In the afternoon, Luo Ning asked a farmer. He wanted to understand why farmers in this world didn't know how to use fertilizer. After a general understanding, he found that the people here had not thought about using fertilizers, but they were using them in the wrong way. The man said that when he threw feces and urine on the ground, not only did the crops not grow better, but the seedlings burned. In this way, they think that feces is a harmful substance and cannot be thrown into cultivated land, which makes the feces worthless. Naturally, no one manages things that have no value. The nobles don't care about them, and people regard them as garbage. This leads to a situation where feces and urine are everywhere on the streets. How to make good use of these feces is what Luo Ning is thinking about now. Fortunately, he was born as a farmer in his hometown on Earth. When he was a child, he saw many people farming. In high school and college, he studied science and learned about chemistry and microorganisms. If you want to make rational use of human and deep feces, you can choose composting, decomposition, and fermentation. Promoting this method within the territory will not only solve the problem of fertilizers and maintain a certain degree of fertility on the land, but also solve the problem of poor political environment. Farmers know the importance of excrement and they will not defecate in the open. For Luo Ning, this is a win-win situation. However, whether it is the long farming method or composting, it is impossible to let everyone use it with just one sentence. Luo Ning plans to find 2 people and set aside 2 test fields for verification. If these 2 methods are effective in other worlds, they can be fully promoted during spring plowing next year. Master, you have been busy all day today, it's time to take a rest. Shahar put the milk in Luo Ning's hand and very considerately advised Luo Ning to take a rest early. I'm not sleepy yet. Luo Ning put down the pen in his hand, picked up the cup and took a sip of milk. The milk from another world doesn't taste that good, and even has a slight fishy smell. But not everyone can drink fresh milk, it is a rare thing. How are the arrangements for the other servants in the castle? Luo Ning asked casually. Everything goes well. The housekeeper Shahar was very satisfied with the new servants. At least what he said and what he taught, these people actively learned and performed well. Please rest assured, sir, it will only take a month at most, and the servants in the castle will be at the same level as Wushan Castle. Luo Ning laughed. Remember what I reminded you before, the hygiene in the castle must be done well. Wet areas must be dealt with quickly. I don't want to see mice or bugs in my castle. Don't worry, I have told you this repeatedly, and I will patrol every area every day to make sure there are no problems. I can rest assured that I will leave the affairs of the castle to you. Luo Ning smiled and said, have Political Officer Wilson come to see me tomorrow morning. I have something for you to handle with him. Shahar was a little surprised. What needs him, the castle steward, and the administrative officer to complete together? I understand, Master, I will inform Wilson tonight. Let Galen go and inform you. Find me a larger pottery jar. I'll need it tomorrow morning. Shahar didn't understand again. What did the master want him to do? He couldn't predict the master's thoughts at all, and sometimes he suspected that he was really an incompetent housekeeper. But he also understands that there are some things that don't need to be asked so much, as long as they are done according to the master's instructions. As you wish. Shahar left the second floor with Galen and went about his business. Luo Ning continued to work on his design. He asked Shahar to prepare a pottery jar for the simple purpose of building the most primitive toilet in the castle. Since you are going to collect feces for fertilizer, you should have supporting facilities, including a toilet. Luo Ning would like to design a flush toilet, but this is a time-consuming and labor-intensive task, and he has no mature ideas about how to design the pipeline yet. We can only settle for the next best thing. First build a primitive toilet, and then gradually promote the role of fertilizer so that everyone has a basic understanding, and then promote toilets and optimize the sanitary environment. Early the next morning, Luo Ning put on a relatively simple training uniform under Bella's service. Compared to yesterday's nervousness, Bella was much more stable today and her movements were much more proficient. I believe that after a while, she will be able to become a qualified personal maid. Luo Ning walked out of the dressing room. Galen, go notify McCann and let them get ready. Later, we will continue to patrol the territory with me. Today our direction is to the west, surveying the end of the Wushan Warcraft mountain range. Okay, sir, I'll inform you right away. Galen ran away in a hurry. As soon as Luo Ning left the main building, he saw housekeeper Shahar and administrative officer Wilson waiting at the door. There was a large vat between them. When the two saw the Lord coming out, they greeted him and gave him morning greetings. Master, I have prepared the big tank you asked for last night. Shahar spent all his efforts yesterday to find a bigger pottery jar, but unfortunately he searched it all over and couldn't find any bigger one. In desperation, he could only move a water tank over and use it first. Luo Ning circled the pottery vat twice and said, it's barely okay, but it's just a little too small. Shahar was a little embarrassed. Sir, this is already the biggest in the castle. Can you make a bigger one? Luo Ning gestured. Is there anyone in this area in town? Shahar shook his head. He didn't know much about the people in the town and could only look at Wilson. This native was much more familiar with Shanline town than he was. Yes sir, Wilson said. I remember the blacksmith Carls in town can make pottery. Then let him help us burn a few large vats. Luo Ning asked again, how is the census going? Did you encounter any problems? Sir, the progress is going well so far. I registered more than 900 people yesterday. This was the first task Wilson received. He did it very carefully and diligently. He didn't stop to rest except eating and drinking water yesterday. It's not a big problem. It's just that the remaining residents don't live in very concentrated areas. To make statistics, we need to run here and there. We can't do it as fast as yesterday. This is okay. Luo Ning was very satisfied with Wilson's work efficiency. Shahar, assign Wilson an ordinary horse. This can save our political officer's energy and speed up his work. If you were paired with a horse, how long do you think it would take to complete the census? Wilson hesitated. He didn't know how to answer this question. If the time stated is too short, it would be bad if it cannot be completed. But if the time is too long, it will appear that his work efficiency is not high. Day and a half. Wilson considered it for a long time and finally gave this time. Sir, I will try my best to give you an answer before tomorrow afternoon. Luo Ning nodded. A day and a half went very quickly. It's up to you. If you don't have enough time, you can extend it a little bit. But you have to make sure that there are no errors in the results. Efficiency is important, but the results are more important. Wilson's expression was serious. Please rest assured, sir, Wilson will always keep your requests and instructions in mind. After some explanations, the topic returned to the pottery jar in front of me. Luo Ning took out the parchment paper he had drawn on the squat toilet last night and handed it to the two people to look at. This is the toilet I designed, and I plan to implement it in Shanline Town. Wilson and Shahar looked at each other, neither expecting the Lord to show them this thing. Master, please forgive me for my offense. Butler Shahar dutifully advised. Just leave this dirty matter to our servants. As the master of Hillwood Town and the most noble person here, you should not come into contact with such an odorous topic. Although Wilson did not have the courage to speak directly to Shahar, it was obvious that he also agreed with this statement. Although it was his first time to be a political officer, what he had experienced for more than 30 years told him that nobles and lords were noble. How could they consider the issue of feces and urine? I have my own ideas. Luo Ning looked at the parchment in his hand. This squat toilet was actually the toilet in the countryside when he was a child on Earth. A large tank is buried in the ground, and two wooden boards are put up on the left and right sides of the big tank. People who want to go to the toilet can just stand on the wooden boards. Oh, by the way, there is also a stick in the big tank, which is the so-called shit stick. Collecting manure in this way can be regarded as natural fermentation, and they can be used directly to fertilize crops. I hope that one day every household in Hillwood will have a toilet like this to collect their feces. Luo Ning began to tell his political officer, of course, it is impossible to implement this now, so I am going to start from our castle. He looked at Shahar. You have to choose a place, build two first, and put up sheds for them so that the servants of the castle can use them. Instead of collecting the excrement like now, and then dumping it outside the castle, lose. Master, I understand what you mean. Shahar bowed and answered, but I don't understand, why do you want to collect these things? Master, this matter is beneath your status. To be honest, as a housekeeper, Shahar himself didn't want to care about this matter. This is fertilizer, and it is related to my subsequent plans, so you just need to fully cooperate with me. Even though Shahar still didn't understand what he was saying, he didn't continue to persuade him. In any case, he is a servant of the castle. It is his duty to give advice and he is responsible for executing it. I understand, Master, I will do my best to do everything you ask. We will gain something. Luo Ning smiled and began to lecture to the political officer again. During the census, you need to help me find a few good farmers. I need them to serve me for a period of time. In addition, I need you to prepare 2 acres for me. I plan to develop the vacant land into an experimental field. Wilson listened carefully to the Baron's story from beginning to end, from designing toilets, to collecting excrement, to finding helpers for farming in 2 acres of open land, and even mentioned the word fertilizer. He already knew a little bit about the Baron's thoughts. Sir, you are really different. This is the first time I have seen a lord who cares so much about farmland. Wilson praised. I believe that with your help, Shanline Town will have a bumper harvest every year. Luo Ning's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the political officer would understand his purpose. This is good. At least when assigning tasks in the future, the other party can catch up with his thinking as quickly as possible. Okay, I'm here to find you 2 today just for this matter. You can continue your work. After Luo Ning finished explaining, he took the lead to walk outside the castle. He was about to start patrolling the forest. Shahar looked at Beiying as the master left, then looked down at the pottery jar in front of him, and consulted Wilson. After a while, he nodded in understanding. Our master is indeed, as you said, different. As a political officer who had only been on the job for 1 day, Wilson did not know much about Luo Ning's previous experience. Prince did not make a big deal about the Marquis' eldest grandson being deprived of his inheritance rights. But judging from yesterday's teaching test and assignment of tasks to today's plan, Wilson feels that the Baron is a very pragmatic, practical person who pursues efficiency and results. Following such a person, as long as you work hard to get things done, if nothing else, your daily salary of 10 copper coins is safe. Master Butler, please take me to fetch a horse. I want to speed up the census. Wilson nodded to Shahar. I feel like this matter is done. There are still many things waiting for me to do. Haha, okay Mr. Administrative Officer. Shahar complimented. With your help, my mountain town will definitely get better and better. Wilson was in a very good mood after hearing such praise. However, he also knew Shahar's identity. As the steward of the castle and the Baron's former personal servant, he must have belonged to the group of close confidants. It was necessary to have a good relationship with someone who was close to the Baron, so the two began to exchange business blows one after another. Accompanied by 3 professional knights, Luo Ning began a new round of territorial patrols. After yesterday's disappointing experience, his expectations today were greatly reduced. Today, he did not want to continue investigating farming, but went west to get a clear understanding of the geographical environment in the west before winter. Unlike the east side, there are more rolling hills and less flat areas as you go west. As Luo Ning walked, he wrote down obvious areas on the parchment and gave them names. For example, the naturally formed lake in front of you is located in the middle of 3 mountains. It is a natural depression and is not large in area. It is estimated to be 500 to 600 square meters. According to Tom, there are several kinds of wild fish in this lake, and Prince even sent people to catch them. It is much easier than catching them in the mountain lake to the east. Because it was relatively close to Wushan, Luo Ning named it Wushan Lake. Further west along Wushan Lake, you begin to enter the Wushan Mountains. Theoretically, that area does not belong to Luo Ning's territory. However, no noble wanted to open up territory in this place. Luo Ning had no problem using the resources here. Before I came to Hillwood Town, Halwater, the steward of Wushan Castle, once told me that the last Baron here took his family on a trip in the winter and died under the claws of a monster. Luo Ning looked at the increasingly dense mountain forest and explained what he had seen. "McCann, when winter comes, the matter of Warcraft will be left to you. Then you have to get some more Warcraft skins for me." McCann, who put on his armor, patted his chest heavily. "Sir, I'm very confident." Luo Ning laughed. It has just passed August 15th, and there are still 4 months until winter. By then, McCann will not only be a senior knight, but he should also be in an upper middle position among senior knights, right? This kind of strength is enough to deal with ordinary monsters, unless a big guy comes, like the previous Baron Green in Lake Town. Tom, are there many monsters that invade the town in winter? As a native of Hillwood, Tom has a say in this matter. There are indeed some magical beasts that come down the mountain to look for food in winter, but don't worry, sir, it's not as exaggerated as the housekeeper said. Most of them are wolves, pigs and the like, and there are very few particularly powerful magical beasts. Tom said. In order to prevent being attacked by monsters, Prince arranged the wheat fields and reclaimed wasteland in the east. The crops in the west are basically flax, and there are relatively few people living there, so the losses will not be great. Quote. Luo Ning gave Prince a thumbs up in his mind. This guy finally did something beneficial to him. That's what I say, but the grassland in the northwest is my pasture. The cattle, sheep, and horses will be kept here. The guards must be careful when patrolling, and don't let the animals in the mountains eat my animals. Luo Ning now has 12 black buffaloes, which are not many, and he got half of them from outside. Losing one of them makes him heartbroken. Don't worry, sir. Starting from tomorrow, I will arrange a few guards to patrol here. McCann following Luo Ning on patrol was not just looking around. As a guard officer, he was thinking about the defense layout of the territory. Their current security risks lie in 3 areas, namely the Savage Tribe, Warcraft and Thane territory. Compared with the unexpectedness of Warcraft, the Savage Tribe and Thane territory are the focus. Therefore, McCann plans to invest more manpower in these 2 aspects. As for the Warcraft Mountains to the west, he only needs to arrange a few people to patrol, and notify the guards to come and support if there is any situation. Luo Ning nodded. After the inspection is completed, you should also think about the territory's defense plan and report it to me. Okay, sir. McCann took the order. A few people talked and walked, and along the mountain path, they soon entered the continuous mountains to the west. The mountains here are much higher than the mountains in the south, and looking into the distance, there are increasingly taller mountains, which is Wushan. The forest here is very lush, with large trees that are as green as pine and cypress all year round, as well as low shrubs and scattered grass. As a master in the mountains and forests, you really don't have to worry about wood. It's a pity that others don't lack wood either. All the nobles in Wushan territory have mountains in their territories. Who doesn't have wood? You can't make money purely by selling wood, and long pieces of wood are not easy to transport on mountain roads. It is possible to sell new style furniture made from wood, but there are still problems with transportation and it is easy to be imitated. Looking at the clean road ahead with no weeds growing on it, it's obvious that someone has walked by it frequently. Luo Ning pointed to the mountain road 3 or 4 people wide in front of him, who comes here often. This mountain road is winding and maybe more than 1 meter wide. The weeds on the roadside are not growing well and seem to have been trampled on frequently. It stands to reason that this place is no longer within Shanline town and is somewhat dangerous, so not many people should come here. Sir, the residents of this town often come here in groups to cut firewood. Tom knew this path very well. Before you came to Hillwood Town, Prince did not allow the residents to cut down the trees in the town at will. If people wanted to build a house, they had to pay Prince a certain amount of money or labor. Otherwise we can only come here to look for wood in the mountains. The flowers, trees, mountains and rivers in the territory belong to the Lord. If the people want to get it, they must apply to the Lord and pay the exchange conditions. If you do not apply or pay money or labor, it is illegal. Once discovered, not only will it be confiscated, but you will also be severely punished. Luo Ning sighed secretly. Ordinary people in this world are really pitiful, and they have too few means of production at their disposal. Even though he is now the Lord here, it is impossible for him to say that the trees in Shanline Town are cut down casually, but as a time traveler, he feels that it is still necessary to solve this dangerous situation. He didn't want the people to be ruined by the monsters just to get some wood. Compared with a labor force and a tree, the former was more valuable. Tom, do many people from the town come here? Luo Ning drove the horse further along the mountain road. Are there any particularly dangerous places or monsters inside? The people who come here are all brave people. Most of them are timid and don't dare to come. They can only entrust those brave people to help and pay a little something. Tom continued. I'm not sure about particularly dangerous locations and monsters, but sir, there is a special place. Oh, Ronington was curious. Sir, there is a large black forest ahead. The trees there are extremely hard and cannot be cut with an ordinary stone axe. Even with an iron axe, it will take a lot of effort to cut it. Luo Ning's eyes lit up. From yesterday to today, he has been hoping to find something different, but unfortunately the reality has always disappointed him. But now, something special seems to be coming. Take me there, he said quickly. The place Tom mentioned was not far away. Walking 2 or 3 miles further, Luo Ning saw a dark forest. This is a forest composed of strange trees with black trunks, more than 10 meters high and 50 or 60 centimeters in diameter. They are widely distributed. Luo Ning stretched out his hand and touched the bark. It felt much more comfortable than the bark of pine trees and was not very rough. He pulled out his sword with some anticipation and slashed at the tree trunk. There was only a bang, and perhaps because he didn't use too much force, his sword was bounced away. He carefully observed the position of the chop and found that the sword only left a faint mark on it, with no sign of breaking the skin at all. Luo Ning's eyes lit up. Are they really that hard? He quickly waved to McCann. Come on, McCann, let's see if you can cut down this tree with one sword. McCann was very confident in this. Sir, trees are just trees after all. No matter how hard they are, they can't withstand the full blow of my sword. As he spoke, he walked to the tree trunk and held the big sword with both hands. Fighting energy flowed on the sword, exuding a faint power. Just listen to McCann's deep voice and chop at the tree trunk with extreme violence. Boom! The huge impact shook the black iron tree violently. McCann's long sword was not bounced away, but directly broke through the bark of the black iron tree, and then cut into the black iron tree for 30 centimeters before making it difficult to advance further. A mid to late intermediate knight, using a sharp long sword and striking with all his strength, did not cut down the tree, which is enough to show how hard it is. McCann was still blushing for losing face in front of adults, but Ronan clapped his hands happily. Okay. Such hard wood is rare, and its value is not low. It's called the black iron tree, right? Luo Ning asked. Tom bowed. No one has a name for it, sir. We call this black forest and call them black trees. Then it will be called the black iron tree from today on. Luo Ning was a little happy. Come on knights, cut down a tree and take it back to me for study. Ronan returned to the castle with some pieces of black iron wood. He asked McCann to cut off a piece of wood and let the guards stab and chop it with their long swords. He found that even after several stabs, they could pierce the piece of wood that was less than 5 millimeters behind. As for the chopping, it only left a mark on it. The traces cannot be cut open in a few strokes. The hardness of black ironwood really brought Luo Ning an unexpected surprise. It is difficult for the guards to penetrate the black iron wood that is less than 5 millimeters thick, which means that Luo Ning can make it into a simple chest protector, thus replacing iron armor to a certain extent. Of course, this does not mean that black iron wood is really equivalent to iron, and the protective gear made of it is definitely not as defensive or durable as the iron protective gear. There are no iron mines in Shanline town. If Luo Ning wants to arm guards, he can only go outside to buy the corresponding equipment. On the market, an ordinary piece of chain mail, helmet, leggings, shield, etc., would cost 20 gold coins in total. With Luo Ning's current financial resources, it is simply impossible to arm all the guards. Moreover, the lords and nobles were not very interested in arming ordinary people. If they had the money, they might as well strengthen the defense of professional knights. Good equipment, only extraordinary people can bring out the greatest value. Take Wushan Fort as an example. The guards of Team 7 have linen armor at most, and the better ones have leather armor. For Luo Ning, when there is no iron protective gear and there is not enough money to purchase iron equipment for ordinary guards, using black iron wood to make armors and weapons is a good choice. And he was sure that such a thing could be sold. This is very interesting. In the study, Luo Ning felt more and more that this idea was very reliable. The only problem is that black ironwood is not that easy to cut. It is impossible for ordinary people to cut down successfully with a stone axe. Only if they are equipped with an iron axe can they succeed in cutting down after a lot of effort. Moreover, if you want to process black iron wood, the physical requirements of the carpenter are also very high. Galen, Luo Ning called out, and the valet standing outside the door immediately walked in. Master, please give me your orders. Do you know if there is a carpenter in this town? Luo Ning asked. Yes, sir. Galen, like Tom, is a native of Hillwood. Having lived here for more than 10 years, I still have a certain understanding of some of the craftsmen in the town. Sir, the best carpenter in the town is Uncle William. When Prince built this building, it was Uncle William who led the people to complete it. Uncle William, Luo Ning remembered this title in his heart. Luo Ning nodded. Very good, you can bring 2 guards to invite him over now. Galen was stunned for a moment, and then he bowed and obeyed. Master, I will bring someone to capture him for you right now. Grasp. Luo Ning frowned. I said, please. He emphasized it. Pay attention to your attitude, don't offend this carpenter. Although the carpenter William had worked under Prince, Luo Ning was not stingy enough to hold him accountable for this matter. What's more, craftsmen are a relatively scarce resource in any era, let alone remote and barren mountain towns. Luo Ning is still counting on relying on these craftsmen to make money for himself. Galen suddenly broke out in sweat. He only heard the first half of the sentence. Luo Ning asked him to take the guards over. He subconsciously thought that William was going to be captured, so he didn't hear the word, please, at the end. Knowing that he almost made a mistake, Galen immediately knelt on one knee and said, I'm sorry, sir, it's my fault, I didn't hear clearly. Luo Ning didn't expect the other party's reaction to be so big, so he waved his hand and said, remember to listen to what I say in the future, think it through before executing it, don't be impatient, go ahead. Thank you sir for your tolerance. Galen quickly saluted, then exited the study and rushed towards the carpenter's home with the guards. On the stairs, he happened to meet Bella who was going upstairs. Why are you so panicked? Galen sighed and said very distressedly, I just said the wrong thing. Bella also became nervous. She was about to go find the Baron. If the Baron was in a bad mood at the moment, she would have to be careful. Master criticized you, she asked nervously. Galen shook his head. That's not true. The master is very tolerant. It's just that I'm afraid of leaving an impatient impression on him. He shook his head worriedly. Stop talking, I'm going to get busy. Seeing the manservant leaving, Bella still felt a little uneasy. The the new servants in the castle, were very careful in their dealings with the Baron, for fear of doing something wrong. The reason why she was so nervous was that she didn't want to lose this wonderful job. At least they had new clothes in the castle and they could still eat well. Sometimes she could still taste a few bites of the white bread left by the Baron. Secondly, they were still very afraid of Luo Ning. After all, the scene when the Baron led the team into the town that day was so terrifying. There were more than 20 corpses stacked in the car. Bella came to the door cautiously and knocked the door gently. "Master, the kitchen will prepare the dinner soon. Mrs. Bandel asked me to ask if you have any special instructions." Ronan looked away from the book and looked at Bella. Today the maid has put on the women's clothes left in the castle, and they fit her well. Bella's overall rating also improved a lot after putting on this outfit, giving her a more youthful air. At the beginning, he felt that Bella could look better than Prince's two lovers if she dressed a little better, and today it was confirmed. In this remote mountain town, there is such a maid who has seen the past. If her predecessor were here, I am afraid that tonight I will drag her to have some in-depth communication and something wonderful will happen. But Luo Ning had no such plans. It's true that he likes to look at beautiful women, but if he really wants to do it, it's a bit uninteresting. Marriage in this era still has a strong class character. Generally speaking, the other half of a noble can only choose among the nobles. Nobles and commoners rarely get together, and even if they do, it's mostly just as lovers. The legendary plots of maids falling in love with knights, nobles abandoning their identities for true love, and servants running away are more likely to only appear in knight novels. For example, the knight novel that Luo Ning is reading now is a story about a princess who falls in love with a high-ranking knight, then puts down her noble status and wanders with the knight, making her home all over the world. This is somewhat nonsense. I'm going to have dinner with Elrond, McCann and several other extraordinary people tonight. Remember to make Mrs. Bandel fully prepared, Luo Ning ordered. Normally, Luo Ning would eat dinner alone, mainly to keep quiet. I called them all over for a dinner today, mainly for the sake of future arrangements. Now that the servants of the castle and the administrative officers of the territory have been arranged, Luo Ning has also conducted a preliminary inspection of the territory. He needs to prepare for a trip to Muma City. During dinner in the evening, McCann and others were asked to prepare the defense arrangements for the territory. "Okay, sir, I'm going to inform Mrs. Bandel." Bella breathed a sigh of relief. The master had not spoken for a long time just now. She thought she had said something wrong somewhere. After the maid left, Luo Ning continued to read novels about other worlds. The plot of this 30-plus pages of parchment-sealed novel is very simple. It is nothing more than killing monsters, rescuing people everywhere, and then focusing on describing love affairs. It is very dull. But it's okay to take a quick look at it during the break. It's valuable to pass the boring time. Boom, boom, boom. The door was knocked again, but it was Shahar standing outside. "Master, the squatting toilet you ordered this morning has been arranged. Do you want to take a look?" Luo Ning immediately closed the book and stood up. "Let's go, take me to see it." The housekeeper Shahar chose the northeast corner of the fort for the construction of the squat toilet. This place is far away from the gate of Shanline Fort, and is separated from the inner fort by a city wall. It is also a long way from the main building where Luo Ning lives, so there is no need to worry about the smell drifting over. After getting along with him these days, Shahar is well aware of his master's misophobia, such as taking a bath every day, washing and changing clothes every day, etc. He is simply more clean than some ladies from aristocratic families. But Shahar didn't find this strange. Every noble has some unique hobbies, and a quiet one like Luo Ning is already very easy to take care of. Dig a hole, place a pottery jar, and then put up wooden boards, and the simple squat toilet is completed. But there was no time to build a shed today, so it could only be an open-air squat toilet. Luo Ning looked at it for a moment and nodded in acceptance. This kind of primitive squat toilet has no technical content. With the detailed drawings he drew, ordinary people can build it accurately. It's basically like this, except the cylinder is a little smaller. He gave Shahar suggestions for improvement. There are more than 20 servants in the castle. You have to ask Khalez to make several larger jars. Or you can see if there is a mason who can dig a leak-proof one in the ground. A large pit can be used instead of a pottery jar, which can meet the requirements as long as the excrement water does not drain away. There is no cement here. Luo Ning didn't know if there was any material that could replace cement for sealing, so he chose a cylinder from the beginning. Okay, sir. Shahar wrote down this suggestion. I went to the blacksmith shop in the afternoon and asked. Callus promised that he can make a larger pottery jar, but I just need to give him time. Making clay pots is not difficult, and even ordinary people can make some small clay pots by themselves. Luo Ning nodded. Which method should be used, or both together? Anyway, there can't be only 1 or 2 toilets in the castle. Also, tell Callus that the castle will not appropriate the fruits of his labor. I hope he can make pottery jars with confidence and ensure quality. This was a small matter. After Luo Ning explained it, he left the scene, leaving Shahar here to think hard about what method should be used to satisfy the Lord. Illy. But after all, he still couldn't imagine using manure water to fertilize. Can people eat the vegetables grown in that way? Moreover, the master loves cleanliness and is obsessed with building toilets. They are 2 extremes. But doubts are doubts. Shahar still meticulously completed the things Luo Ning ordered. This is not a conflict. Let's go and ask the masons in the town, he said to the 2 servants beside him. On the other hand, the valet Galen led the guards to the home of the carpenter Uncle William. The uncle was currently instructing his son on how to build a cabinet. When he saw Galen and the guards coming, his expression immediately changed. The story of Prince's betrayal of the Lord has long been spread. Even the people in the town who are paralyzed in bed know something about it, and the same goes for William. For this reason, he hasn't been able to eat enough, can't sleep, and can't sit still these days. He was afraid that because he had accepted Prince's employment to build the castle cabin, he would be pursued by the Lord, saying that he was in league with the betrayers. He once thought about taking his wife and son away from Shanline town, but finally gave up. Although William's family is a free citizen, it is very difficult to leave the place where they have lived all their lives in a hurry and live in another strange city. Fortunately, after waiting for 2 days, he found that the Lord had no intention of pursuing his crime, and even sent the mysterious light magician Lord Elrond to rescue the injured. He realized that the man at Hillwood Castle might be a truly benevolent lord. But he didn't expect that what was supposed to come would still come, and the castle guards still came to his home. When he saw this group of people, William's heart instantly fell into a basin of cold water, and his heart felt cold. Sir, what are you doing? He asked anxiously. Galen was in a trance for a while, never expecting that one day someone would call him, sir. This feeling was really, very strange. Sure enough, entering the castle to serve the Lord was the right choice. Although the other party respected him, Galen did not forget Luo Ning's instructions. He maintained a very polite attitude and even practiced the etiquette he learned from Shahar. Uncle William, my name is Galen, and I am a servant of Baron Ronan of Hillwood Castle. I came here today to invite you to the castle. It seems that I have something to give to you. Hearing these words, William's nervous heart calmed down a little. He still asked a little awkwardly, I wonder what the Lord called me to come over for. In response, Galen shook his head. He didn't know Luo Ning's purpose, but thinking that the master had been experimenting with that piece of wood all afternoon, and now he was looking for a carpenter, it might have something to do with that piece of black iron wood. But he learned a lesson from the experience and did not speculate on the information he was unsure about. I don't know much about this. I'll find out when you go to the castle with me. Galen said. The master is waiting for you over there, don't keep him waiting too long. Okay, my lord, please wait a moment. I will go to the castle with you now. William quickly turned around and picked up the tools for later use. Soon Galen led the carpenter outside the main building of the inner castle. After making sure that the Lord did not want to punish him, William's mood improved. At this time, he looked at the main building built by him, and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. There is no greater joy for a carpenter than looking at his masterpiece. After waiting for a moment, a figure walked out of the main building. William immediately stood up straight and maintained a respectful attitude. Compared with the last time he admired the Lord's face from a distance on the grassland, this time he saw it more clearly. The Lord is worthy of being a son of a great noble. His appearance is so noble and handsome, and his demeanor is so calm and elegant. People feel a sense of admiration and admiration as soon as they see him. Your subject, William, I am very happy to see you, my dear lord. William saluted and greeted seriously. Nice to meet you, Uncle William. Luo Ning acted quite easygoing. Such a title made the old carpenter opposite feel flattered for a moment and didn't know how to reply. I came to you today mainly because I have something I want you to take a look at, Luo Ning said, taking William to the side of the black ironwood tree. Is this a tree from the Black Forest? William, the carpenter, recognized the source of the tree segment at a glance. Luo Ning raised his eyebrows. Have you ever understood it? This question touched upon William's area of pride, and he couldn't help but laugh. William, am not bragging. I have been to all the woods in Shanline Town, and there is no wood that I don't understand. Luo Ning smiled and looked like he was listening. Regardless of whether the other party was bragging or not, he could recognize at a glance that this was a tree section in the dark forest, which made him take a high look at William. The trees in the Black Forest are very hard. Princet originally wanted to use them to build this house, but it was a pity that it was too troublesome to cut them down, so in the end it was abandoned. It can't be used as materials to build houses, and people who chop wood don't want to take the trouble to cut it home for fire. Over time, we don't pay much attention to the Black Forest. This surprised Luo Ning. He didn't expect Prince to have discovered the Black Forest a long time ago, and he didn't expect that since he discovered it, he didn't understand the value of the black ironwood. This really gave him a bargain. Uncle William, the servants in the castle say that your skills are good, and I want to see it with my own eyes. Luo Ning pointed to the tree segment on the ground. The black ironwood is hard enough to be used to make chest protectors, shields and attack spears. I would like to ask you to make a set for me. When William Carpenter heard this, he was immediately stunned. He has always thought that wood was used to build houses and make furniture. He never thought that it could also be developed into armor and weapons. Hearing Luo Ning's words, his mind suddenly opened up and he couldn't help but exclaimed, Master, you are really a genius. He looked at the tree sections on the ground, and he already had the appearance of armor and spears in his mind. He also believed that relying on the hardness of the black iron tree, the things made would definitely be useful. William put away his eagerness to try and began to think seriously about how to make it. Master, it should be no problem to make the things you mentioned. But you know how hard the black iron wood is. It is really difficult for me and my son to cut it down and transport it home in large quantities. Quote, not only is black ironwood hard, it's also heavy. This tree section, which is just over 1 meter long, would be difficult for an ordinary adult male to lift. Not to mention that William and his son had to move all the way back from the west. Don't worry about this. I will arrange manpower for you. You and your son can only focus on manufacturing, and don't waste it on transporting and chopping. In addition, to help me make these things, you need to keep them secret for me, and I will also pay you extra compensation. When William heard that the Lord not only did not force him to work voluntarily, but was even willing to pay him, he was immediately moved and happy. Praise my Lord, you are truly a kind and enlightened Lord. He said, humbly bending his waist at 90 degrees, William is very happy to serve you. Great, I'll work out a reasonable salary and manufacturing plan for you. Luo Ning nodded and said with a smile, before that, you can take these tree segments back and study them carefully. It would be best if you can let me see the finished product as soon as possible. Chapter 51. Luo Ning has already thought about it. As long as the idea of making black iron wood into armor and weapons can be realized, he will first equip all the guards in the territory with a set to strengthen the defense and combat effectiveness of the guards. Although ordinary guards don't have much effect in front of extraordinary beings. But the number of extraordinary beings is limited after all, and ordinary guards can also play a key role in evenly matched situations. And don't forget that there are still barbarian tribes living in Wubei Forest and Wudong Forest. Luo Ning wants to conquer them. After eradicating the others' extraordinary beings, management, control and other matters still need to be completed by ordinary guards. Strengthen their combat strength is very necessary. Of course, this is all a story for later. What Luo Ning is thinking now is that if William Carpenter can bring out the value of black ironwood as expected, he will set up an ironwood workshop to produce ironwood armor and weapons, and gradually try to sell it to external parties. Although the remuneration of craftsmen is relatively high, the daily salary of skilled carpenters like William is generally between 10 and 20, which is higher than that of the housekeeper in the castle, but the value they can create is not low. Luo Ning considered that in addition to carpenters, he also needed to recruit several strong young people to be lumberjacks in the ironwood workshop. The black iron tree is not an ordinary tree. Cutting it down is definitely a physically demanding job for ordinary people. It is necessary to ensure that the lumberjack is strong enough, so the investment in this aspect is not small. In addition, Luo Ning also needs to prepare iron tools such as axes, machetes, and saws. He can't expect the woodcutter to slowly grind down the black iron tree with tools such as stone axes or bone knives, right? So this time when going to Muma City, buying tools is also a must. Com. During the dinner, magician Elrond, who had been busy for 2 days, finally appeared in the castle. During the recent period, he has either been undergoing treatment or on the way to treatment, and his mana has never been full. At first, the people in the town were still afraid of him, but as word spread about the treatment of others, Elrond didn't have to travel around, and people automatically asked him to come over for treatment. As a result, the hardworking magicians ran around, treating the injured while actively promoting the Lord's kindness. He told the people that his power came from Lord Ronan, and that it was the Lord's kindness and mercy that relieved their pain. In a few days, Elrond became a sacred doctor in the hearts of the people. As a person who all the sacred doctors were loyal to, Luo Ning's image in the hearts of the people became more and more mysterious and tall. Sometimes the people are surprised that Prince has managed them for so many years, despite maintaining a highly oppressive attitude, which makes them very disgusted with Prince. After Luo Ning came here, he did not issue any policies such as reducing the burden. He only sent out a magician and then recruited 20 servants. However, the people who led him had a good impression of him. Thank you for your hard work these days, Elrond. Luo Ning raised his wine glass and said to everyone with a smile, "Let us worship our holy doctor together. May the light warm us." McCann and others quickly raised their glasses, "May the light warm us." Elrond smiled and raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp, "May the light be with you all." The taste of beer in another world is not much different from that on Earth. Luo Ning can't drink it, and he doesn't have much interest in it. But both McCann and Elrond here are very interested in drinks. As a result, Prince drank half of the fine beer left by him, and Shahar, who was worried about everything, could only serve out medium-grade beer to entertain everyone. It would be better to store those fine beers. If a distinguished guest comes to the castle one day, and the guests can only drink sour beer, wouldn't it be a loss of face for the Lord? He was also planning in his mind to see when he could propose to the Lord to recruit a full-time winemaker for the castle. After having enough wine and food, Luo Ning began to make plans for everyone. The patrol of the territory for the past 2 days has ended. Let's get ready tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I will take McCann, Elrond, Tom, Galen and 4 guards to Wuma City. He said, looking at Shahar and David, "You two stay in Shanline town. Shahar is in charge of the castle, and David, you take the guards and cooperate with the political officer Wilson to take charge of the security of the town." Shahar and David responded quickly. Although there was no way to go out with the Lord to do errands, which made the two of them a little regretful. But they also knew that the Lord asked them to be responsible for guarding the territory, in a sense, out of trust in them. As for Tom who surrendered, he could actually be taken with him or not. However, considering that David was a little weaker than his opponent, Luo Ning finally chose to take Tom with him, covering his face and not afraid of being recognized by others. Baron Lyson from Thane Territory has left Swamp Town and went to Black Python City to celebrate Earl Hyde's birthday in the past few days. There is no need to worry about the threats there for the time being. Luo Ning said to David, "The main thing is to keep an eye on the savage tribes in the woods to the west and north for any movement. If there is an accident, we will retreat to the castle with the guards. All our things are stored here." David made a firm and decisive promise. "Don't worry, sir, even if I die, I won't let those savages set foot in the castle." Ha ha ha. Luo Ning smiled and said, "It's not that serious. I guess those savage tribes don't have the guts to attack rashly. After all the explanations, the dinner party was finally over. Except for McCann, everyone else was either practicing late or refining mana. Come on, McCann, I haven't had a good fight these past 2 days, my body and bones are exhausted. Luo Ning took out his long sword and led McCann towards the inner castle courtyard. Happy to accompany you. McCann followed. There is a big gap between a junior perfect knight and an intermediate and late level knight in terms of strength and agility. In the sparring between Luo Ning and McCann, the latter controlled the strength and at the same time limited himself to the tricks of the trade. For certain attacks, McCann will also stop to explain the purpose of the attack and how to deal with it. For Luo Ning, McCann was both a guard and a close combat mentor. More than an hour passed after these discussions. Even though the evening in the mountainous area was relatively cool, Luo Ning was still sweating. Sir, your fighting skills have improved again, McCann said with a smile. He has the most intuitive feeling about Luo Ning's improvement. Compared to David, your speed of progress is really visible to the naked eye. Luo Ning was in a happier mood, so he was not polite. Of course, if I am worse than David, how can I be his master? Taking the towel handed over by Bella, Ronan wiped the sweat from his face and said, Bella, go and prepare some water for me. I want to take a bath. McCann, that's it for today's practice. I won't delay doing my own thing. Then I wish you a good night. McCann took the sword and left the inner fort. There is nothing more comfortable than taking a hot bath when you are sweating, and Luo Ning also enjoys this process very much. Soaking in the warm water, every cell in the body enjoys a moment of relaxation. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the bathroom door. Gallen's voice came in. Sir, Political Officer Wilson said he has something to report to you outside. Luo Ning raised his eyebrows. This guy came to report so late. Could he have been working overtime? Is the census done? I know, I'll come over when I'm done washing. Ronan thought for a while and said, Gallen, ask Wilson if he has had dinner. If not, ask the kitchen to prepare some. He is a good boss who loves his employees who work overtime. Many of the free people in Shanline Town trace their roots back to the Osan-led coalition that encircled and suppressed the aristocratic resistance army. For example, Tom who surrendered, his father was a professional knight who died in the Battle of Hillwood. Another example is the valet Galen, whose father was a logistics soldier and also died in the war. Although Political Officer Wilson has nothing to do with the coalition, he is a domestic servant of the previous Baron. He is somewhat similar to Shahar before becoming a butler, so he knows a lot of words and has a clear logic in handling things. At this moment, Wilson was sitting on a chair in the dining room, with a bowl of thick broth in front of him and a piece of white bread in his hand. How many years? Wilson's heart trembled a little. He had not tasted such delicate white bread for many years, and had not tasted such thick broth for a long time. Praise the Lord. He took a bite and praised every bite. With the Lord personally ordering the kitchen to prepare dinner for him, Wilson's body was in full condition after a long day's fatigue. Praise be to the merciful Lord. Wilson has been wandering in Hillwood Town for half his life, but has never found a satisfactory job. He even wanted to serve Prince, but was rejected by the other party. Prince was a political officer in his own right, and he needed no assistance. Now that he is lucky enough to be Luo Ning's political officer, and is so highly regarded by the Lord, he feels that no matter how busy he is for the Lord, it is worth it. Not long after, Galen came to the restaurant and said, Mr. Wilson, I'm free to see you now. If you're ready, you can come with me. Okay, I'll come right away. Wilson swallowed the last bite of bread, then drank the last mouthful of broth, stood up resolutely and followed Galen. In the study, the administrative officer saw Luo Ning and greeted him with a heartfelt greeting. Luo Ning motioned for the other party to sit on a chair nearby. Come to see me so late. Could it be that the census has been completed? Yes, sir, except for you and the people who came with you from Washanpu, everyone in Shanline Town has been registered. Wilson said as he took out a large roll of parchment from his arms and respectfully put it on the desk. Luo Ning took the parchment, which clearly recorded the name, gender, age, and occupation of each person in the family unit in very detail. He flipped through several pages in succession and found that Wilson's handwriting was very clear and neat, making it look not messy. I am impressed by your efficiency in completing the census in less than 2 days. His eyes turned to Wilson. It is indeed the right choice to let you serve as my political officer. Faced with such praise, Wilson behaved very humbly. Thank you for your trust. Luo Ning clapped his hands and applauded the other party, and the topic returned to the parchment in front of him. Although the statistics are very detailed, these can only be a bunch of raw data, and further processing is required to find useful value from them. Naturally, the processing of these data must be left to the administrative officer. Luo Ning cannot spend time on this, otherwise why would he spend money to recruit people? Registering this information is only the first step. Next, I need you to help me organize this information. Sections. Luo Ning said. For example, divide the age groups and then count the number of people in each age group. Another example is divide the occupation types and count the number of people in each. Calculate the number of unmarried men and women of the right age, etc. These divisions are meaningful. For example, let's take the statistics of unmarried men and women of marriageable age. If the ratio of men to women is seriously imbalanced, causing all men of marriageable age in Shanline Town to be singles, Luo Ning, as the Lord, will have to consider where to get some women of marriageable age to solve the problem for the people. The problem of being single. Wilson wrote down all these requirements as part of his follow-up work. At the same time, he was a little proud because he did a preliminary screening after registering. Sir, please read the last page. Oh, Luo Ning noticed the, please praise me, look on the administrative officer's face, and immediately curiously took out the last page of parchment. Total population, 1993 people. Number of families, 543. 14 years old and below, 410 people. 14 to 20 years old, 416 people. 20 to 30 years old, 505 people. 30 to 40 years old, 346 people. 40 to 50 years old, 243 people. Over 50 years old, 73 people. Number of serfs, 1356. Free tenant, 609. Other professionals, 28. It turned out that Wilson had divided the population into age groups. Luo Ning looked at the political officer, his eyes naturally full of praise. You did a great job of knowing my thoughts in advance, Wilson. Your Excellency, you are so complimentary. Wilson smiled and responded modestly, I only thought of part of what adults think, and there are still many things that I haven't considered. No need to be modest, the completion of this mission has exceeded my expectations. If you do not do well, you will be punished. If you do well, you will be praised. This is Luo Ning's idea. I believe that the political affairs officer is just your starting point. If you work hard, you will have the opportunity to become my consultant in the future. The official positions in this world are not divided into first grade, second grade, third grade and so on in detail, but Luo Ning plans to design one. For example, for civil servants in the territory, he currently only has 3 levels in mind: civil servants, administrative officers, and XX consultants. Civil servants are equivalent to assistants to political officials. Equivalent to the administrative officer level or tax officers, defense officers, etc. Semicolon. At the consultant level, there will be similar distinctions. For Wilson and others, the most intuitive feeling is that as they upgrade, their wages will increase. In this way, it can give others hope and motivation to climb up. No, Wilson's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Luo Ning mention the word, consultant. Although he still doesn't know what a consultant is, it sounds like he is one level higher than a political officer, and there are definitely benefits. Sir, I will try my best. I look forward to it. Luo Ning motioned for the other party to sit down, while he himself looked at the data carefully. First of all, he was very satisfied with the size of the population. A total of 1 guard, McCann, and Elrond came, and the population has reached 2025. The prosperous population achievement requires that the registered population of the territory reach 3,000. Although it is still short of 900, it is not that far away. In addition, Luo Ning observed the distribution of age groups. If 15 to 40 years old are regarded as the prime age labor force, the total number is 1,263%. This is a very good ratio. Also, the number of children is 410, accounting for 20%, which is also very good. The only thing that surprised Luo Ning was the almost cliff-like decline in the number of people over 50. At this age, he can actually be considered an elderly person. After all, there is no saying here that having an old person in the family is like having a treasure, and there are no benefits for the elderly. For these people over 50, their physical strength and health will decline rapidly due to too much hardship in their youth, but due to the pressure of survival, they still have to participate in heavy labor. As a result, the increase in the mortality rate of the elderly is also expected. Although a bit cruel, this is reality. Even if Luo Ning is a lord, it is impossible to change this situation in the short term. That's a good statistic. Luo Ning praised here. I will take the time tomorrow to dig deeper into these data according to the classification I just mentioned. Data mining. Wilson had never heard of such a word, but he could understand it based on the context, so he remembered this thing invented by the Lord, so that he could brag about it to people who didn't understand it in the future. Also, I will go to Muma City the day after tomorrow. Luo Ning arranged the parchment and said, before I come back, I have one more thing I need you to do. The current Shanline town is like a plate of scattered sand. If Shanline Fort's instructions are to be conveyed to every citizen, Luo Ning needs to arrange personnel to notify them specially. For example, when Luo Ning asked all the people in the territory to meet him at the pasture a few days ago, David, Tom and others on their fast horses almost shouted like gongs and drums to notify them. Luo Ning didn't want his professional knights and guards to waste time on such things. He needs some grassroots personnel to convey his instructions quickly. Therefore, he decided to divide this concept. Wilson, I need you to divide the people in the town according to their households. Every 100 or so households will be a village. Village. Wilson's expression was serious. Just like the matter of squatting on the toilet, he had no experience in what the Baron was talking about now. Yes, village. Luo Ning explained carefully. Although 100 households constitutes one village, this 100 households is not a hard and fast rule. It mainly depends on the number of people. Try to balance the number of serfs and free tenants in each village. The so-called serfs are actually slaves who are attached to the lord, cultivating the land for the lord, and the lord is in charge of their food and drink, as long as they do not starve to death. Although free tenants had personal freedom, they also worked the lord's land and turned over a certain percentage of the harvest to pay the rent for the land. Although free tenants had personal freedom, it was only in a legal sense. In actual life, their freedom was very small, and they could become serfs if they were not careful. The other professionals, in Wilson's statistics, also did not have land, but they relied on their crafts to earn a living. Theoretically, free tenants and other professionals are freedmen, but in the population structure of Hillwood Town, the combined number of these two groups only accounts for less than 35%. Shanline Town has 543 households. Theoretically, it can be divided into 6 villages. However, when you divide it, you need to ensure that the number of free tenants and serfs in each village is as balanced as possible, so the village can be 5 or even 4. Quote, as for other professionals, you can divide them into villages based on the location of their addresses. Be careful to divide them according to families and don't break them up as a family. Wilson quickly took out a small piece of parchment, then lay down on the chair and recorded Ronan's request with a quill. Just after hearing these 2 sentences, he felt that it was a bit difficult to handle this matter. In addition, each villager will choose a village leader for me, who will be responsible for conveying instructions from the castle and managing daily farming work. Each village will have 4 groups with group leaders responsible for assisting the village leader in management. In the future, you can convey instructions directly to the village chief, who will convey them to the group leader, and then to each household and person. Wilson was stunned and asked in disbelief, "Sir, are you saying that these people are under my control?" Luo Ning chuckled, "You can understand that, but there is one point I need to emphasize. These people can only help convey instructions, and sometimes be responsible for supervising the tasks I issue. I have not given them other rights, especially the right to punish other territorial citizens." Wilson nodded, taking that to heart. The village chief and team leader have to plow their land, and they have to do the work they have to do, but they can do it relatively easily. Luo Ning continued, "Of course, if they do things for me, I will also reward them. The tentative salary is 5 copper coins plus 5 kilograms of barley per month for the village chief, and 2 copper coins and 2 kilograms of barley per month for the team leader. You are such a generous lord. Wilson admired that although it was a monthly wage rather than a daily wage, serfs or free tenants still wanted these things. I believe that after the citizens know your policies, they will be very enthusiastic to serve you. Luo Ning smiled and was noncommittal. In fact, in this small town that has not established commercial exchanges with the outside world, it is difficult to spend wages. Even McCann and the others can only spend the money they receive within the territory, such as buying food from the castle, vegetables, meat, etc. Eventually, a lot of the money may come back to Luo Ning. Only when the trade routes are open and caravans are willing to enter Shanline Town to do business, will the money in their hands become more valuable. However, according to Luo Ning's knowledge, no caravan has come to Shanline Town yet. Some of the supplies for the residents of the territory were originally purchased from outside by Prince, but now they need Lord Luo Ning to purchase them. It sounds like the people ask the Lord to do things. In fact, ensuring the survival and living conditions of the people is also one of the Lord's responsibilities. Every lord hopes that his territory will be large, the wealth of the territory will be sufficient, and the population of the territory will be large. From a manor to a small town, from a small town to a small city, from a small city to a big city, this is the dream of all lords. The same is true for Luo Ning, especially since his achievement master interface also has the achievement, Conquer City and Territory, which requires him to own a city. Siege the city. Loun a city. Reward, attribute points plus 200, energy essence plus 400. This achievement only requires Luo Ning to own a city, and does not require Luo Ning to capture a city. In other words, the developed city can also meet the requirements. Luo Ning now has Shanline Town, but this achievement has not been achieved. This only shows that this town and the city are different concepts. As for what kind of requirements can be regarded as a city, although Luo Ning doesn't know, it must be related to the population. In the final analysis, we still need to develop the population. Although the 2 channels of purchasing and procreation have a certain effect, it is also a good way to attract free people to join. To attract people, you have to go out and communicate more. Therefore, Luo Ning knew that if a territory wanted to revitalize, it was necessary to attract caravans to do business. When the manpower is sufficient in the later stage, Luo Ning estimates that he will have a commercial officer who will be responsible for the business issues of the territory. Now, there are only a little over 2,000 people in Shanline Town including myself, so keep everything simple and do it yourself when necessary. Sir, I have a question. Wilson looked a little unsure. Are these village chiefs and group leaders to be held by serfs, or by free tenants or other free people? Luo Ning tapped his fingers on the table and started thinking. In fact, whether they were serfs or tenant farmers, they all depended on him, the Lord, for survival. In his eyes, there was not much difference. Our current government affairs are mainly focused on farming, so freedmen in other occupations are not included in the scope of appointments for the time being. People like William the carpenter and Colors the blacksmith are all free people in other professions. They just need to do their jobs well. So this round of village chiefs and team leaders will be selected from free tenants and serfs. The selection criteria are first of all people with relatively high cultivation level, and then the younger and more motivated the better. Luo Ning is also planning to set up an experimental field. When the time comes for planting, he can also bring these elected village leaders and team leaders over to watch and learn. Once they have learned it, they can then spread it to every village and every group, which will make it much faster. Okay, that's about it. Luo Ning asked Bella to get herself another cup of barley tea, and at the same time issued an eviction order. Just follow the requirements just mentioned. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer when I come back from Muma City. Quote. Wilson looked at the parchment in his hand seriously, thinking about each item carefully. This matter is more troublesome. If he has any unclear questions, he'd better ask before Luo Ning leaves. Otherwise, when Luo Ning comes back and finds out that he messed up, it will be difficult to handle. Sir, I will sort out the data you mentioned after I go home tonight and report back to you tomorrow. He took the parchment of the population registration back and thought clearly in his mind. If he still had any doubts, he could raise them during the work report. Okay, let's go. Luo Ning waved his hand. He liked this kind of good employee who had to work overtime at night very much. The day before planning to go to Muma City, everyone was a little busy. McCann took Tom to make plans for David's next territory defense and inspection. Elrond rode a horse through the town, extending Ronan's kindness. Shahar was tinkering with the castle toilet plan, while Wilson was involved in dividing villages and groups after completing statistics. Luo Ning was not idle either. After reading the chivalric novel in his hand, he rode to the edge of the southeast to see how serfs and tenant farmers reclaimed wasteland. Farmers are selective in reclaiming wasteland. They don't just find a piece of land and start playing with it. They usually choose a place with relatively gentle terrain and soft geology, and try to avoid sandy and gravelly land. Fortunately, there is a large relatively flat area in the southeast of Shanline town, which has brought a lot of arable land to the town. If it continues to be cultivated, it will probably reach 40,000 to 50,000 acres. In addition, there are also reclaimable areas in the northeast and more than 10,000 acres of land that are fallow, and the arable land area in Shanline town is estimated to be about 80,000 acres. This is not even counting the dangerous west side. Luo Ning was shocked by the data he got from such an analysis. If a town has so much farmland, can it be said to be barren? As long as Luo Ning reclaims all the uncultivated land and then increases the grain yield per mu, Shanline town should be able to feed a population of 20,000 to 30,000 people by relying on itself. This only counts barley and wheat production. If carrots and cabbage are added, the number of people who can survive is estimated to be a little more. It makes sense for Prince to force the people to clear land every year. Luo Ning did not rashly ask the farmers to stop clearing land. It would be a waste if such a large area of cultivated land was not reclaimed. However, the farmer's pace of opening up wasteland was a bit too slow. He rode his horse around the cultivated land, making the serfs and tenant farmers think that it was the Lord who came to supervise their work. They were all trembling and working hard, fearing that the Lord's whip would fall on them. On the unlucky guy. As an outsider, Luo Ning didn't easily point out existing technologies and working methods, and he didn't have the time to supervise how the people worked. The main reason why I walked around and looked around was to collect available information. After observation, he found that although the farmers worked non-stop, the pace of reclamation was not ideal. The reason was the lack of tools. Neither oxen nor horses are used on a large scale in land reclamation. They rely more on manpower, which naturally cannot increase the speed. Moreover, Luo Ning carefully observed the few cows. Not only were they thin, but the plows they used were also light plows. The soil they could turn was limited and they could not plow deeply. In addition, defects in the design of the plow and yoke resulted in a great waste of manpower and oxen power, especially when turning around when plowing was over. Implementing ox plowing and improving plows and ox yokes can increase the speed of land reclamation. After questioning, Luo Ning learned that these cows were the private property of the tenant farmers. If others wanted to use them, they would need to pay a certain amount of labor or food. In the past, when Prince was here, he would lend 2 or 3 heads to those in need, but he would also charge a fee. Of course, for Prince, more cattle or for food. Luo Ning had seen the black buffalo. After all, he personally inspected and accepted the 13 cows that Thane led to Shanline town. This kind of buffalo is relatively large, half a circle larger than the flower grower's buffalo. Their strength can be imagined. Su circle upper right quadrant filled lower half circle upper right quadrant filled Su. However, although these guys are large in size, they are relatively docile in temperament. Especially under the training of the cattle herders in the Thane territory, being able to understand people's commands is a rare feat. Luo Ning has a total of 24 black buffalo that can be used for plowing, which is not a lot. He planned to wait until Wilson divided Shanline town into villages before allocating the cattle. Of course, it was mainly for the use of serfs. Free tenants still had to pay a certain fee. Compared to Prince, he could reduce it a bit if appropriate. The problem of farm cattle can only be solved in this way at present. The number of cattle is really too small. As for the plow and yoke, Luo Ning could improve them. As a modern flower grower, he not only knew something about the curved shaft plow in history books, but also worked with plows and big black oxen in the fields when he was young. Ronan plans to draw the pattern of the plow and then give it to the blacksmith Callus in the town to make one for a try. There should be no big problem. While Luoning was busy improving the agricultural technology level of the territory, most of the nobles in the entire Wuxian territory were preparing for the upcoming grand gathering. On August 28, Count Orson Hyde of Black Python City celebrated his 70th birthday. For ordinary people, 50 years old is equivalent to entering old age. For nobles, 50 years old is just the end of middle age. As for the Golden Knight, even at the age of 70, he is still strong and powerful. The Golden Knight's skin, flesh and internal organs have been tempered by fighting spirit for a long time, and its function and strength are several levels ahead of ordinary people. Extraordinary beings of this level, if there is no disease or injury, will not enter the decline period of their body functions until they are 80 years old. So for the next 10 years, Orson Hyde was still going strong. The Hyde family was already strong, and now that the Earl's grandson has the right to inherit the Wuxian territory, the Hyde family's reputation has grown even higher. So this birthday party will be grander than ever before, which is why Baron Lyson will set off for Black Python City so many days in advance, because it can indeed generate a lot of communication. In Wushanpu, Lulans, as Orson Hyde's lord, would naturally not go off to celebrate the other party's birthday in person. However, as the Earl of Wuxian City and the son-in-law of that guy Orson, his son must go on this trip. But the Earl was quarreling with his wife in the castle at the moment because Wiggins didn't want to go to Black Python City. When he was young, he was keen on attending various banquets. The more nobles there were, the more he liked them. But as he got older, especially in recent years, he began to hate attending such banquets more and more. He felt sick when he saw the nobles changing glasses, smiling on the outside, but not knowing what to say about him behind his back. Diane was going crazy at the moment. How could a son-in-law not attend his father-in-law's birthday party? She kept questioning Wiggins, asking him what he was afraid of. The quarrel lasted for a long time until the incident alerted Lulans, who was resting in the back courtyard. When the old man sat in front of the two of them on crutches, both Wiggins and Diane could only hide their flags and turn off the fire. There is no reason for you not to go to Orson's birthday party this time. Rulans made the final decision loudly. Wiggins suddenly felt that he was so tired. It was too tiring to be this shabby earl and the heir to the marquis. If possible, he would have wanted to use his own life to exchange for the rebirth of Grimes. Father, can't we just let Diane take Brayden? He was still a little unwilling to give up. Just tell the outside world that I'm sick and not feeling well. Can't I rest at home? After Lulans heard this, he suddenly felt like he was a year older. He didn't want to say anything more, he just stared coldly at the sun in front of him. Soon, Wiggins was defeated. Okay, I'll go. Rulans sighed inwardly. Let Tolu lead the team to accompany you this time. Tolu Vinyl is a disciple of Rulans, a canonized knight of Wuxian Castle, and the leader of the first knights of Wuxian Castle. Toru claimed that he only had peak silver level strength, but he had broken through not long ago, but this matter was not publicized and only Rulans knew about it. Wiggins was shocked. Father, Tolu is responsible for guarding Wuxian City. He went with me. What should you do? Are you worried about my safety? Lu Lancy chuckled. His face suddenly condensed, and the crutch in his hand hit the ground heavily. The floor tiles shattered into pieces, and the hot fighting energy formed a whirlwind and rushed towards Wiggins on the opposite side. It blew the opponent, tables, chairs, and sofas away and bombarded the wall. Diane on the side couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't expect that the old man's momentum was still so strong. Ahem. Lulans coughed twice, looked at his son who was being taught a lesson, and felt a little relieved. He stood up and walked outside. Your father is just sick, but not dead. There is no one in Wuxian who can take my life for the time being. The outside world is noisy and lively, and it has nothing to do with Luo Ning. Now he was just a down-and-out young baron who had just been deprived of his inheritance rights and was driven to a remote mountainous area. He had neither strength nor manpower, and was completely unable to attract the attention of nobles everywhere. This is good, as it can give him time to develop quietly. After briefly inspecting the process of land reclamation by the people, Luo Ning returned to Wuxian Castle and drew the Ku Yuanli based on the memory in his mind. Under the guidance of Shahar, he personally went to the blacksmith shop in the town and found Callus. It's said to be a blacksmith shop, but Callus actually does more than just blacksmith's work. After all, iron is very expensive these days. Even if tenant farmers and freedmen have some iron tools, they use them sparingly and don't break them often. Therefore, Callus usually also makes bone tools, tools made of bones, stone tools, pottery, etc. With these skills, he can also support his family of 3. Luo Ning introduced his drawings in detail in front of Callus, and vividly described the use of the curved shaft plow, so that the other party would have a deeper impression. Callus was naturally surprised by the Lord's personal visit, and at the same time he was worried and excited about the work the Lord told him. Excitedly, the Lord agreed that as long as he could make this kind of plow, he would be richly rewarded. What makes him anxious is that he is afraid that he will not be able to complete it and will be punished by the Lord. It is very important to settle down in this remote place and get the protection of the castle. If you offend this new Lord, the future life will be even more difficult than during the Prince period. New 69 book bar right pointing arrow 69shucks.com. Callus forced himself to calm down and listened carefully to the Lord's speech. He found that this curved shaft plow was something he had never come into contact with, and the Lord described it as very dexterous and exquisite, so he might not be able to build it. On the contrary, Ronan had great confidence in Callus. In his opinion, the structure of the curved shaft plow was not complicated, and he provided detailed drawings. As long as the other party's blacksmithing skills were good, there would be no problem in making it. After explaining this matter, Luo Ning returned to the castle. It was already afternoon, and McCann reported to him on the territorial defense work. The loyal guard officer proposed the construction of a watchtower at the entrance to the town. At the same time, before the guard tower was built, he advocated arranging 2 guards to stand guard and register all people entering and leaving the territory, although no one seems to be entering or leaving now. In addition, McCann planned to let David and 13 other guards stay in the castle, while the other 12 men worked in groups of 3 to patrol the town, wheat fields, orchards, etc., mainly to maintain law and order. Luo Ning agreed with this plan. It could be seen that McCann did have 2 skills in guarding and his ideas were relatively clear. In this way, after everything was ready, early the next morning, Luo Ning took 3 extraordinary people, 4 guards, and the valet Galen and rushed to Muma City on horseback and in a car. Luo Ning had thought about this city ruled by the Iron Hoof family for a long time, but his plan could not keep up with the changes. It was not until he had arranged things in Hillwood Town that he could take advantage of Baron Lyson's departure from Thane territory to go out. To be honest, if Baron Lyson had not gone to pay Earl Orson's birthday, he would probably have to think twice before going out to the forest town. When Luo Ning went to Muma City this time, it was for purchasing magic crystals, warcraft furs, land reclamation tools, wrought iron, etc. are all things he needs to purchase. The mountain road is swaying, but everyone is used to it. In the few days since I came to this world, most of them have been spent on the road. Sometimes he really wanted to use the contract scroll in the space ring to contract a flying giant bird. Unfortunately, he didn't find this type of magical beast, and he couldn't use such a valuable thing to replace his leg strength. Due to the presence of the carriage, the team could not move faster. Ronan could not move through the forest as fast as Fadin. However, it was still a lot faster than when we arrived. On the evening of the 4th day, the group arrived outside Muma City. Traveling in a hurry is obviously boring, but there are still little surprises along the way. At 0 o'clock today, Luo Ning received the 3rd heartwarming gift package and received 30 attribute points and energy essence respectively. In order to create a top combat force in Shanline Town, Luo Ning continued to consume all his energy and essence on McCann, helping his knight level progress to intermediate 165 200ths. While adding points to McCann, Ronan accidentally called up Elrond's level panel. During this period of time, he had not paid much attention to the magician's strength, but unexpectedly, he found another surprise when he looked at it. I saw Elrond's level panel clearly displaying Elrond full, intermediate mage light 4 300ths. In the past 10 days or so, Elrond, without the help of Luo Ning, relied on his own practice to improve his level by 4 points, an average of 1 point every 3 days. This may be due to the fact that Elrond has been refining too much mana every day recently, but in any case, the opponent is indeed a magician with the qualification of a 7th level Great Mage, and his strength is improving very quickly. Since Elrond can practice and improve his strength, so can McCann. It's just that the latter's qualifications are low, and it's hard to find that the improvement in strength is not obvious. At the same time, Luo Ning added points to the opponent, covering up the improvement effect brought by his own practice. Of all the people present, I am afraid that only Luo Ning cannot improve through cultivation, right? After all, his predecessor had no talent for cultivation at all. Fortunately, he has an attribute panel and can gain at least 1 attribute point every day, which translates into a very fast improvement rate. But this time, with the help of this heartwarming gift package, he finally completed the progress of the junior magician. When his knight level and magician level progress were full, a refreshing feeling of strengthening came to him. He broke through. Luo Ning's level at this moment is level 2 intermediate knight 12 200ths, 2 intermediate magician 0 300ths. He still chose to add attribute points to the knight level first. After breaking through to the intermediate level, Luo Ning became busy with his training. He needs to practice the 2 spells of Light Body and Wind Blade that he got from Pedro. In addition, in terms of fighting skills, he needs to master the 2 fighting skills of Flame Slash and Fire Fist Bombing that he received from Prince. His super affinity reduces the difficulty for him to master fighting skills and magic, but after all, it is an intermediate skill, not as simple as the first level magic Qingfeng technique. He still needs to practice it repeatedly for a while before he can fully master it. Take the Wind Blade spell as an example. Its spell pattern is much more complex than that of the Qingfeng spell. He needs to outline a higher degree of concentration and coordination of mental power and mana. Luo Ning estimated that he would need to practice for 2 or 3 days before he could use it skillfully. This breakthrough brought about a big change in the mentality of the team members. McCann and Elrond were okay, mainly Tom. He did not expect that the eldest grandson of the Marquis, who was extremely belittled by Prince, was not only a professional knight but also a mysterious magician like Mr. Elrond. The light body technique blessed on him made him feel lighter than ever before, and his speed increased by 20 to 30% in the blink of an eye. The conversion of such speed into combat power is also very impressive. He felt more and more that it was a wise choice to surrender directly instead of choosing to be as tough as Prince. Although he is wearing a mask now, Tom believes that one day he will be able to throw away the mask and reveal his true identity. At that time, Baron Lyson from Thane territory might not be a match for Baron Luoning. No, there was no Baron Lyson even then, right? The Ironhoof family already existed before the Orland Empire died. Although it was only a small knighthood at that time, it had quite a reputation. After more than 200 years of war, it gradually developed and became a follower of the Wushan family. After Rulanzi Wushan was granted the title of Marquis of the Kingdom, the Ironhoof family was successfully promoted to the Viscount family, and its base was in Muma City. This city that has never changed hands for hundreds of years has a very high degree of stability, so it has attracted chambers of commerce from all over the place to do business here, making Muma City one of the cities with the most frequent flows of people in Wushan. The Tiatho family's main business is all kinds of horses, ranging from old horses, draft horses, and pack horses, to ordinary war horses, sophisticated war horses, and excellent war horses. It is even said that there are war horses with the blood of Warcraft in the Ironhoof family's ranch. Such precious mounts may cost thousands of gold coins. But having said that, to say whose mount is better, you still have to look at the Thunder Wind Chaser of Lulans, the owner of Wushan territory. This is not a horse, this is a real monster, and it is a level 5 monster that rivals the Silver Knight. It is said that the Thunder Wind Chaser has the blood of the legendary dragon, so it looks like a dragon, and after being equipped with armor, its appearance is extremely domineering. The predecessor had heard about his grandfather's achievements since he was born. It was said that the Galloping Thunder Wind Chaser would bring about a powerful electric field of lightning, mixed with Lulancy's own surging fighting spirit, and gallop across the battlefield, which was simply unparalleled. Enemy. It's a pity that even as the predecessor of his eldest grandson, Luo Ning rarely had the opportunity to get close to this monster mount, and could only take a few secret glances from a distance. Warcraft mounts are very rare, especially high-level Warcraft mounts. Generally speaking, people must first have the ability to subdue the mount and defeat it from the front, and then break through the opponent's spiritual defense and then sign a master-servant contract. Defeating Warcraft is relatively easy, but breaking through the opponent's spiritual defense and making them obediently agree to sign a master-servant contract is very difficult. Some arrogant or wild and untamable guys will not agree to it even if they die. In addition to these factors, the contract scroll is also very expensive and rare. Theoretically, only a 7th-level Great Magician has the ability to make this thing. Great Magicians are rare, and there are even fewer Great Magicians who can make spell scrolls. Therefore, people who don't know any powerful magicians generally don't even have the means to purchase them. This also made it very difficult for even nobles to obtain a powerful Warcraft mount. After Luo Ning and his party stayed in a hotel in a small manor outside the city for the night, they set out for the city early the next morning. Muma City is indeed a big city. In order to accommodate the horse trade, its roads are very wide. Along this horse-riding avenue, there are scattered night estates on both sides. This is very similar to the environment around Wushan Avenue. However, the manors here didn't seem to grow much food. Luo Ning saw more pastures, with many farmers grazing cattle, sheep, and horses. This is also a problem with the positioning of the Tidy family. They specialize in the horse industry and also sell cows and sheep. As for the wheat field configuration, it is not high. There are many caravans coming and going in Muma City, and there is no shortage of merchants selling grain. The money earned from selling horses and other livestock is enough to buy a lot of grain. Luo Ning will complete the development of the land in Shanline Town in the future, and the excess food can also be considered to be sold in Muma City. However, he thought of a question. If Muma City was completely surrounded, how long would the food inside be enough to support them? Soon, Luo Ning put this idea behind him. Everyone is a neighbor, and Muma City is not like the Thane territory that robbed Hillwood Town. How could he have such a bad idea in his mind? What's more, Marvin Ironhoof, Viscount of Muma City, is a silver-level knight. In order to maintain the order of the caravan and the city, he almost has a knight order under him. Who among ordinary people would dare to take the idea of Muma City? After entering Muma City, Luo Ning stopped concentrating on his actions. He asked Tom to accompany Galen and the guards to purchase a batch of wrought iron. After returning to Hillwood Town, he needed to ask Callus to build various tools. There are no iron mines in Shanline Town, and the demand for wrought iron is still very large. This time Luo Ning plans to purchase 2,000 kilograms first. On the market, the price of wrought iron varies according to its quality. It is generally in the range of 30 to 55 copper coins per caddy, and the price is still acceptable. However, if the wrought iron is made into tools or weapons, then there is no telling how much the price can rise. Luo Ning did not let McCann follow Tom this time, which was actually a test for the professional knight. He couldn't always keep David or McCann bound to Tom, it would be a waste of the value of the transcendent. Sooner or later, he would have to hand over the task to the other party. During this period of time, Tom's performance has been hardworking and uncomplaining, and it is indeed okay. If this is the case, the other party is pretending to surrender to cause trouble, then Luo Ning can only lament that the other party's acting skills are so strong that even he can be deceived. What he didn't know was that this release, in Tom's opinion, was a sign of the Lord's trust in him. Since the surrender, Tom has been either with McCann or David. He knows why the Lord arranged this. But he is a latecomer after all, and there is no risk of McCann's true combat strength being leaked. It is normal for him to be monitored by the Lord. But today, since the Lord let him as a professional to assist in the work, it shows that the Lord's trust in him has reached a new level. This is a good thing. Tom secretly vowed that this task of purchasing wrought iron would be completed without any surprises. On the other hand, Luo Ning took McCann and Elrond to visit the trading area of Muma City. The trading area is very large. There are various stalls on the roadside, some selling piglets, cattle and sheep and other livestock. It is very chaotic and noisy. The sanitary environment is also very chaotic. It is much worse than the farmer's market in my impression. What Luo Ning wanted to buy were magic crystals and Warcraft furs. It was difficult to find small stalls for such things. They could only be found in street shops and single-family buildings of large chambers of commerce. Chambers of commerce, especially large chambers of commerce, can be understood as a powerful force outside the nobility. Of course, although it is said that they are free, in fact, the owners of the Chamber of Commerce are basically related to the nobles, and some are even the retainers of the nobles or even the nobles themselves. For example, the kingdom's Minister of Finance has more than one Chamber of Commerce under his command. They work for the king and also for the Minister of Finance. The larger the Chamber of Commerce, the more prosperous their business is, and shops are located in every city and town in the kingdom. There are several chambers of commerce in the trading area of Muma City, both from the Iron Hoof family and from outside. Luo Ning took the lead in walking into the Iron Shoe Chamber of Commerce and found that they mainly dealt with warhorse-related business, including the sale of horses, matching saddles, vests, reins, etc., but no magic crystal-related business. However, the other party pointed out a clear path for Luo Ning. There is a building belonging to the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce in the northwest corner of the business district. Generally, magic crystals and other things can be purchased from here. The Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce was founded by Bolero Silva, Count of the Kingdom of Alduin, and is the largest chamber of commerce in the kingdom that handles magician-related businesses. It is said that this earl's territory is very small, almost the same as an ordinary barony. However, the count's business is very good. The reason is that Belero's personal strength is very strong. Bolero Silva is not only a magician, but also a long-famous 8th-level mage. Whether it is the Kingdom of Alduin or the Kingdom of Trisha, his strength is one of the best. His disciples are all over the place, and the exact number is unknown. This has also led some people to say that the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce is just a chamber of commerce, but it can be regarded as a magician's association. After obtaining this information, Ronan took McCann and Elrond towards the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. I thought it would take some time to find the Chamber of Commerce building, but when I arrived at the northwest corner of the trading area, I saw the eye-catching building at a glance. This made Luo Ning think of one word for the first time: Mage Tower. The building in front of me is about the same height as other chambers of commerce buildings, about 5 or 6 stories high, but its shape is quite unique. X.co acute M. The building of the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce has a cylindrical appearance, and the whole building is composed of bluestone. It is engraved with reliefs of warcraft and mysterious symbols, which is full of mystery. Luo Ning looked carefully and discovered the spell lines of the primary magic Qingfeng technique. Unexpectedly, he actually regarded the spell lines as murals. The building has a golden spire, which is like a slender golden needle thrust straight into the sky, making people feel extremely solemn and sacred. Sir, I feel the fluctuations of the spell. Elrond looked up. It seems to be coming from the top platform. Ronan nodded. He seemed to feel it a little bit, but it was not as clear as Elrond. Come on, let's go in and take a look. With that said, Luo Ning led the two of them inside. As soon as he entered the door, Luo Ning was surprised by the scene inside the building. The exterior of the building is constructed of bluestone, but the floors inside are made of wood. Adhering to the inner wall, a staircase spirals up and leads directly to the top of the building. Luo Ning stood on the first floor and looked up. He could clearly see rows of bookshelves on each floor. There was a faint smell of parchment in the air, but there was also a faint fragrance and a gentle blowing wind. Magic crystal chandeliers are generally rare, but in this building they are decorated everywhere as if they are free. Especially the huge chandelier in the middle. Its brightness and shape are no less than the top modern luxury lighting. I don't know how many gold coins it takes to buy it. Gorgeous and extraordinary. Please, 3 gentlemen, how can I help you? The very familiar words made Luo Ning almost feel as if he was displaced in time and space. Luo Ning looked at the service staff in front of him. He was wearing a light blue robe and had a purple crystal pattern on his left chest. This was the pattern of the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce. Hello, I want to buy magic crystals and warcraft leather. Luo Ning directly stated his intention. Sir, please come with me. Under the guidance of the waiter, Luo Ning walked into a small room on the first floor. There are no windows in the room, but the magic crystal lamp on the ceiling illuminates the space inside very brightly. Soon, an elegant gentleman in a tuxedo knocked on the door and entered. Luo Ning understood that the waiter just now was just an errand, and the one in front of him was the sales manager. As soon as the man came in, he bowed as a gentleman and said, "My name is Hook, and I am very happy to serve you three gentlemen." As soon as Hook entered the door, he saw only Ronan sitting in the room, with Elrond and McCann standing behind him, and he knew that the young man in front of him was the protagonist. And with black eyes and silver hair, Hook rolled his eyes and said, "May I ask your excellency, are you Baron Luoning of Shanline Town?" Luo Ning was a little surprised, but he didn't hide it. "How did you recognize him?" Dark eyes and silver hair are the signature characteristics of members of the Wushan family. As a citizen of the Wushan Collar, I naturally know you. Perhaps due to preconceptions, Luo Ning still thought that he had black eyes and black hair, but he did not notice the special hair color. Hook's posture was very low. "I heard from the waiter that the Baron wants to buy magic crystals and Warcraft leather. I wonder what quality you need." The quality. Luo Ning was a little confused. Hook immediately showed his skills as a salesman, and began to introduce the magic crystal and Warcraft leather in detail. To put it simply, magic crystal has 5 colors: purple, yellow, gray, white, and almost transparent. This quality is determined based on the amount of energy consumed inside the magic crystal. Purple basically represents the full state, yellow is at 50% to 50%, and white is at 10% to 30%. The more transparent it is, the less energy the magic crystal has, until in the end there is only an empty shell left. The quality is different and the selling price is also different. Luo Ning played with Pedro's magic crystal in his pocket. It was purple, indicating that the energy inside it was still full. As for the quality of Warcraft leather, it is easy to say. According to the level of Warcraft, the higher the level of Warcraft leather, the more expensive it is. Since Shanline Town is close to the Wushan Warcraft Mountains, it is inevitable to kill Warcraft in the future, so Luo Ning asked about the production of Warcraft leather. Hook answered all questions without any hidden thoughts. In fact, there is nothing special about the production of Warcraft leather, it is similar to the production of sheepskin, cowhide and other leathers. My lord's territory is close to Wushan. If you have a chance to kill a monster, you can leave it to me if it's convenient. I'll give you a very suitable price. As a businessman, Hook spoke directly to the Lord of Shanline Town. As long as he can make money, he doesn't care whether the other person has inheritance rights or is a useless nobleman. I think we should have a chance to cooperate. Ronan really needs to prepare for future sales, he said, pointing to Elrond beside him. This is my follower, the light magician Elrond. This purchase of Warcraft leather is for him. Luo Ning smiled and said, although he is only an intermediate magician at present, he should be able to make healing spell scrolls. I would like to ask you, what is the market price of such a scroll? With his introduction, Hook's eyes became brighter and brighter. He didn't expect that the handsome man with short gray hair in front of him turned out to be a magician with light attributes. Your Majesty the magician, please forgive Hook for being rude. He stood up and saluted Elrond, and then, perhaps out of politeness, he also saluted McCann. May the light be with you. Elrond gave a slight greeting and threw an uplifting spell at the opponent. The light fell on Hook's body, making him feel like a spring breeze and his energy doubled. He is indeed a magician with light attributes. Hook turned to Luo Ning and said, Sir, the market price of second-level spell scrolls is generally 10 to 20 gold coins. Intermediate magicians with light attributes are rare, which also makes healing spell scrolls relatively rare, but the effect is very good, so our Chamber of Commerce sells a healing spell scroll at a fixed price of 20 gold coins. Luo Ning was secretly surprised. 20 gold coins doesn't sound like much, after all, it's only 2 digits. But you must know that the average monthly salary of an intermediate knight is less than 2 gold coins, and it takes a year to buy a healing scroll. No wonder these are so rarely seen. What about other spell scrolls, such as the Windblade spell? Luo Ning followed up and asked. He was about to learn the Windblade spell and prepare to make its spell scroll in the future. The Windblade spell is a second-level magic. It is similar to the Fireball spell and several other spell scrolls. Our selling price here is set at 18 gold coins. The price of the Windblade spell is actually a little lower than that of the healing spell. Considering that light attribute magicians are rarer than those of earth, wind, water, and fire, the price is quite reasonable. So, if the healing scroll made by Elrond wants to be sold in your Chamber of Commerce, I wonder how much price you can offer to buy it. The 20 gold coins are for sale to the outside world. It is impossible for the other party to buy them from Luoning at such a price, so there will be a discount. Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce is the largest magician chamber of commerce in the Kingdom of Alduin. It provides services to thousands of magicians in the kingdom every year. We have always provided the greatest profits and various conveniences for distinguished magicians. Sir, Hook said with some pride and some humility. If ordinary people come here to sell spell scrolls, we will buy them at 20% off the market price. He paused, and then said with a smile, but if you are of high status, I am willing to use my rights to increase the proportion of the purchase price to the maximum, and the Chamber of Commerce will purchase it at 15% off the market price. This is also the biggest concession that the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce can give. Of course, if you have a spell scroll of level 7 or above to sell, our Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce will help you sell it for free, and we will not take any gold coins obtained. A 7th level spell scroll could only be made by a great magician. How many level 7 great wizards are there in the Kingdom of Alduin? Even Bellola Silva must pay attention to this kind of character and give him face. If the things they produce can be sold by the Chamber of Commerce, it will give Bellola face. This kind of free sales seems to be a loss, but in fact, the benefits brought by this high-level spell scroll have greatly increased the dominance of the Chamber of Commerce. Luo Ning only has a 7th level scroll in his hand, and he will not sell it to anyone else. The price you mentioned is very suitable. A 15% discount, which is 17 gold coins per piece, seems like the Chamber of Commerce has earned 3 gold coins. In fact, excluding the tax paid by the Chamber of Commerce to Muma City and the cost of renting the shop, it is estimated that the other party will not earn much. Even if Luo Ning wanted to negotiate the price, he didn't have much room to negotiate, so fortunately he didn't waste time. After learning about the spell scroll, Luo Ning asked Hook about the cost of making the spell scroll. This mainly involves Warcraft leather, magic core and mana ink. After some calculations, the cost of making a 2nd level spell scroll is about 9 gold coins. In other words, the net profit from making a healing scroll is 8 gold coins per scroll, a 0% net profit. Even if there are a few production failures along the way, this transaction will not be a loss. This is Shanline Town's 2nd stable income project after Ironwood Workshop, and it's very exciting. For Luoning, the purpose of walking into the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce was to shop, but this did not prevent him from obtaining a lot of information. In order to facilitate the deal, Hook told almost everything he knew and could tell. In addition to the prices of various commodities, Luo Ning discovered an interesting thing, the magic core. In his understanding, the magic core is the source of magic energy of Warcraft, similar to the function of a battery. After Hook's explanation, he had a deeper understanding of the role of the magic core. The magic core is a crystalline material. Even if it is ground, it will still be in the form of particles and can still react with mana. This is why it can be used as a material for mana ink. In addition, when a magician uses his mental power to perceive a complete magic core, he can sense the spell lines inside the magic core. This spell pattern is the key to Warcraft's ability to use magic, and it is also the origin of early magicians' mastery of spell patterns. When a Warcraft can use multiple magics, its magic core often has many spell patterns. These spell lines will be closely combined, and the magician needs to separate them. This is one of the daily research tasks of the magician. Through this kind of research, the probability of a magician mastering this magic can be greatly improved, which is much more effective than practicing by referring to a spell book. Luo Ning didn't have any feelings about this. After all, he mastered it after practicing several times with reference to the spell book, and he felt that learning magic was not too difficult. Maybe this is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. In this way, the conversation lasted for a long time before both parties finally turned the topic back to shopping. Luo Ning didn't do ink, so he even asked to buy 5 purple magic crystals, 27 bottles of 2nd level magic ink, 6 pieces of 2nd level magic beast leather, small flame, and fireball spell books. Magic crystals are used for first recharge. Spell ink and magic beast leather are materials pre-made by the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce for magicians to make spell scrolls. A 10 milliliters bottle of spell ink costs 1 level 2 spell scroll. A piece of Warcraft leather sells for 15 gold coins and can produce an average of 5 spell scrolls. The price of the 2 spell books is relatively cheap, basically equivalent to half of the spell scroll of the same level, and only costs 10 gold coins in total. The total consumption of these 4 types of items is 762 gold coins. The bulk of them are magic crystals, 5 worth 500 gold, and 1 spell ink, which cost only 90 gold coins. Luo Ning now has a total of 30 bottles of spell ink, and with 6 pieces of Warcraft leather, he can make 30 spell scrolls and earn back 510 gold coins. The more he spends, the more he earns. When Hook saw such a big order, his eyes were filled with stars, and he wished he could call Luo Ning Grandpa. Of course, Luo Ning had to bargain a bit, and finally got 32 gold coins off. Along with that, he got a good quill pen and a book explaining the making of spell scrolls. When Luo Ning was sent out, all the salesmen on the first floor were alarmed. 1 or 2 of them looked at Luo Ning with the most enthusiastic eyes, especially some of the pretty waitresses. They just wished they had no chance, otherwise they all wanted to talk to Luo Ning. Walk. Outside the Chamber of Commerce building, Hook sent Ronan outside. Lord Luo Ning, it's settled. 1 month from now, that is, in early October, I will arrange a caravan to go to your territory. Haha, welcome. Luo Ning smiled and stretched out his hand, shaking the other person's hand twice warmly in his dazed state. The proposal to let the Silva magical energy merchant come to Hillwood Town was actually proposed by Hook. On the surface, he said it was to take away the newly made spell scrolls, but in fact, it was to continue selling spell ink and magic beast leather to Ronan. After all, even if Luo Ning makes 30 healing spell scrolls in the next month, the Chamber of Commerce will only make a few dozen gold coins in profit. But if he sells more magic ink to Luo Ning, he will make even more money. For Luo Ning, few chambers of commerce came to Shanline Town. He can use the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce to promote it to the outside world, and it may have a good effect and make other chambers of commerce interested in Hillwood Town. As for the risks involved in the woodland passing through Shanline Town, Luo Ning didn't need to worry about that. The Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce is the largest magician chamber of commerce in the kingdom, and its strength is self-evident. Arranging for a senior rider to pick up and deliver the goods, there will be no problem at all. Let alone World of Warcraft, even if Baron Lyson from the Thane territory saw it, he would not easily provoke it. Watching Luo Ning and the others leaving, the smile on Hook's face never dissipated. He is lucky to meet such a financial sponsor. Get promoted. Hook was very excited when he thought about it. In his eyes, Luo Ning was a money tree, and it was a money tree facing him. Such a big customer must be reported to the Master of Basic Repair. Keith Hull is the general manager of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce branch in Wuma City. He is a 5th-level chief magician who basically spends most of his time in the Chamber of Commerce building. Hook sorted out the receipts and gold coins, spiraled up the stairs, and climbed to the top floor. Not to mention the matters on Hook's side, Luo Ning, who walked out of the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce building, had already completed the main purchase in Wuma City. The only things left to buy were wrought iron, farm tools, and going to the slave exchange to inquire about the price of slaves. Seeing that it was noon, Ronan took Elrond and McCann into the tavern where Tom and Galen had agreed to meet. It's said to be a pub, but it's actually a hotel, but there are more people drinking in the lobby. As soon as he entered, noisy shouts and shouts rushed into Luo Ning's ears. This place was busier than the vegetable market in the morning. Luo Ning took a look and saw that most of the people eating and drinking in the hall were hunters and mercenaries. For these people who are used to taking risks and running around, being able to eat and drink with their friends is the happiest time. Therefore, most of them look particularly heroic when drinking, and speak louder, and some are used to using vulgar words. They are basically free people, with only a few special slaves who do not need to cultivate land. Although there are also professional knights among them, very few can reach the level of intermediate knights. Although they are extraordinary people, they have no ancestral background and no channels. It is difficult for them to get into the sight of nobles or big forces, and there is no channel to join them. After all, for some nobles, they are more willing to hire extraordinary people with unclear origins on a temporary basis rather than accept their allegiance. Luo Ning's mind flashed on whether to hire a few professional knights to deal with the Thane territory, but he was killed as soon as the idea came up. The business of mercenaries is mainly focused on escorting caravans, accepting specific commissions to hunt monsters, protecting certain characters, etc. If you want them to deal with noble territories, you can't do it unless you pay a huge price. And even if you pay, the other party will still evaluate the chances of winning and potential crises. If the chance of winning is slim and there is a possibility of offending a larger noble, no matter how much money you pay, the mercenaries will probably not be willing to die. In addition, due to the instability of mercenaries and the lack of loyalty of knights in the territory, once Ronan is hired, Baron Lyson may have known his thoughts in advance before taking any action against Thane territory. But having said that, as long as these mercenaries have earned enough money, or their own strength has reached a certain level, or they have formed a strong mercenary group, they are still qualified to sit down and talk with the nobles. It is said that the leaders of the Black Gold Brotherhood and the Polish Thieves group who are active in the southeastern part of the Osan territory started out as mercenaries. Now that the business is successful, it has not only occupied several cities in the southeast, but also left Wiggins and others with no choice. In short, nobles live like nobles, and common people live like common people. Most of the time, they don't interact with each other. Luo Ning paid 8 silver coins and asked the waiter to prepare an independent and spacious box for them, which blocked out most of the noisy sounds outside. He held 5 magic crystals in his hand, and at the same time took out the magic crystal trophies he got from Pedro from the space ring. The 6 magic crystals have been gathered, and now it's time to make the first charge. Luo Ning opened the first recharge interface, and as his faith moved, a burst of purple light suddenly appeared on his palm. These rays of light wrapped around the 6 magic crystals in his hand as if they were about to melt. Soon, cracks appeared in the magic crystal, and then it shattered and turned into powder, then merged with the purple light and slowly disappeared. McCann and Elrond on the side looked at Ronan's operation in confusion, wondering what their master had done to these 6 expensive objects, which instantly disappeared into nothing. In Luo Ning's sight, the rewards on the first deposit interface have become available for collection. Although he was very heartbroken about this kind of spending a lot of money, in the end, the rewards were greater than the investment, and it was completely worth it. While Luo Ning received the first deposit reward with his mind, he silently prayed in his heart that the luxurious gift package in the reward would bring him an extra surprise. There is no way, the knight in the reward is a given, there are not many variables, all he can look forward to is the items in the luxury gift bag. In an instant, the first deposit reward was claimed, and the interface slowly disappeared from Luo Ning's field of vision. Since then, the only 5 interfaces of Goldfinger are monthly sign-in, attribute panel, and achievement master. When the interface disappeared, 2 lines of text simultaneously appeared in Luo Ning's field of vision. Attribute points plus 200. Energy essence plus 400. Luo Ning quickly scanned these 2 lines of numbers, with a relieved smile on his face. This gift pack really lives up to the word, luxury. Compared with the heartwarming gift pack for sign-in and the high-quality gift pack for 7-day login, the rewards in the luxury gift pack are very generous. With 400 points of energy essence, it is enough to upgrade McCann's level progress to the peak of senior knight. In this way, he finally has 2 combatants in Shanline Town. If he saw Knight Fadin from Thane again, Luo Ning wouldn't need to worry all the time and work hard to put on a show for him. While Ronan was smirking, the same magic array used to summon McCann and Elrin appeared simultaneously on the empty floor in front of him. There is only one difference this time. The light emitted from the magic array is purple with gold in it. It is not only more gorgeous than before, but also a bit more noble. After seeing this scene, McCann and Elrond finally reacted. It turned out that the Lord's series of operations were used to summon new subordinates. They are also looking forward to what kind of person will come out this time. I saw a figure quietly appearing in the purple gold light. The man on the magic array diagram has short orange-red hair. Under the sunlight projected from the window, his face is illuminated like a beating flame. His face was resolute and clear-cut, and his deep sapphire blue eyes shone with confidence. He has a tall body and strong muscles. Set off by the dark blue leather shirt and the sharp sword on his back, he reveals his power to the outside world. Luo Ning was surprised that he had some background. Compared with McCann and Elrond, the characters summoned this time had an aura that he couldn't describe. What surprised him most was that as he called up the opponent's panel, he discovered that the initial level of the person in front of him was no longer elementary 0/100ths or 0/150ths like McCann and Elrond, but yes. Rydal Mine. Advanced Night Fire 300/300ths. Luo Ning. The knight in front of him turned out to be a high-level peak, which was completely beyond Luo Ning's expectation. You know, he was just planning to add all the 400 points of energy essence he obtained to McCann. Even if the new Redall has the qualifications to become the sun, he will have to lag behind in adding points at this stage. Who would have thought that the first recharge would bring him an extra surprise? Ruidal was directly at the top of the advanced level. And when he stared at the opponent's level progress and wondered why the opponent couldn't break through directly, he got a hint. Due to the restrictions of the master-servant contract, the strongest strength of the subordinates cannot be one step ahead of the master. According to the knight's training process, the levels are divided into 3 major levels. The first stage strengthens fighting spirit and is divided into primary, intermediate and advanced levels. The second stage is to cast the body to strengthen the body, which is divided into bronze, silver and gold. In the third stage, the wheel breaks through the limit, divided into shooting stars, silver moon, and scorching sun. The inability to lead by a large step mentioned here means that Ruidal will break through only when Luo Ning himself breaks through the first stage, and only then can Luo Ning add points to the opponent. This mechanism is the same as the card game produced by Luo Ning before his time travel. The level of the card character cannot exceed the account level. Although there are restrictions, high-level peak knights are rare combat power for any baron. When Luo Ning was shocked by Redall's strength, the magic array slowly dissipated and the room returned to its original color. The tall figure knelt on one knee and offered sincere greetings to his master. I, the commander of the Flame Expeditionary Army, Rydal Mine, say hello to you, my master. The Flame Expedition. Luo Ning had a question mark on his face. What kind of army is this? Moreover, Redall also claims to be the commander-in-chief, which sounds like a very remarkable existence. Could it be that this knight with the blazing sun qualifications also has an unknown background story waiting for him to discover? His thoughts flashed by, and Luo Ning quickly helped him up. Welcome, Knight Rydal Mine, Hillwood Town will become stronger with you. On the side, McCann and Elrond also nodded to Redall. In the dark, they always felt that they had seen each other, but if they forced themselves to think about it, they couldn't remember it. You just said that you are the commander of the Flame Expeditionary Army. Can you introduce to me what kind of army this is? Luo Ning directly asked the doubts in his heart. In fact, he is still very curious about the historical background of these 3 extraordinary beings who were summoned. Rydal smiled slightly, and he acted relatively relaxed, which was different from when McCann and Elrond had just been summoned. The latter two were relatively more reserved, especially McCann, who had a more serious expression at the time. But the rider knight in front of him was different. He was more relaxed in front of Luo Ning. This is not to say that Redall is not loyal to Ronan, or that he does not respect his master. It means that this knight is very much like a subordinate in a high position. He is loyal and respectful to his master, but at the same time he can maintain his own style. Sir, actually I don't know. Redall shook his head, frowning and thinking, I only know fragmentary information about my identity, but that's all. Well, just like McCann and Elrond, Ronan originally wanted to dig out more information. But these are not important. Even if Redall and the others have an unknown historical experience, it is all in the past. Now they are just Ronan's subordinates, knights and magicians of Hillwood Town. You 3 can have a good communication from now on. Luo Ning motioned for the 3 of them to sit down around the round table. Ruidal has advanced peak strength and is currently the greatest combat power. McCann couldn't help but look at the new knight. Sure enough, the aura on him was vaguely extraordinary. Don't worry, McCann, I will help you improve. Since he could no longer add points to Redall, Luo Ning could only use 400 points of energy essence on McCann or Elrond. Although allowing Elrond to break through to a high level would allow the opponent to gain new magic, considering the current urgent need for combat power in Hillwood Town, Luo Ning chose to maximize McCann's strength first. Without delay, he called up McCann's level panel and began to invest energy essence. In an instant, McCann felt that the power in his body was like a huge wave, surging. Consolidating. Senior Knight Earth 28300s. Luo Ning once again felt the power of Golden Finger, its ability, and its breakthrough was as refreshing as drinking water. He left 20 points of room for improvement in McCann's level progress, mainly to allow McCann to improve through his own practice. In this way, it not only ensures that McCann's combat power is not low, but also allows Elrond to improve more. Thank you, sir, for the gift. McCann stood up, saluted and thanked Ronan solemnly, and at the same time looked at Redall with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Sir, I also remembered some memories. McCann said suddenly. Luo Ning was stunned for a moment. What memory? Sir, in this memory, I am the leader of the 7th Knights of the Flame Expeditionary Army. McCann's words stunned Ronan. After repeated inquiries, he confirmed that McCann really recalled a memory when his strength reached a high level. Although this memory, like Redall's, is only a very short fragment of identity, it is clearly telling Luo Ning that as long as the strength of the 3 subordinates in front of him is improved, their memories will slowly revive until they remember everything. What Luo Ning didn't expect was not just this. Redall said that he was the commander of the Flame Expeditionary Army, and McCann said that he was the leader of the 7th Knights of the Flame Expeditionary Army. In other words, McCann was once Redall's subordinate. Luo Ning couldn't help but laugh when he thought about this level. Why are the backgrounds of the summoned characters still connected after doing this? What kind of existence is the Flame Expeditionary Army? What experiences did Redall and McCann have, and what did they go to conquer? Ronan was very curious and couldn't help but look at Elrond beside him. Isn't this magician also from the Flame Expeditionary Army? Elrond spread his hands and responded to Ronan's confused look with a smile. Sir, I didn't think of anything. Maybe you can also improve my strength to a high level. The 3 summoned people, McCann and Rydell, have both become high-level knights, and he is the only one who has just stepped into the intermediate level. Even if Elrond is immersed in the light package all year round, he will feel envious in his heart. Ronan could naturally hear the envy and expectation in Elrond's tone, but now he could only laugh and spread his hands imitating the other person's appearance. I promise, it will be your turn next. But it may be a relatively long process, and there is no way for you to be directly promoted to a senior level like McCann. After completing the first charge, Luo Ning wanted to obtain hundreds of energy essences at once, and the only way was to complete achievements. However, achievements were not easy to complete, and it took some trouble. I'm looking forward to this slow improvement process, Elrond said. First, increase your strength a little bit. Luo Ning had just consumed 315 points of energy essence on McCann's body, and there were still 85 points left to use. Now only Elrond was left to be added, and Ronan had no other better choice, so he invested all 85 energy points into the magician. As Elrond felt his mental power growing rapidly, his level progress reached 89/300ths. It has to be said that magicians are rare compared to professional knights, and even the overall progress is reflected. A high-level knight requires 300 points of energy essence, while an intermediate magician requires 300 points. Thank you for your blessing, sir. May the light be with you. The pleasure of improvement was the same for everyone, and Elrond was in an extremely happy mood at this time. Refining your magic power when you have free time. Luo Ning smiled and said, most of the Warcraft leather and spell ink I just bought are from you. When we return to the territory, your main task will be to make the healing spell scroll. Compared with the healing spell scroll, the wind blade spell is a little worse. In order to pursue maximum profits, Luo Ning had no choice but to torture Elrond and let him make more spell scrolls. Of course, he would also draw 2 pieces of Warcraft leather to learn how to make spell scrolls. After all, mastering a skill is not a bad thing. After solving the problem of Elrond's strength, Ronan began to add points to himself. As a lord, with 2 high-level peak knights under his command, his personal demand for combat power has been reduced a lot compared to before. Considering that he would need to practice wind blade technique and fireball technique in the next period of time, as well as make spell scrolls, which would have a great demand on the magician's mental power and mana, Luo Ning invested all 201 attribute points in the progress of the magician level. After one operation, he felt as if his soul was soaring to the sky, as if he had an orgasm. Look at his properties panel again. Level 2 Intermediate Knight 12 200ths 2 Intermediate Magician 201 300ths. For Intermediate Knights, fighting spirit will flow out from the fighting spirit seeds in the heart, spread out in the knight's body, and gradually form a complete fighting spirit system. When the Do Chi veins gather at the Chi Si and break through the Chi Si in one fell swoop, opening up the link between Do Chi seeds, Do Chi veins and the Chi Si, this means that the knight has crossed over from the intermediate level to the advanced level. Luo Ning sensed it, and the Do Chi veins in his body just stretched out a little bit from the Do Chi seeds, and there was still a long way to go before looking towards the sea of Chi in his abdomen. Compared with the transformation of the knight's body, the practice of the magician is relatively simple. Their main purpose is to strengthen their mental power and expand their mana space, and they do not need to make too many changes to their bodies. As long as the mental power increases, the mana space will become larger. Subsequently, the mana that the magician can refine will increase, and the number of spells that can be cast will also increase. After the pleasure brought by the improvement in strength disappeared, Luo Ning smiled and motioned for everyone to sit down. Ruidal, what fighting skills do you have now? Redall is a knight with the fire attribute, and the fighting skills he has mastered can also be learned by Luo Ning in the future. Sir, I currently only have 2 fighting skills, the general fighting skills, Flame Slash, and Fire Cloud. Flame Slayer Ronan knew it, and Prince had control of it. This Fire Cloud fighting technique was explained by Redall. It is a range-based fighting technique. It is said that a single sweep of the sword can form a flame impact like a spreading fire cloud, defeating a group of enemies in front of it. However, this fighting skill consumes a lot of fighting spirit, and generally only senior knights can use it freely. I also have Fire Fist Bombing, that an intermediate knight can learn. As Luo Ning spoke, he took out the fighting spirit secret book, Fire Fist Bombing, and handed it to Ruidal. The latter took it and looked through it twice, then clenched his fist. Buzz. On Ruidal's fist, the red fighting spirit condensed into a beating flame, exuding a faint power. Luo Ning couldn't help but take the secret book back in embarrassment. Well, Redall is indeed a talented person with outstanding qualifications. He can use the fighting skills that Prince has not mastered at a glance. You learn so fast. Luo Ning couldn't help but give a thumbs up. When he was learning this fighting skill, he tried several times before he succeeded. Redall stopped running his fighting spirit, and the flames on his fists disappeared instantly. This fighting technique emphasizes the control of fighting spirit. When the fighting spirit changes into fire attribute, it must be controlled to condense on the fist, and at the same time, it must not cause damage to one's own skin. He explained, I am good at the detailed control of fighting spirit, and I am extremely proficient in the use of Flame Slash. In addition, I have advanced peak strength, so it is not difficult to master it. What he said made McCann next to him envious. His qualifications were lower than Redall's. If he were given the same fighting skills, he thought he wouldn't be able to master it in an instant like Redall. Ruidal, tell me, if you have strong control over your fighting spirit, can you create your own fighting skills? Luo Ning felt that Redall's knowledge of fighting spirit was higher than that of McCann, so he couldn't help but ask his doubts. Magicians cast spells through spell lines, but fighting skills do not. It purely relies on the knight's fighting spirit and ability to control fighting spirit to form moves. Theoretically, most fighting skills are possible. Ruidal nodded in agreement, but there are fighting skill secrets that can be analyzed and introduced in detail. This can greatly reduce the cost of trial and error and shorten the time for the knight to master this fighting skill. Luo Ning nodded slightly. This is indeed the truth. Some fighting skills secret books also have many experience explanations by predecessors, which are of great help to beginners. Ruidal, McCann, how about we find a place to spar on the way back? Although in terms of level progress, Redall is 20 points ahead of McCann, the gap is not big. But the level progress is not the real combat power, so Luo Ning is very curious about the combat level of the two of them. Rydal and McCann looked at each other with fighting intent in their eyes. As you wish, my lord. The two readily accepted Luo Ning's proposal. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.